Day 2, round 10, last round of the Lloyds BMX National Series here in Derby.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Okay, well, championship practice is just concluding in the next couple of minutes on track. In fact, Freya Chalice is just on the gate at the moment. We caught up with Freya yesterday. The weather was pretty nice yesterday. It's very nice again today. We caught up with Freya though yesterday, and let's see what Freya had to say. All right, here with a familiar face, Freya Chalice, junior women's world champion now. It's been quite a season, Frey.
Yeah, it's been lots of ups and downs, but lots of highs. And then the lows have only made me stronger coming into the rest of the season, going into the end of the year. But we've had some positives, we had good results, and then we've had some that we've learnt from. So all in all, it's been pretty good.
I mean, you say good results. You rock up to your first World Cup in under 23 women and win it, which is quite a good result. I'd say that's a high. Look, a few issues there at Papendale and then the Euros, but then the World Champs. So obviously we know day 2, the main day was winded off, but obviously you had the fast lap on the Saturday or the previous day anyway.
Yeah, so looking back at the World Cup, like to get my first World Cup win on my debut it was pretty insane. Like the emotions over the finish line were crazy. Like I've never felt anything like that, and doing it on my dad's birthday was 10 times better. Day 2, I got a third, which going into the weekend 2 podiums, I can't be frustrated at, but definitely wanted the 2 wins. And then head into Papendale, I just felt off the beat. Didn't feel myself on the bike, and come the final, I got squeezed out the gate and did the splits over the first jump, walked away pretty unscathed, few injuries, and missed out on the Euro Champs, which was the right call. And then going into the World Champs, I was almost at 100% fitness and laid down 2 solid laps on day 1 and had the fastest time. I definitely have more to show with the training I've been doing this year and leading into it, but a win's a win, and it is what it is. It's not the outcome any riders wanted, but it's hard to celebrate with the backlash from a certain people, but you got to take it and just ignore that, because one person's opinion doesn't define you as an athlete.
You're right, and I think, obviously you guys are all absolutely on it in terms of, fitness, your own personal health as well. It's a hard call, obviously, with wins because of the effect it can have. And yeah, so I think completely understand that. And of course, not your first time with a championship on a lap time as well with Rock Hill with Lightning. So yeah, that was another one, wasn't it, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it was crazy. Jules threw a statistic out saying it's not something to be proud of, but 40% of my world titles I've not actually raced the world final. So to look at it that way, it's pretty crazy.
All right, we'll gloss over that bit. That's not important right now. But yeah, look, plans moving ahead then, the next couple of years, obviously some big couple of years coming up. So yeah, just briefly tell us about that, mate.
Yeah, so looking to the end of the year, we've got 3 World Cups left, 2 in China and 1 in Sarasota. So these are Olympic qualifiers. So I'm up looking for selection for that. Nothing's definite at the minute. So we'll just keep working and hope that I am selected into those races. And looking ahead, like LA's just around the corner when you think of it. So the goal of being selected to race at that Olympics has always been the dream since I started racing. And at the minute, it's looking like the light at the end of the tunnel if things keep going as they are. I'm just going to keep training and enjoying it, because that's all you can do, and take each race as it comes.
All right, well, you got great training partners up there in Manchester when you're there. Obviously, Elsa in age group, and then Beth and Emily and others as well, Sienna and Betsy. So, look, good luck the next couple of years, mate, all right?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that. It's great to catch up with Freya Chalice yesterday obviously having a pretty decent season. Like you said, highs and lows, but plenty of highs there. Shout out to all the other girls actually in the same category, are racing really well this year. Very good championship racing yesterday from the women and from the men. So on to today, day 2, as I say, final round 10 of the Lloyds National BMX Series. It's going to be a corker again. The weather a bit overcast today. Well, light high clouds. I don't know what the cloud is, but anyway, it's cloudy. So filtering the sun a little bit, but it's getting warm and quite sticky today. So quite hard for the riders. It's a very bright track here, actually, interestingly. So quite a few of them choose to wear the more tinted goggle here because of the track surface, not the sun, funny enough. But anyway, we'll be pushing on with racing, going live in a few minutes' time. And don't forget 2 things. So we've got the inside line in the break later on, whether that's between quarters and semis or semis and finals. Keep tuned. I'm sure the commentators will shout out when the main gap's going to be. But we'll have the inside on with Rich Eames and Lewis Locker, the commentators. But also, don't forget as well, we did the downhill national champs as well. So maybe in one of the breaks you catch up with some of that. It's a 30-odd minute program. So yeah, enjoy. Or otherwise, after racing. Anyway, have a great day. You've got time to put the kettle on again and make yourself a cuppa. And we should be racing live in a few minutes' time after championship practice is finished. All right, so see you soon.
Race number 1, locked and loaded, ready to go.
Check. Oh, it works. Brilliant. Go on, you carry on.
That's it then.
You
9 to
start.
12-year-old cruisers on track. Race number 1 at round number 10 of the 2026 BMX National Series. Jack Swales, Layla Dixon, Rocco Jenkins, Bradley Grimm, Thomas Barnard, Regan Jones, Josh Byrne, and Arthur Mason all on track. Arthur Mason in there in about 3, chasing down Jack Swales in 2, but your race leader on the 19 plate had a corker of a day yesterday. Thomas Barnard out of Norwich Flyers, but he's under pressure. Swales trying to make moves in the corner. That is Rocco Jenkins in there in 4. Josh Byrne in 5. Look at the move from Arthur Mason. Made that one stick in that final corner. Went from 2 to 1 with a perfect high-low. Arthur Mason picks up his first race win of the day. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Mr. Sigma Riz. What Rocco Westwood ended up on the deck. Joseph Dewis, Edward Worrell 1 and 2. Looks like that is Warwick inside the top 3, doing it for Hard Knocks. Last turn action, the front 2 gents have ran away with this one. Gosport National Race Team and Team A out front. Here comes Worrell with a late charge to the line. Not quite going to get close enough. He'll have to settle for 2. Let's hope that Rocco Westwood's all right. He's up to his feet and going to walk away. Put your hands together for Rocco. Arlo Steinmetz going 1 and 2 with Seth Robinson out of that second corner. Looks like Gosport National Race Team in there inside the top 3. That is Colwyn Jones on the 319. In and out of that final corner, Steinmetz. Smooth as you like through that final straight. Going to pick up his first race win of the day. Race 4, Sammy Stack in this one. In there in about 3 or 4 at the moment, battling away. But that looks like Gosport National Race Team's Rory Smythe leading the pack through that second straight. Got the 19 plate in there behind him. That is Halo Wheels, Holly Bishop. In and out of that second corner. MK Evolution in there inside the top 3. That's going to be Seth Ritchie on the 522 plate. That's your top 3s to go in and out of that final turn. Sammy Stack in there in 4, battling down that final straight with Ollie Todd. Todd putting the pressure on him to bring it to the stripe. He's going to nick that top 4 finish. 13 to 16-year-old ladies cruiser, Ailey Watson. Yesterday's winner. BMX winner photography at the front of the pack, going 1 and 2 with Lottie McFarlane out of Peterborough Phantoms BMX Club. Looks like Team Ear inside the top 3. That's Emily Grimm on the 764 plate being chased through that final straight. That is Arla Young on the 12. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. Hunter van der Malion on track. Was looking super quick yesterday. Yusuf Almas Fordham in there in that 2 spot. Leighton Harding in 3. Looks like we've got one of the riders out of Hayes Hawks in there inside the top 4. That is Alfie Ford on that 24 bike, bringing it through the final straight. Gosport got a rider in there in 5. That's going to be Jacob Scrivener. Race 7 in and out of that first turn, down the second straight. Benny Marco, he's been searching for that national win all season long. He's been there or thereabouts. Got picked off down that final straight in yesterday's final, but he's out front in this moto. Going 1 and 2 with Team Bunny's Dylan Spence. Shout out to Matt and Chris. They'll be in the shop today, I'm sure, working away. It is Dylan Spence picking up that 2 spot on the line with Harry Swales in there in 3. Adam Arnold in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Big Murph. Sonny Nunny crew out the front of the pack. As Adam Arnold works his way around the outside to go from 2 to 1. Finley Murphy in there in 2. That looks like it could be Huey Hall in there inside the top 3. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Race 9, Lewis Hughes, Ocean King, Kieran Brownson, Charlie LeBras, Joshua Lewis, Harrison Barker, and Max Livingston. That's Max battling away with LeBras. Looking for that 5 spot in behind Team Mind in there in that 4. That's Ocean King. Looks like Merseyside BMX Club in 3. That's Joshua Lewis. But your race leader, Tempo BMX, that's Harrison Barker. Going 1 and 2 with Crank BMX Coaching's Lewis Hughes as they bring it across the line. 15, 16-year-old cruisers on track. Lucas Seeley, Rab Racing, Cooper McCrum. Out of BMX winner photography, his teammate in there in 3. That's Eric McSwitty, Max Surridge. In there in 4, Savage Racing in this one as well. That is Jacob Warren on that 13 plate down the final straight. Look for a way around Surridge. Couldn't quite find it. Surridge is going to hang on to that top 4 spot. Race 11, Cooper Westwood. In there in that 4 spot at the moment, chasing down The GY95 rider, that is Sam Wood. Newton Hindley in there in 3. Oh, Westwood's getting caught up in the traffic. Warwick goes around the outside of him. That's Freddie Warwick now, moving his way into a top 4 spot. Newton Hindley in that too, but Alfie Sim absolutely flying this weekend. He's going to pick up a race win in his first race of the day. Race 12 on track. Todd Smith-Notman in this one in that 2 spot, being chased down by Adam Stevenson, doing it for Temper BMX. The 7X of Jake McKenna inside the top 4, but they're all chasing down Evolve Collective. Out front, that is Jack Walford, smooth as you like out of that final turn. Walford, Notman, Stevenson, McKenna, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Race 13, Hadley Harding heading towards us here at commentary with Peter as Lucas Smith, I think, in there in the 2. Tom O'Brien doing it for BMX Widow Photography, going through in 3. Ronnie Richards, fast signatures in 4. We've got George Labras, Liam Byrne, and Ben Adams in there as well. Looks like who's going to bring it to the line? DC, Hadley Harding from Smith, O'Brien, and Richards. Race 14 onto the 17 to 29-year-old females. That is Jetska Hempstock out in front. Hannah Drew, I think, in there in 2. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Trinity Cam in 3. Good to see Charlotte Jackson out the Jackson. Should we try that again, Rich? Charlotte Jackson in there in that 4th spot. Hannah Hedges as well. That looks like Smiley Maloney and have I missed one? Jamie Elwood. Sorry, Jamie. No Alexis McCartney, unfortunately. Weekend ended by yet another broken collarbone, so we send her the best. Alexis, just get well soon, yeah? And hopefully we'll see you at another race over the winter. So Josie McFall out in front in moto number 15. We've got Lucia Thomas, Izzy Hurry in there in 2. That was Anya Matten Alonso in 3. Isla Radcliffe, we had Amy Willich and Jamie Hyam in there as well. As we move on to race number 16. The man I wouldn't like to be next to in the last corner, Joshua Cates, coming through. Taking it down to the line. John O'Haradine doing it for all the single ladies. Matt McHugh in there as well. Right, race 17. That'll be Zach Green, I think, in there in front. A few other bodies coming through as well, including Mr. Kyle Hill. Just catching up on a little bit of gossip as Luca Manzi goes past. Joe Walbridge in there as well. Kean Brown, Pete Watson. That is race number 18 on track. We've got Stanley Palmer in there and Ethan Byrne as well. But it's Manzi, Brown, or Walbridge, your top 3. Race 19. Handy if I could turn the pages over on the sheets. This is all looking very relaxed this morning. Our 21 and under ladies. Ro Beckett, Marsha Brook, Nikki Sitch, Coach Chizzy, and Ornella McGarvey Miles. All these ladies definitely under the age of 21 and in fabulous form as they head down the final straight. As we move on to the next rack of 21 and under ladies. Becca Golan Neats going 1 and 2. That's going to be Emily Isler in there in 3. Karen Evans in 4. Abby Hill in there in 5. In fact, we need to mention Kyle's birthday. No, it's Jared's birthday. We'll do that later. We won't forget Abby. We will get it done for you. So Jared Hill's got a birthday today, but we'll drop it in mid-moto. Suzanne Jenkins as well. More 21 and under ladies. Magic Amanda Hempstock and her Healing Hands of Heaven. Joe Gray, Claire Mardell, Leah Meaden, Nicola Wheeler, and Lisa Tarling. And it is Leah bringing it down to the line. Nicola in there in 2. Amanda in 3. 30-39 cruisers. John Lillingston absolutely on it. Smiley in there in 2. Got Will Moyer, Kieran Woods, Romney Wybrow Parker. Is he in there? Yes, he is. In there in 4th. Chris Nesbitt as well. Romney wins extra style points for having leopard print sleeves on his jersey. Race 23, Stu Laurie, Chris Hurd, Nathan Abbott, Mitchell Smith, Ash Richardson, and Jack Hudson. Hudson and Abbott, they sound like a comedy duo from the 50s, don't they? Yeah, in there 1 and 2. Mitchell's in there in 3. Chris Hearn in 4 on that beautiful all chrome Stay Strong. That is a wonderful looking bike. Anything chrome works for me. And as we move on to race 24, Craig Platt, Matthew Eaton, Tom Stretton, Michael Parks, Andrew Lockwood and Lewis Allison. Matt Eaton in there in 1, Stretton in 2, Lockwood in 3. Craig Platt doing it for the Brunty Massive. Lewis Allison out of Ipswich. I'd love to go to the Switch for a national. I think that'd be really good. Bit of a drive like for us, but you know, we'd happily do it. As we move on to Moto 25, Lewis.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Kieran McAvoy, sorted race gear out front. That is Dylan Dixon in there in the 2. Your British champion from 2025. Out of Hot Shot Racing, pushing on through that final straight. Going 2 and 3 with Ian Smythe out of Gosport NRT. Looks like Rab Racing on track. Gotta be Mr. Pie in a Pint. He's not quite Captain America, but he knows how to put a lap down around Derby. Ebsy out front. Who's in there with him? Got to be fluent to Rob Harries. Picked himself up after his crash yesterday. He's in there in that 2 spot, keeping Ebsy honest through that final straight. That looks like the 14 plate rounding out the top 3. That's going to be James Moores over the line with the 19 in for Nick Lewis out of the Hawks. 45, 49-year-old cruisers on track then. This final got tasty yesterday. That is Matthew Trincard out front. The Northeast in there in that 2. That is Jamie Rose on the 417 plate. Tony LeBras in there in 3, doing it for the Bradford Bandits. Bradford lad. Peterborough in there in 4. That is going to be Andy Todd on the 10 plate. Simon Toogood. BMX racer by day. Derby's resident DJ by night. Loves a set of decks, does Simon, and he's out front showing us what he could do aboard his big wheel bike. In and out of that final turn, going 1 and 2 with Big Nige Smith. Looks like Kev Merrin in there as well, doing it for Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team as they take it across the line. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Gaz Carver, one of Palaver's in there in about 4. Oggy in there in 3. Reedy's in 2. And that is the Kevin Bacon of UK BMX. Daz O'Brien out front. Crucial Racing. He's gone stealth mode today. He was hoping that we wouldn't spot him and call him Kev Bacon, but he's out front. Can always spot Daz. As he picks up the win in race number 29. Race 30 though, through that second straight. Hilly. Another couple of national wins to add to his collection yesterday. Oh no, he's just on. Is he on 20 inch? No, he's just cruiser, isn't it, this weekend? It's just cruiser, yeah, no 20 inch. See, it's that common that you just presume that he's won both bikes. Did he race 20 inch? I've confused
Who cares?
myself.
He's Hilly and he's won a bazillion nationals.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
No, well, yeah, that's a valid point. That's the 20 and the 15. Paul Barnard and Tim Porter going to 1 and 2. Race number 31. Jan Jerzarek, Matt Phillips, Liam Matthews and Mark Franklin all in there as well. It is Matt Phillips in there in 3, doing it for Hot Shot Race Team. Being pushed all the way down to the stripe by the 9X plate of Mark Franklin, doing it for the Northeast. Another beast from the Northeast. As we take a look at Allen's Factory Supercross, just being shuffled back in the pack. That's Steve Notman in there in 2 now. Dave Lindsay takes over the front of the race. Heading in towards that final turn. BMX Widow Photography. Tim Drew around the outside makes that one stick. Steve Notman's having a big old chill down that final straight. Shuffles back to 4 as Keith Mine comes through to nick a pony and spot off him at the line. Brent Featherstone on track. In there in that 2 spot, doing it for Evolve Collective. Bill Stupple out front though. Gosport National Race Team. Mick Hood in there inside the top 3, doing it for Barnesbury. That is Dave Knowles in there in 4. Hayes Hawks in there in 5 as well. That is Paul Adams. No Cy Payton today. He's done his bit yesterday. Picked up a final on his cruiser, so he'll be over the moon with that. No racing for Cy today. I'm sure we'll see him at some point. The 25, Astar Racing, Stu Campbell. Going to 1 and 2 with the 653 of Dave Wilcock. Out of Hackney as 2 little ladies hit the deck in the 6 and under girls category in the next moto. But Stu Campbell been on fire all day long yesterday. Looking for more of the same today as he picks up his first race win of the day. 6 and under little ladies then. On track. Looks like that could be a rider out of Derby. I think that's Mia Dix. Yes, it is Mia. We're going to just make sure that this that she's all right. As Sophie Thorpe leads it out on the 616 plate. Larissa Thoros, Aria Bartlett, Lenny Holiday, Grace Snell, Ava Towle and Kaya Gibson all in there with her. That's Kaya in there in 3, but Ava Towle, look at the moves being made out front, looking for a way through. Thorpe, Towle down the final straight. It's going to be Sophie Thorpe, yesterday's winner, picking up that race win. Ava Towle for 2. Looks like Gibson's going to round out them top 3 spots. The Bradford Bandits coming through in 4. That was Lenny Holiday. 6 and under boys now on track. Theodore Purdue-Hurst, Theo Lloyd Harrison, Edward Morley, Ronnie Barnard and Milo Gehring. All on track. Who's leading the race? Got to be the 198 of Milo Gehring, doing it for Decoy BMX Club. The 798 in there in 2. Edward Morley out of Bradford Bandits. The 330 plate in there in 3. Ronnie Barnard out of the Braintree Bullets BMX Club. Theodore Purdue-Hurst in there in that 4 spot. Theo Lloyd Harrison out of Preston Pirates in 5, but through that final straight, Milo Gehring showing us what he could do. Picks up a race win in race number 36.
Right, on to race 37, Ellis Hitchings. Where is he? He's out in front. We've got Diego Quijada in there in 2. In 2. 439, that's Joe Garnett. And Milo Ryder Bays from Braintree in there in 4. Apparently his mate Geordie is watching the live stream. And we said we'd give him a little shout. Geordie, get yourself a bike, mate. Come and join the party. It's all good fun. We've got plenty of room for you. So if you fancy a go, nip down to Braintree and they'll look after you. Julian Allen is not scary. And the only rider I didn't mention in that was the 191 of Ellis Hitchings. So race 38, Evie Steele, Senna Rose McCann. Now, I did check who had the most YouTube subscribers, Mark McCann or Shelby Yates. And Mark's winning by about 250,000. But Shelby's only 8, so he gets a pass. So that's absolutely fine. So Shelby needs a few more subscribers to catch Mark McCann. And he also needs a Bugatti as well. Noah Kerr, Aubrey Chambers, Alice Laurie and Billy Sawyer in that one. Race 39, Erin Thoreau, Amaria Gibson, Peony Fords. My mate Kitty Wall works here. Good morning, Kitty. You're looking fabulous on track, dear. Amazing job. Turned 7 yesterday and raced her first national. Lenny Goddard in there as well. Amaria's going across in 2 behind Peony Ford with a 0-1. That'll be Erin Thoros going through. And here comes Kitty down the final straight. As we look at Luke Barron heading towards that final turn. Good job, Kitty. Well done. Jackson May, Reggie Rice, Oliver Savage, Leon Zakina, Charlie Phillips and Sydney Schrader. I won't do the Valve joke again because it was completely lost on Lewis. Honestly, my dad joke's terrible. Race 41, Isaac Buck, Callum Inns, Clodoveo, Castro Latch. Had to think about that one then. Ruben McAllister, Aubrey Robinson, Stanley Lockwood and Archie Pike. And it looks like the rider out of Birmingham, is it? Heading towards the line on the 873. That was Ruben McAllister taking it. 267 in there in 2. That was Isaac Buck. 0-1, Jack Bean leading it through. Amari Bamford Burr in that 3rd spot. Brunty's Alejandro Crudo Estevez. I just want to say that name all the time. Alejandro Crudo Estevez. We just do the accents and everything. We sound like some kind of 80s comedy show when we do it, but never mind. And Patrick Dempsey whipping his way through as well. And we had River Allen Kemp Giles in there as well. Have you noticed with these young kids there seems to be loads and loads of like double barrel names? Like loads of them. So, yeah. More words during motos. It's not good, is it really, Lewis? Right, race number 43. Cooper Shearing, Otis Tinnis Woods. Billy Edwards, Freddie Mitchell Moore, Oren O'Flaherty. That's a great name as well. Finley Jones, Owen Wheater, and Alfie Baglin. As we move on to the 8-year-old girls, Erin Doney in there in 2, doing it for Chesterfield BMX. Get your Chesterfield BMX sticker packs. All the donations go to helping them the cost of building the fence and sorting the first turn out because they need to do a bit more work. Ada Warner, Sophia Rees, Ada Porter, Elsie McAvoy and Elsie Hopkins all in race 44. Race 45, Benji Ross Foster in there in 3. Shelby's leading it out with his 750,000 YouTube subscribers. What we could do is we could get Mark McCann to just donate some of his to Shelby and even it up a little bit. That's quite a good idea. Mark, if you're up for that, I'm sure we can make it happen. 822, that was my mate Henry Dodd, mid-lanks. As we move on to race 46, John Joe Blundell, Soren Rock Hatfield, Harrison Slater, Joseph Murphy, Finn Kowalski, Isaac Tomlinson, and Jasper Grant Smith. As they head towards the line, it's going to be Mr. Tomlinson battling away. Ooh, did he got nipped at the line then? That was very close. Soren Rock Hatfield in about 4th spot. That's another fabulous rock and roll / BMX name. Race 47, Otis Simmers, Jackson Gregory, Charlie Bromelo, Benjamin Sawyer, Dexter Stretton, Charlie Thorne, and Sandis Ound. Sandis in there in 2, chasing down Mr. Bromelo. I did ask, apparently Bombers Bromelo, according to Dad. And Dad's bigger than me, so I'm not going to argue with him, so Bombers it is. So, yeah, there we go. The Potato, talking of nicknames, we have the Potato in Moto 48. Ronnie Hill, Ruben Lamb, Isaac Perry-Allett, Harry Merrin's in there, Ruben Dixon, Eddie Brown. So Nico Jocelyn Black, a.k.a. the Potato. Race 49, Lewis.
8-year-old boys on track. Where is Will Beckett? He's in there at about 4 or 5 at the moment, having a big old scrap with a 2.72. That is Autumn Robinson on his home track here at Derby, looking for a way into a top 4 spot. That's Roberts Catskins out of MK in there in 3. Here comes Beckett putting the pressure on Catskins through the final straight. Robinson's not done yet. Look at this for a drag race down to the wire. Who's going to get it to the line? I think Autumn Robinson just stole it on the stripe. As the European number 8 enters turn number 2, Tilly Hewitt, Pro Star BMX. Isabella Henry out of Hackney BMX in there in that 2 spot. Looks like we've got a rider out of the Titans, Madeline Malloy, 386 on the front of her bike. In there in 4. All the moves are coming round the outside. That looks like Robin Wyatt out of Reactive Racing, working her way into a top 3 spot in behind Bella Henry. As the 104 of Izzy Moore works her way into that 4th spot, just shuffling at Madeline Malloy back to 5. E7, Maggie Devine, Mavo Factory Team UK's finest. Happy birthday to Maggie. She turns 9 on a Wednesday. So a massive happy birthday from all of your BMX family, Maggie, as she picks up a moto win. Early birthday treat. Abigail Henning and Flick Brentnall going through in 2 and 3. Your British champion on track, Mabel Pine out of PCR in Exeter. Orla Dewis, Freya Critchley, Verity K, that's your 2, 3, 4. Luciana Pins and Barron in there in 5. And that is Sophia Jones out of Merseyside BMX Club in 6. On that 497 bike. But your British champion going to pick up another moto win to add to a collection so far this year. Looks like we lost the rider in one of them races. I think that might have been Sky Sound Wells. Sky's up to her feet, walking away. As we move on to the 9-year-old boys. Ford, Underhill, Bragg, Luffied, Weatherly, Baldwin, Sutton and Stimson. That is Ollie Underhill. Decoy BMX Club down that final straight, looking quick. He's going to pick up this race win in motor number 53. As Pure Bikes leads out through that 2nd straight. JD33 kit in there as well, the 453. That is Joseph Claydon out of Exeter. Channeling, he's in a Joris Dode as he picks up that 2 spot into the final turn. RPF in there inside that top 3, doing it for DC Cycles. And that looks like Bath BMX in there inside the top 4. That is Oliver Appleton on the 319. Squash and Pop race kit then on track. Shout out to Smiley's Flight Club. Archie Walsgrove out front. Oh. Yes, please. Do we all want 1, Casey? 3, please. Sorry, just getting our tea order in. The lovely Dina Green hasn't stopped running around after us all. We've been very well looked after here, haven't we? We have been very well looked after. Massive thank you to all of the Derby volunteers. Got collared this morning on my way up to the tower. We've had a cool box filled up and everything.
Yeah. It's good. They have looked after us. Thank you, Derby BMX.
Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. We like being treated like royalty.
We do.
We are semi-famous.
Are we?
No.
No.
I've been told that.
I didn't think we were.
I've been told that, but it's a lie.
Infamous, maybe.
Infamous, yeah. We'll go with that one instead. As it all goes wrong on that second straight for the 767. That is Oliver Pritchard. Finds his way back onto his pedals. He's going to continue with his lap. Well done to Oliver. Missed a couple of races there, but Arlo Payne, drum and bass enthusiast, so I was told last year. He's absolutely flying. I reckon he's got drum and bass on in his on some headphones in his helmet.
Probably has.
Yeah, I reckon so. That's a Preston thing to do, that isn't it?
It is very Preston.
It is very Preston, yeah.
Rather than playing it in your souped-up Vauxhall Corsa at 3 a.m.
in a McDonald's car park. That looked like the 844 Finley Waddle. Merton Saints just having moves put on him in that final turn. CGR getting busy. That was Alfie Fishwick working his way to the front of the pack. Oscar was rather fast down that final straight. Picked himself up a 2-spot. Logan Aceto leads this one out from the 025 of Conor Grant. I love them race pants. Them rubber ducks. They look wicked, they do. I've seen a few of them, though, this weekend. They look class.
Well, we're in Derby. You're going to see plenty of rubber ducks, I think.
Yeah. I'm not going to. I'll leave that one there.
Come on, I'm setting it up.
No.
You've got an open net.
No, I'm not doing it. Don't goad me into it. We'll get in trouble.
What? Even more than we actually do?
Well, maybe. Depends on who you ask. Ella Grant, your national number 2 from 2025. Going 1 and 2 with the 3 plate of... no, she's not, sorry. That is Reactive Racing. It's not Reactive either. It's Autumn Moore out of Exeter. See, you've completely thrown me off now. I've gotten all jumbled up. Oh, Ella Grant, Autumn Moore, 1 and 2 in race 60. Race 61, Rich.
Race 61, that'll be Emika Gibson out there in front with the 17 of Panonica Castro Latch. In there in 2. Hotshot Bikes, that's Layla Dixon. In 3, we've got Grace Ledgerwood Barr in there as well. Madison Stupple, Mabel Kiff, and Evelyn Smith. As Emika brings it to the line for Ice Bikes and Preston from Panonica and Layla. Moving on to the 10-year-old boys, Elliot Mullins, Eli Northcott, Erin Choi, Caleb Tewalde, Joseph O'Brien, Alex Vitals. Getting used to seeing Alex now in that all-black kit. Very stealth, very Night Rider. We just need some flashing red lights on the front of it, which will probably contradict PC regulations, but it'll look cool and very 80s. Race 63. Dominic Zapanos, the fastest man in Romania. That's officially his nickname. Vernell Challenger, Jacob Bates, Lawson Hitchens, Jensen Me. Arthur Mason. Oh. Just need a medic to the Derby tent, please. Thank you, guys. Whoever it is, I hope they're all right. As Antek Perebny goes for the stealth look as well. Battling now, look, Perebny and Sullivan going at it into the final turn. Antek's got his nose out in front. So, Antek to the line. Henry in there in 2. We were distracted by what was going on to our left. Ned Wills, Joe Pritchard, James Diver, Edward Calvin, and Thomas Stanakaitis. As we move on to race 65, Bodie Cleverly Smith, that's Oakley Hill out in front. Oscar Marco in 2, James Todd in 3. Christian Garbachick, Oliver Ford, and Bodie Holiday in there as well. Right, we've got a rider down in the final turn as well. Just be careful, guys, as you come around. The 13 of Seb Perry. And the 19 of Leo Brits. We do have a birthday in this moto, which is Freddie Roberts. Bradford Bandits turning 10 years old today. So Freddie Roberts, have an absolutely fab birthday, mates. Enjoy yourself.
It is the most Bradford note ever. 10-year-old today.
10-year-old today.
10-year-old
today. He's even got the accents. We're very happy about that. 10-year-old lad. Get him down pit. So, who we got here now? Where are we up to? That Charlie Blakeburn, I think it is. Yep, Charlie Blakeburn out in front. Khan Garan doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick. In there in 2, Finn Ury, Callum Wood, Sam Baber, Alexander Gilbert, and Hunter Chambers. as the guys continue to roll. Gents and me in there as well. Hang on, that was the wrong motor. Sorry, guys. Hunter Chambers. As we move on, the 14, that belongs to Alfie Thorne. We've got Noah Northcott in there. He's got his white kit on today. Some guys have gone from white kit to black, and some have gone from black to white, so that completely confuses us. Seth Robinson, Sonny Young, Flynn Cross, Nathan Franklin, and Jack Colwell. That was Moto 68. Race 69, Molly Tomlinson. River Henderson, Roxy Morgan, Freya Knight, Robin Wyatt, Florence Kay, and the winner of the Maxis Move of the Day yesterday, Miss Holly Bishop. So congratulations to Holly, getting herself some tyres and some goodies from Maxis. Oh yeah, we've got the Derby Club hole shots to deal with, so that's going to be interesting. More 11-year.
Eleven. I'm on, yeah. Shall I jump in? Right, on track. That looks like it could be the 11-year-old boys. Ollie Bird there in that 2 spot, chasing down Seth Kacharik on his home track, Radco Racing's finest. Absolutely flies around here, does Seth. Was on fire all day long. Rory Smythe in there in that 3 spot. I think that could be TNT in there as well. That is George Kellum on that 28 plate. To bring it through that final straight, though, it is all about Seth Kacharik. That is sorted race gear. W8 on the front of his bike. Tom Giles coming in 1 and 2 with the 11 plate of George Spencer, Reactive Racing. That is the 16 in there in 3, Aston John Lee. In and out of that final corner. Looking good for sorted. Tom Giles, been flying for a few seasons now. That is Charlie Dowson, your British champion from 2025 in there in 4. Seb Staines on track. Looks for a move in that second turn. Wasn't quite close enough. Jesse Rose out front though, absolutely on fire. Rose, Staines in that order. Where's Eric Kincaid? He's in there inside the top 4. Chasing down the LVG NRT rider, Chester Grocock. Down the final straight. Rose, Staines keeping him honest right the way to the stripe. Can't quite get close enough. Green Machine Tribe on track. Where is Jack Belton? I'm on the wrong race. I've gone 1 too early. Jack Kitching in there in that 3 spot. Chasing down Jack Haynes in 2. But your race leader, Arthur Donaldson. Green Machine Tribe. Fast as through that final straight. Looks like Team Air have got a rider in there in 4. That's going to be Oakley Lewis Field. Now we're on to race 75. Jack Belton in there in that 2 spot. Had a major injury to start off his 2026 back in February. Somehow in his first race back, managed to pick up a final yesterday and was in about 3rd into this second turn before he ended up on the deck. But he's back on track today, showing us what he could do. Keeping yesterday's winner honest. That was Aidan Baptiste with Betty Wills in there in 3. Race 76. Rex Ford going in 1 and 2 with the 14 plate of Joseph Dewis. Looks like the 20 of Alexi Carlos in there in 3. TNT in 4. That's going to be Oliver Hawker on the 30 plate, bringing it into that final turn. Ford under a bit of pressure. Dewis doing all he can to keep him honest through that final straight. Ford's going to hang on to that race win for Halo Wheels Race Team. 12-year-old ladies now on track. Where's Bonnie Dudley? In there in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by Rachel Pritchard, doing it for the Hayes Hawks. But it's Moto 1 and Muck Off Race Team out front. Grace Hudak leads it heading towards the final corner. Erin Toogood in there in 4. Thank you very much. Tea delivery. Nothing better to see early on a Sunday morning. Well, it's not early anymore, but yeah. Same old. Hudak taking the win. Bonnie Dudley, Rachel Pritchard 2 and 3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dina. Highly appreciated. Aria Rose Lee on track. Astar Racing. Had a corker of the season of Astar. First season as a team. Been on fire all season long. Had some great results. So it's Aria Rose Lee out front. Darcy Payne, Dragon Riders in there in 2. Who's picking up the 3? That's going to be the 113 of April Wood. Trixie Trays, the European number 8, going 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Amelia Rowe. Freya Montfort out of sorted race gear in there in 3, chasing down the Fluent rider in 2. As one rider exits right down that first straight, I think that was Ted Malkin. Race 80, 12-year-old boys getting going out of that first corner. Preston Newmarsh Power out of Power Racing in there, leading it out. Dragon Riders in there in 2. That's going to be Xander Cartledge on the 53 plate. The 25 in there in 4. That is Ollie Warner, out of Moto 1. With Bruntwood in there as well. That is Finley Hewitt on the 46 plate. That's going to be your front 4 as they bring it down to the line. Race 81. Ronnie the Landshark Wood in this one. Former European finalist. And there in that 2 spot, doing it for LCC. Going 2 and 3 with the GY95's Hugo Dayton. That looks like a Barry Noble's jersey in there as well. I think that might have been Jaden O'Connell picking up a top 4 spot. As to bring it down the final straight, though, it is going to be the E6 of Connor Hemphill picking up that race win. Race 82. Teddy Jones out front of the pack. Going 1 and 2 with Ted Harvey out of Crank BMX coaching. And Blackpool BMX Club, the 42 of Lucas Twold. Doing it for Peckham, working his way round the outside in that final turn. Had a crash yesterday, did Lucas, into that second turn. Showing us it hasn't phased him though as he works his way from 3 to 2 down that last straight in behind Teddy Jones, your race winner. Jacob Anderson, Joseph Claydon, Arthur Claydon, in there in 2. That looks like an Evolved Collective rider in there in 3. Got to be Freddie Rayoland on that 6 bike. Going at 3 and 4 with Tempo BMX's Carlin Gordon on the 12 plate. Race at number 84. Seb Hewitt's in this one. In there in 3 at the moment, being chased down by the 33 of Alexander French. The 667 of Mac Finley in there in that 2 spot, doing it for BRE, but the 15 out front is Isaac Moore doing it for Exeter Eagles, bringing it into that final turn. Decoy BMX in there in 5. Harry Diston on the 648 plate. It's going to be Exeter's Isaac Moore out front.
Right, race 85. I think this is Tom Henning in this one. That'll be Finley Monroe out there in front, Cordery in 2. The 57, that is Thomas Henning in 3. And we've got Mr. Will Lougheed going through as well. Lost a rider on that second straight, just 4 of them. Getting across the line now. Hope everybody else is okay. Wilson Eaton. Did Wilson have a crash yesterday? Wilson Eaton, I think he did, didn't he? All right, so Wilson's not made it to the gates. So we have lost some riders from that. Race 86, Rex Beasley in this one. Rex is fully up for it. He's got a new bike coming very soon as well. As the 13 and the 18 crossed the line, that was Joseph McAvoy taking the win from Moray Watson. Race 87. Girls on track, Lexi Adams, Grace Hopkins, Hannah Mackey, Poppy Bishop, Freya Harris, Samia Hughes, Millie Ross and Grace Gerard. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. She's in there in 2, being chased down by Millie Ross. Lexi Adams for DC Cycles in there in about 5, chasing down Samia. It's Freya Harris out there in front though. Poppy with the late charge on Grace. I don't know if she got her at the line. And we also had Hannah Mackey in there and the 583 of Grace Hopkins. Race 88, good to see Iris Hyder back on it after a roll round on the floor yesterday. ELP, Elizabeth Lola Poole on the E3. I'd like to say fresh off the flight to Australia, but nobody's fresh on a flight to Australia. It's absolutely hanging spending 23 hours on a plane. Race 89, Amelia Martin, Mara McCarran, Seren Pritchard, Winnie Andrews. Good to see Sean here as well. Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Emily Barter, Lily Mae Gould and Elsie Blight. No, we never said we... Yeah. Apparently, the King of Derby's been up to put us in our place. Hey? Yeah. Tell you what, we need a high-vis jacket. That's what we need, Louis. That'll move us up in the world. As James Bivy goes past us in moto number 91. With Ronnie Payne in there as well. Jump Club S&M Source in there in 2. Archie Bell in 3. Archie Phillips going through in 4. So race 92. Archie Crocker White. Marcus Mullen in there. Dawson Scott, Lewis Fancini, Finley Murphy, Archie Malkin, and Finley Shaw. Crossing the line in Moto 92, Moto 93. Isaac the Sender Smith, Luca Milne, Harry Curtis, Kieran Brownson, Charlie Cotton, already on his second lap of the day. He's in there in 3 at the moment, being chased down by Isaac Smith. Luca Milne, Harry Curtis, and Kieran Brownson. But it's Joe Rook bringing it down the final straight to the line. Joe in there in 1, Emil Challenger in 2. Charlie's going to pick up the 3. And Isaac the Sender Smith in 4. Race 94, Jack Purver, Harry Swales, Ethan Buttery, Lucas Belton, Jacob Jameson. Always good to see Jacob on track. Doing it for the Irish Massive, Jack Ind and Sam Knight. That'll be Harry Swales. I haven't seen Matt this morning, so we have not decided whether we've coordinated our outfits again, that we just seem to do on a regular basis without even trying. Race 95, Leighton Harding in there in 2, chasing down Mr. Leo Rowlands. Good to see Leo back on his bike again. And that was Jack Laughlin in there in 3. We had Noah Backwell in there as well, Keenan Linen, Cody Hughes, Harrison Doe. So some people have had a roll round on the floor, including Cody Hughes. Race 96, Hilly. Yes, he is on the 20-inch. Neil Waddington, Brett Knight, the Warlockski, as he'd be known if he was Russian. Neil Stewart, Craig Nelly Nelson, Jonathan Charlesworth, and Fitzroy Bryce. Fitzroy in there in 2. Brett Knight in 3. I saw Callum walking round as well this weekend with his bucket hat on. Looked like he'd just come from Glastonbury. As Hilly leads it out of the turn. Moto win number, 8 bazillion and something. 97. Throw me sheets away. Yeah, 97.
Race number 97, Grand Vets on track. Augie leading this one through. RTR Resilient Team Racing. Who's there with him? Gotta be Christos Chorkos, Pure Bikes. Stuck it on a podium yesterday, did Christos. Was over the moon as he went across the line as well. So very well deserved for him. Always end up parking next to Christos in the car park as well. Always got his music on. It's always good vibes when Christos is around. He's here in that 2 spot, bringing it through that final straight. That looks like it could be Ian Milne rounding out them top 3 podium positions. Stu Little, race number 98, Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That looks like Steve Fortune in there in 3, chasing down the Royal Air Force rider. That is Matt Haywood out of Andover on that 613 plate. In and out of that final turn. Patrick Graham in there as well. Martin Blake, Craig Bryan, and David Knowles. That's Knowles in there in that 5 spot as Stu Little picks up that race win. Scott Boom Boom Beaumont leads this one through. The 96 podcast. I'm sure there'll be a race report with Jules Allen after this weekend at some point as he goes in and out of that final corner. Knows everything and anything about BMX and 4-cross, does Scott. He's going to pick up that race win with Zoltan Boudet, Mark Moore and Mark Vries rounding out that top 4 spots. More vets on track. Yesterday's winner, John Lillingston, Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. Danny T, the 033. Ebsy's on a 20-inch. Mr. Pie and Pite's gone well professional. Double biking for the weekend and looking for moves in the turn. He's been doing some hours down at the track, hasn't he? Preparing for this weekend. Masters on track. Connor Hudson, Tom Palmer, the original version, in there in that 2 spot. No last straight legs this here, in there in that 3. Billy Irwin swarming all over his back wheel in there in 4. George Higley in 5. Did you know Sean's got his own face of his own podcast on his own sleeve of his own team? You ever met anyone like that? He's in there in that 3 spot. The Donald Trump of BMX. Could we get away with saying that about him? Can we get that one in? He'll come and tell us whether he likes that one or not later.
Minus the wig and the inappropriate geopolitical shenanigans. I've just mentioned geopolitical shenanigans in BMX commentary. Doesn't get
that was a crowbar one.
That was a real crowbar. Absolutely.
Right, we're done with the Masters now. We're on to the 14-year-old ladies.
Thank the Lord.
They'll appreciate that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Molly Fumi Carroll in this one. Eleanor Martin, Imogen Kennedy, Eva Zuzarek, Holly Diver, Anushka Jones, Clara Salmon, and Amara 5. That is Zuzarek and Anushka Jones going through in 2 and 3. But the Titans out front, picking up that race win in the form of Holly Diver. Yesterday's winner won on the bike. Yesterday's second place in there as well on the 2 bike. That is Ruby Warren and Esme Ward in that order. Bath BMX in 3. That is Lily Yearbury, Nora Siren in there in 3 and 4. Doing it for Team Mind and Bournemouth BMX. Hard Knocks bike coaching in 5 with Bella Gerard. As the 14-year-old boys head towards turn number 2. Yesterday's winner. Good to see him back on top of the box. P1 for Freddie Parkinson. Savage Racing in there behind him in that 2. That is Max Vass, Marcel Radzikowski. Making moves in there in that foot 3 spot. Just shuffling his way into a top 3 podium position as Hunter van der Malion chills his way across the line with his entry to the 2-in-1 out jump to the finish line competition. Roland Ells going 1 and 2 with the 33 plate in race number 106. That is Harley Steele out of 0-1 Racing. Ethan Crooks Martin in there in 3. Doing it for Hot Shot Racing. That looks like Lawrence Bojang in 4. Charlie Craig in there for 5. Roland Ells, though, with a corker of a day yesterday. Picked up a podium finish in the final as the 1 plate comes towards us in turn number 2. James Miller, Crucial Racing. Adam Arnold making moves. Henry Potts just shuffled back to 4 as Riley Butt takes advantage of the chaos. Works his way into a 3. Just in behind Adam Arnold, looks for another high-low on that final corner. Miller, though, absolutely ran away with that one. Arnold, but in that order. Race number 108. Max McNulty, second yesterday. Been searching for that type of final for a couple of years now, was Max. And it all came together for him yesterday. Put it on the box. So congratulations to him. Mark Torzadlo in there in 3. And that looks like he could be a rider out of the Centurions. Fergus Suter in 2.
Race 109. Gilmore Green, Harry Donald. Donald leading it out, the 24 in there in 2. That's going to be Charlie Wilcox, Joshua Lewis on that 48 plate. We've got Arlo Hay doing it for the Brunty Massive as Harry Donald brings it towards the line. Team Mine in there in 2. That is Sullivan Collis going through in 3. With the 27 in there in 4, that will be Gilmore Green as we move on to 110 as your moto. 26 and 14. The 14 is Josh Jepson, Libby Kacharik in there in 3. 26 is Ruben Bishop out of Bournemouth. Ralph Salby in there as well. Oliver Arnold and Jamie Turbine. Very, very tightly packed as they come across the line. Jepson have sorted, picking up the 2. Race 111, the ladies are on track. Rin Serafina Gianolino in that second spot, chasing down the E8 of Amelie Eaton. That is Ella Blue Chidley in that 4th spot. Became a whisker away from picking up that 2nd place yesterday in the final. Hopefully she'll have better luck today. Madison Dixon, Isla Young, Phoebe Blackwell and Katie Millar. Race 112, more female 15s. Anastasia Muha, Sidoni Cleve, Jalaya Patel, Sophie Coulson, Emily Grimm, Ellie Moore and Evie Malkin. And it is more out there in front. Sidoni going through in 2 teamer. That is Emily Grimm going through in 3. I've got a feeling that's Jalaya in that 4th spot. As we move on to race 113, Wood, Westmore, Stevenson, Redmond, Skinner, McFarlane and Ned Guppy. Ned Guppy checked out already like Lou Littler on a 9-dart finish in there in that 1st spot. Westmore, who came within literally 1/1000th of a second of making the semi yesterday. So close to finish between him and Nathaniel. Sam Wood going through as well. As we move on and look at Nate Hamilton and Brody Geddes, scrapping it out down the straight. Elvis Lawrence in there as well, in the 3rd spot. As 44 goes through, that is Eddie Millington. Yeah, go on.
Right on track, we are looking at race 116. Got to be Kobe Rayford leading it in and out of that 1st corner. Your world number 5 picked that one up in Brisbane a couple of weeks back. Who's there with him? Got to be Nathaniel Eames. Good to see him back on track after that crash a couple of weeks ago at Cardiff. So he's in there in that 2 spot being chased down by Tom O'Brien, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. That is Shenton in there in 4. But Rayford, Eames, that's going to be your 1 and 2 as they bring it across the stripe as race 117 gets going out of turn number 1. Lynch leads it out. Harry Bailey. Hard to recognise Harry without his Smiley's Flight Club colours on this weekend. But he's repping squash and pop nonetheless. In there in that 2 spot, looking to put pressure on Lynch in the final turn. Oh, it got tight. Wasn't quite enough room for Bailey to squeeze underneath, so he's going to have to settle for that 2 spot as they bring it across the stripe. Toby Lynch, your race winner. Where's Evan Bartley? He's battling it out front with Heath Osborne into turn number 2. Osborne from Bartley, who's picking up the 3. Max Lawrence on the 23, played in the 4. Looks like Newton Hindley doing it for Team Air and Andover. Not quite sure what happened to the 21 of Dexter Beerup, but he's at the back of the pack. Unlucky for him in this one then. So Osborne and Bartley, that's how they're taking it across the stripe. As we take a look at the 16-year-old ladies. 4 girls on track, race 119. It is Lottie Brown leading this one out. Yesterday's winner out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That's the 3 plate in there behind her. Grace Burge out of Green Machine Tribe. Hayley Watson, your British champion. BMX Widow Photography in there in 3. The 10 plate in 4. That is Lottie McFarlane doing it for Peterborough. Race 120, more 16-year-old ladies on track. Price, Leasley, Glynn, Walford and French. Jessie Leasley, the owner of Steel and Spice, her own business at 16, so massive shout out to Jessie. Her gazebo is actually over in the Gazebo Village, selling all things Steel and Spice merchandise, so if you want to get involved in that, make sure you go and have a look at the gazebo over in the Gazebo Village. Steel and Spice, not quite, whereabouts is it located, do we know? Is it in the... Just in the middle of the... near Sorted. So it's in the traders area, Trader Village. Next door to Sorted Race Gear. So make sure you go and check that one out. Again, another one of our... let's get all of them a shout out while we remember. Green Machine, Sorted, Steel and Spice, DC Cycles, KHRT are there this weekend. I can see them guys. We've also got Crucial, Pure Bikes. I can't have forgotten one there, can I? I don't think... Food Electable. Food Electable. There's not one person around this track that does not like Food Electable food.
Well, if you don't like it, there's something wrong with you, that's all I'm saying.
You don't belong in UK BMX.
Beef curry is life.
Yeah, it's incredible. Absolutely insane food. Shout out the Jamiras. If you've ever actually been over to their tent during the race weekend... The lot of them that are working there do not stop.
No, they don't.
They're just running around like headless chickens all weekend long. It's absolutely insane. So shout out for them guys. Supplying us with all of the real race fuel. I've missed what race we're on. That looks like it could be a 16-year-old moto. Got to be Mr. McCrum. Race 124. Eden Boone on the inside into that first corner. But it's going to be Oliver James Fluent Bicycle Motocross leading this one out of turn number 1. McCrum in there in 2, Boone's in 3. That's got to be Nottingham Outlaws. Josh Bradford in there at about 5 at the moment, looking for a way past the 16 plate of Ollie Kirby. There's chopping and changing positions as they exit turn number 2. Kirby's hanging on. Bradford's putting the pressure on into that turn. In and out they go. It's all about James through that final straight. McCrum chasing him right the way down to the stripe. Not quite close enough, but keeps him honest enough through that stripe. 3 on the plate. Wrapped up this National Series title already. Lucas Seeley picked up the big wheels this weekend as well. Going 1 or 2 with the Rusted Up Racing. That is Freddie Franklin. Where is the Evolve Collective rider? Alex Dunkley's rounding out the top 3. Them 3 gents then looking good down that final straight. Seeley, Franklin and Rayner in that order. Dunkley in that order. 17 to 18-year-old ladies. Amelia, the real deal, Everly. Going 1 or 2 with her teammate, Esme Brooke. Maybo Factory Team UK. Them 2 ladies were on fire all day yesterday. Pretty sure they went 1 and 3, I think it was, in the final. So bringing it down that final straight. Looks like we've got a nice bikes rider in there in 3. That's going to be Imogen Cockrell.
Right, moving on. This is 127 at your moto. That is Sophie Elwood out there in front. Sabina Ashman, Rusting Up Racing in 2. Alan Radcliffe in 3. Eleanor Curtis in 4, Carmel Allison in 5. Riders to the pens for round 2 of motos. First 20 motos for round 2. We can get you in the pens, please. That would be lovely. Thank you very much. As we watch Sabine across the line. And we move on to 128 as your moto. That is Sophie Kynaston out in front. Rosie O'Brien in there in 2. Charlotte Stanley in 3. And the 698 of Daisy Lavin doing it for Reactive Racing. She's in that 4th position. These are your 17 and 18-year-old young ladies heading to the stripe. Race 129. Lewis Cook, Angus Graham, Finlay Collis, Bradley Goulding. Jack Clark, Alex Mackey, Oliver Muhar, and I've got a feeling that is Eli Smith out in front. Darwin's finest. I'm sure Sam's watching with a glass of Prosecco and a bacon butty. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. She might not even be out of bed, to be fair. Still with a glass of Prosecco, absolutely. As we move on, she'll message me if she's heard that one. 054 Amos Guppy. Keep mixing up the absolute riders. Terrible of me. We had Max Burgess in there as well, and Nathan Baratta as we move on to race 131. Thomas Doran in there in 2, chasing down Kai Blaine. Zach Twitching on track. Good to see Zach back on it. John O'Haradine. Yes, we had it confirmed by his dad. Still doing it for the single ladies. I won't. Oh yeah, sponsored by Tinder. I won't even repeat the second half of the message. So yeah. John O's dad keeping us informed. Henry Earl leading out motor 132. Joe Nunn, Lewis Collins Nimmo, Sam Townsend, Byron Turner, Jake Hart, and Thomas Kay in there. Thomas going through in 5. Lewis Collins Nimmo in 4. As we move on to moto 133. These are your 19 to 29-year-old ladies. Got Tilly McCrum in there. Annabelle Townsend. Had a nice chat to Annabelle last night in Nando's. Seems like the place to be for all BMXers on a BMX weekend. Tilly McCrum, Lucy Monday, Megan Gerard, Emily Green, and Izzy Hurry. As we move on to moto 134. Yetska Hemstock leading it out. Ice Bikes and Preston. That is Becca Goal in 2. Amy Willits in 3. The rider out of Peckham. That is Alaya Akalele. Being chased down by Nita Wong on a W6. Or W8. Sorry, she's got 2 of them as Anita. Spoiled for choice. Amazing performances in Brisbane by Anita. I am going to get her on the BMX Commentator podcast. We have already discussed that. To talk about functional nutrition. It is happening at some point. Megan Kirby, Fiona Barry, Ella Lamb, Hannah Drew, Jamie Elwood, and Suzanne Jenkins in moto 135. 136 is your 19 to 29s. Callum Strickland leading it out. Being chased down by Theodore Peterkin. In there in 2, Dan Kay in 3. If you haven't watched Dan Kay's YouTube channel, be sure to check it out. It is quite entertaining. So that's good. Who else have we got in there? Kenny Phillips, Seb Hamlin, Josh Barsby. Doing it for the Retro BMX Hype. Race 137 has Will Good in there. Some more BMX Hype action. Josh Wallace, Alex Taylor, Ben Fitzsimmons, Dexter Gambay, Finley Randall, and Kean Brown. Kean in that. Where is he? He's in there somewhere. 3rd. And race 138, Tyrese Bradshaw. I've never heard a car louder than Tyrese's, I don't think. Lamin Akalele, Che Young, Josh Cates, Sam Smith, Lewis Giles, Josh Sparrow all in there. Tyrese taking it to the line. Joshua Cates in 3, Che Young in 2. Race 139, Lewis.
Junior men on track, heading towards turn number 2. That is Kai Bowen leading this one through the 4-5-7 of Ben Larkins in there behind him. Finn Phillips in 3. Noah Everly in there in 4. In and out of that final corner to go. Bowen Stay Strong BMX. He's going to pick up this first motor win of the day in the Junior Open class.
Right, Superclass, Rack 1, O'Gorman, Russell, Cornish and Hill. Jared Hill's birthday coming up. 18 or 17, I can't even remember. Anyway, he's younger than me and you. That's all we need to know. So he's on track. Happy birthday, Jared. Enjoy yourself, mate, when it comes. As we look at Russell and Cornish going 1 and 2. O'Gorman in 3. Hill in there in 4. Ben Cornish just working his way around into the leads. If he ever changes that helmet, I don't think we'll ever spot him ever again as he crosses the line.
Second rack of Superclass men hit the track. Check out yesterday's winner, Jimmy Criddle from the outside, going to pick it up into turn number 1. George Hunt's right there with him though. Serves up a dish of bow in that first corner, so Hunt leads it out. Criddle, Markley 2 and 3. Vice in there in 4. Hunt goes airborne over the triple into that second corner. LCC BMX with a photography. That's your 1 and 2. Savage Racing in and out of that final turn. George Hunt going to pick up his first motor win of the day by the looks of things. Jimmy Criddle for that too.
We have a full gate of championship women. Elizabeth Bowen, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Freya the Slayer Chalice, Anya Mattern, Alonso Taya Gaynor, Megan Roy, Lorianne Carruthers and Ruby Moores. And it is the Junior Women World Champion for 2026. Freya the Slayer Chalice out in front. Doing it for the Mabo factory team, Continental team I think. Annalise Cadman Carpenter in 2, Elizabeth Bowen in 3. That's going to be Taya Gaynor, I think, in 4. Megan Roy also in the mix as well. Lorianne Carruthers, Ruby Moores, and Anion Mattern Alonso. Round 1 of motos done. We will move on to round 2 momentarily. Don't forget, if you've got time, head over to our Trader Village. Go and see everybody. Kebab House Race Team, Sorted, Pure Bicycles, Green Machine, Steel and Spice, DC Cycles, Crucial Racing. We've got the Donut Man over there as well, Food Delectable. They're all over there. Put some money into the BMX economy and keep it rolling. That would be amazing. Thank you very much. And if you see the nice lady from Chesterfield BMX, make sure you buy a sticker pack because all the money goes to Chesney BMX for their additional works to the track itself.
And of course, don't forget about our signing session that is being put on by Derby BMX Club later on today. Emmy Seaward, Lily Chisholm, Freya Chalice, Ellie Featherstone, Noah Everly, Callum Chard Maple, George Hunt and Tyrese Bradshaw are all of the pros and athletes that are going to be taking part in that signing session. That will happen during our 30-minute break later on. Posters and pens provided. There's like 250 posters per rider that's going to be there, so plenty to go around, everyone. So make sure you are over there, just adjacent to the start hill behind the tuck shop during our 30-minute break. And whilst you're there will be a signed Mabo cap to be given away. There's a few Ride Nutrition water bottles, Mabo t-shirts, Mabo socks, and a couple of ODI grips, and loads of stickers courtesy of the Mabo factory team. So make sure when that signing session is underway, you are over there to get all of your Mabo goodies and, of course, all of your signed posters. It is an incredible thing that Derby BMX are putting on for us this weekend, so make sure you are attending. Come later on today. We are back into the swing of things then. Second rack of motos on track. Check out Gosport National Race Team's Rory Smythe leading it in and out of that first corner. Fast Signature's got a couple of riders chasing him down. Swales and Dewis. That's your 2 and 3. The two teammates battling it out at the moment. The 19 plate picking up the 4. That is Thomas Barnard out of Norwich Flyers, but he's getting Tracked down by Sammy Stack, doing it for Hackney BMX. Jewis is on a blinder. He's made his move to go from 3 to 2. Swales dives back underneath in the final turn. Jewis returns it with a high-low. Wow, oh, wow. Great stuff from the Fast Signatures riders. Arlo Steinmetz going 1 and 2 with Peterborough's Ollie Todd on the 000 plate. Good to see Mr. Sigma Riz back on track after his crash in his first moto of the day. It looks like Arthur Mason's getting involved as well. He's in there in 3. Doing it for Team A. Steinmetz, Todd, Mason, 1, 2, 3. Robinson in there in 4. Who's going to get the 5? That was Mr. Sigma Riz, Rocco Westwood. Seth Ritchie on track. MK in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 479 of Edward Worrell, doing it for Team A. The 16 is Holly Bishop, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. And the girls, of course, she's inside the top 3 at the moment, bringing it into that final corner. Bristol Jets. Oh, check out Bishop banging bows in the final turn. That's got Jules Allen written all over it, that one has. Essence of Accelerate Bike School sprinkled on that one. That looks like Cardiff BMX Club leading out the following race. That was quite complicated for me on a Sunday morning. Oh, we've lost the brew. It was nearly empty though. It's all right. We're all right. Where is Jules? I've not seen him this weekend.
Oh, he's pitted opposite.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
is
sorted.
Is he in record? I've not seen him.
There's about 400 people who said to him, is it windy? Have you got your anemometer with you? He's getting a bit sick of it now, to be fair.
I reckon he's still... I've not seen him dotted around the track. That means he's not come out of the gazebo.
He stood in the corner of the car park with his anemometer measuring how windy
up in the air, checking.
Yeah.
Our UCI TD.
Yeah.
Jules.
Other letters of the alphabet are available.
He gets an MBE for his TD jobs.
Yeah, he does. And an economy seat coming home. On the plane.
Oh, dearie me. Right, racing. Racing's on track. That's Hunter van der Malien. Of course it is. In his Dutch jersey. I keep mentioning his Dutch jersey, so he keeps going and putting his Dutch jersey back on. He keeps trying to get rid of it. He wants to put it in the bin, but...
No, he's not allowed.
Although the Aussie jersey does look wicked that he was wearing yesterday morning, so either one, Hunter. You pick out whichever one you want to race in, mate. Ignore us as we waffle.
You can race in any jersey you want as long as it's orange.
Yeah. And it's got Essence of Dutch on there as well. Essence is that's gonna stick with me all day now.
Yeah.
Missed another moto. Right, I'm going to focus on some racing now. Bruntwood Park National Race Team, Savvy Fox Cooper leading this one out. Gosport National Race Team in there with him. That is Jacob Scrivener chasing him on down. Who's the rider doing it for Team Mind in there in 3? Ocean King. That is one of the Labras brothers, Charlie Labras, in there in 4. Doing it for the Bradford Bandits lad, rounding out them top 4 spots, but he's under pressure down the final straight. Another Team Mind rider getting busy. That is Louis Sheffy. Sheffy's going to round out them top 6 spots, just chasing down the South BMX rider Lewis Fancini. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. Ailey Watson leading out another moto in this category. Emily Grimm. That looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there. Maddie the Baddie Dixon having an absolute scorcher of a lap inside the top 3. She's being chased down by Lottie McFarlane. Last straight action. Has McFarlane got enough left in the tank? It's going to be the Baddie pushing Grimm to the line. That was a wicked finish from Maddie. Cracking stuff. Jake McKenna on track. Newton Hindley. Logan Young. Tom O'Brien. That's your 1, 2, 3. Max Surridge comes unstuck in that second corner. Gets caught up in the traffic. Ends up unclipping, but he's back on his bike. Going to finish his lap. McKenna down that final straight, going to pick up that race win. Hindley Young, 2 and 3. More 15, 16-year-old cruiser action coming your way. That is looking like a Hill Skills jersey, 680 on the plates. Lucas Smith, Peterborough Phantoms. Todd Smith Norman in there behind him, doing it for the Northeast and Allen's Factory Supercross. Benters will be somewhere watching on fruitfully from the sidelines. Oh no, he won't actually. He'll be in the pens waiting for his moto, actually. Yeah. He'll be watching on from the pens, I'm sure, or he'll have the live stream on his phone as he's waiting in the pens, watching what's going on. Alfie Sim, absolutely flying this year is Alfie.
I actually put the commentator's curse on Alfie yesterday.
Yeah.
By text message.
By text message?
By text message, yeah.
How did that one unfold?
Dad wasn't very happy.
Oh.
We had a Simcident.
You've been waiting to get that one in for a long time. No.
Simcident is a thing.
Oh, is it a thing?
It could be something quite simple. It turns into absolute chaos.
Okay.
And it's it's a Mike Sim thing.
Right, okay.
Jo knows what I'm talking about. She's laughing somewhere in a minute. Alfie's mum. Anyway, carry on.
I think it's you now anyway.
Is it me?
Yeah,
oh,
go
right,
for it.
okay.
That was 155.
Sorry,
that's 156.
155. We'll do 156. Isla Radcliffe, Jamie Hyam, Hannah Drew, Charlotte Jackson. Where's Charlotte? She's in there in 4. Carmel Allison, Trinity Cam, Hannah Hedges, and Izzy Hurry. You know the story about how Charlotte started racing? I used to sell products into a parents' farm shop in Chorley. So from having conversations with Charlotte's mum, it's like, why don't you take her down to the track? And here we are 10 years later. Madness, eh? Crazy where those conversations can take you. As we watch Anya Matta and Alonso in Moto 157, Jamie Elwood, Smiley Maloney, no Alexis McCartney. Get well soon, Alexis. I know we've said it already, but yeah, we want you to be fit and well. Yetska Hempstock, Lucia Thomas, and Josie McFall. She's in there. Still in Hope Technology Green. Next up, these are the cruiser guys. I've got a feeling this class might be interesting today, Lewis. What do you think? I think it's going to be very interesting. That's all we'll say.
Are we on? It's there's been some sort of chaos in this age group every round so far this year, so I've been told.
Yeah.
So it's come semi or final time. There's been some sort of chaos.
Oh, there's been plenty of chaos.
Somewhere. 1729 cruisers, we love it.
I'm expecting more before the end of the day. As we watch Moto 159 go past. 160, Watson, Labras, McHugh, Watson. Max Henderson, Goodfellow, Luca Manzi. Can't tell them apart. Oh, yeah. Well, there's just some discussions going on up here with the microphones on mute. So you don't want to know what that's all about. Hang on. There is Neats. And the number plate matches the jersey this time around, W6. Marsha Rook in there in 2, Nikki Sitch in 3, Lisa Tarling in 4. Claire Mardell and Suzanne Jenkins in there as well. Anita takes it across the line. As we look at Moto 162 on Ella McGarvey Miles, Becca Gull, Liam Eden, Nicola Wheeler, Karen Evans, and Coach Chizzy. Coach Chizzy in there in 4, Karen in 5, Ornella in 6, Nicola Wheeler in there in 3. That'll be Becca Gull out there in front with Liam Eden in 2. Race 163. Abby Hill, Joe Gray, Emily Eilert, Amanda Hempstock, and Ro Beckett. I did see Joe Gray sweeping the track yesterday between rounds, so the Derby Club not only racing but getting stuck in on the volunteer side as well. It doesn't go unnoticed, Joe. We did see that. So, fab job.
Whilst we're on the topic of Derby volunteers,
yeah,
I've never seen someone water a track with such precision as Andy Perkins. If you're watching with that spray gun, he's been on that first straight all weekend.
What's that?
He's that's oh.
He's doing the first straight, I believe.
Yeah, something along those lines. We love you, really, Andy.
Should we just we'll give him a new nickname, the Hose Master.
The Hose Master, yeah. That's going to stick, that is, Andy.
He's like the Mr. Miyagi with that hat on as well. You know what I mean?
He's definitely stopping the sunburn.
Just another bald dude trying not to get burnt. That's what it is.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, you and me both, Andy. Right, where are we up to?
39 cruisers.
Is it me or you?
I'll jump in, why not?
Why not? Go on, carry on.
That is Mr. Jack Hudson leading this one out. Nathan Abbott in there in 2. The 50s comedy duo out front. Halo Wheels Race Team and Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Smiley in there in 3, repping the Smiley's Flight Club colours, and Squash and Pop Racewear and apparel. As he shows us what that back wheel can do through that final
if you
straight.
need to know anything about school games, Smiley
is your man. And if you need to know anything about coaching at the school games, Coach Chizzy's your woman.
There we go.
She'll have a chuckle about that one, I'm sure. Matt Eaton on track. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. I think I've skipped a race. That looks like Ian Smythe in there for 2 with Jake Hemsford in 3. As we take a look at Mr. Pie and a Pie, double biking today. putting down some serious laps. Double biking at Derby. He is like Captain America now. He's got the name to match, got the efforts to match. He was shaking his head down that second straight.
I want to know what he's putting in his coffee if he's doing 2 bikes over the age of 40.
What you putting in your Weetabix?
Yeah.
He told me he's gone all professional now. He's got to Rab. Not if we've got anything to say about it. Right. Sorted race gear. Kieran McAvoy. Absolutely flying this year on his return to racing. National champion aboard that 24-inch bike in and out of that final corner. McAvoy, Stretton. Good to see Tom Stretton on track. Repping the Derby colours, picking up that 2 spot with the 6 plate of Rob Harris in 3. Matthew Trincard got busy in yesterday's final, making moves all over the place. He's out there in that 1 spot. The 7 plate of Big Nigel Smith in 2. Easy for you to say. That looked like it could have been the beast from the northeast, Jamie Rose, in there in 3, being chased down by Moto 1's Kev Merrin.
What, you're looking at me as if I'm going to say something?
I was waiting for something. Waiting for something.
I'll hold it.
I could hear the cogs turning, that's what it is. Anthony Labras, DJ Too Good, BMX racer by day, DJ by night, putting Tony under all sorts of pressure on the exit of turn number 2. Look at that. Showing his home track knowledge. High-low in turn number 2, so Too Good leads it out. Labras in there in that 2 spot. That looks like it could be MK's Neil Turblanche in there in 3. The 4 spot going to go to the 14 plate across the line. That is Ross Kennedy out of the Centurions. Here he is, the double bike king, Hilly out front. National number 1 from 2025. Pretty sure he's racked it up as well on the 24-inch before this weekend. Gaz Carver, what a palaver in there in 2. Oh dear. I've got to stop spending so much time with you, that's the problem. Maybo Factory Team UK, the last straight specialist. Brett Knight getting busy down that final straight. Picks up a 3 spot. Kev Bacon out there in front. Daz O'Brien. That looks like it could be SVT Mongoose. Steve Hassel in there in that 2 spot. He's being chased down though. RTR Resilient Team Racing. Oggy in there in 3. Good to see Oggy on track this weekend. Putting in a big old shift. Tracking Hassel right the way down to that wire as they go through in 2 and 3.
Right, moving on, 173, the sorted duo out in front. Darren Reedy, Pete Butler. 20, that is Paul Barnard in there in 3. Matt Phillips in 4. Jamie McFarlane in 5. Pete Stanley in 6. But it's Reedy taking it to the line. Reedy's lost none of his enthusiasm for BMX, none whatsoever. As we move on to 174, that looks like the James Bond of the Northeast, Chris Madron. Look at him. Absolutely shining example of manliness there, going around the turn. He's not even paid me to say that. Billy Stupple in there in 2. Stephen Notman in 3. And we got Graham Davis in there as well. No Cy Payton, unfortunately. Where's Kichi? Is Kichi in there? Where is he? Oh, he's there. Just having a nice Sunday stroll. Always good to see Kichi. Stu Campbell, Astar Racing, Paul Adams, Dave Lindsay. Dave Lindsay in there in 2, whose physio knee tape was pink and matched his t-shirt. That's how colour coordinated Dave Lindsay is. He's like a Scottish icon. Jonathan Charlesworth, Dave Wilcock and David Knowles. Race 176. Brent Featherstone in there in 3, chasing down Tim Drew. Bentley in there as well, rocking the Mirage kit. Part 80s BMX brand, part, I think they were an 80s pop synth duo as well. Or was that Visage? You'd know, wouldn't you? Was there a band called Mirage in the 80s? Mirage. Yeah, right, okay. Well, we're not asking you. Why we ask you? 20 years too early. And the rest. Oi, oi, oi! Have a minute. God. Under 30 and thinks he knows it all. Bloody hell. Right. Anyway, moving on. Little ladies, 6 and unders. Lenny Holiday, Aria Bartlett, Ava Tell, Kate Gibson, Larissa Thoreaus, Grace Snell, Sophie Thorpe, and Mia Dix. And Mia's got back on her bike after that tumble. Come on, Mia. Keep it going. She's going. Come on, Mia. All the way to the finish line. Sophie Thorpe taking it to the line. If you're a Derby BMX massive member, give me a Dix a big round of applause. Come on, she needs the encouragement. She had a roll round on the floor in Moto 1. She wasn't very happy about it. She's having a sit-down Sunday ride. Come on, Mia, keep going. All the way to the stripe. She's like, I've had enough. I want to go for a kebab. There we go. Crossing the line. Well done, Mia. As Mr. Milo Gehring goes across the line in the moto afterwards. Joe Garrett, Ellis Hitchens, Theo Lloyd Harrison and Milo Ryder Bays. And we've had one rolling round on the floor in that one as well. Oh, hang on. Ellis is getting his front wheel off the ground. Well done, Ellis. Quite rad, that one. Right, who had a roll round on the deck? Let's have a look. Is that Milo? I've got a feeling it might be, actually. Or is it... Oh, no. 191. Ellis Hitchens. Oh, never mind, Ellis. You got another moto to go yet, mate. Oh, hang on a minute. Taking it to the skies. Is that Mr. BMX Hype himself? That was Ellis Dowsing. Looks like Isit's been teaching him to jump. Ronnie Barnard, Theodore Perdue-Hurst, Edward Morley and Diego Quijada. He sounds like he should play for Real Madrid. He's got that very Spanish footballer vibe going on. So Ellis in there in 1. That'll be Edward Morley in there in 2. It's a very Bradford name, and is it Edward Morley? Yeah, as Greengrocers on corner. We know him. Yeah. So he's chasing down Ellis in there in 2. Diego's stolen a position. Got the other rider out of Braintree in there, Ronnie Barnard. He sounds like a gangster. Ronnie Barnard. Not like the Hitman. No, we do miss Eddie Cannons. I think he's off travelling, isn't he? I think he has. I think he's gone travelling. So anyway, moving on. Noah Kerr, Billy Sawyer, Lenny Goddard, Senna Rose McCann and Alice Laurie. Where's Alice? Is she? Oh, she's got that other kit on. That's why I didn't reckon. I was looking for the red. So, yeah, she's got a Sunday kit now. That confused me. But it is red, just not the red that I'm used to. So, anyway, there we go. Andover riders going through 3 and 4. More 7-year-old girls, Peony Ford, Erin Thoreau, Aubrey Chambers, Evie Steele and Maria Gibson. In there in that second spot. Where's Kitty? Here she is. Come on, Kitty, keep it going. Doing a fab job in her first ever national. And, yeah, taking it to the line. That is Miss Peony Ford. Miss Gibson in there in 2. And that rounding out the top 3 will be the 275 of Erin Thoreau. Race number 182. Owen Wheater in there in that second spot, the 509. He's Luke Barron, Alan's at BMX.com. Isaac Buck, Cooper Shearing, Milo Fox Bond, Callum Archer Pike, and Sydney Schrader. But it looks like the Allen's rider taking it to the line. That'll be Luke. Owen in 2, and the 267 in there in 3. That was Isaac Buck out of Bristol. Race 183. Ruben McAllister. Oh! Ruben slides it out round the turn. He's all right. Come on, Ruben. Pick yourself up, buddy. Alfie Baglin. Charlie Phillips. Freddie Mitchell-Moore. Reunited with his water bottle. Brunty in there in that 4th spot. That's going to be Alfie Baglin. Oh, Ruben. He needs to find a nice kebab shop somewhere and just, refuel for the next one. As we watch Jackson May go through in 2nd position in Moto 184. Finley Jones in there as well. We've got Parker Gray doing it for Clinfy. BMX. Alejandro Crudo Estevez as well. So good stuff. Well done, guys. Moto 185, Lewis.
7-year-old boys on track, race 185, heading towards that first corner. Check out Amari Bamford Burr out of lane number 8. He's already occupying lane 1 though before he's even got to that first corner. Burr leads it through for Pekka BMX, giving it the Heinz Beans on the exit of that first turn. Who's in there with him? Patrick Dempsey out of Ice Bikes, picking up a top 3 spot at the moment. That's looking like Reggie Rice in there in 2. TNT picking up a 4 spot at the moment. That is Leo Hawker being tracked down into that second corner. That is a 6-1-2 of Oran Flaherty in and out of that second turn then. Looking good from Maury Bamford Burr. Pekka BMX's finest, going to pick up the race win. Reggie Rice in there for the 2, and the 3 is going to be Patrick Dempsey. 8-year-old ladies on track, Elsie McAvoy. I think Elsie's just hit the deck on the second straight. Don't worry, Elsie. Awesome Finishers will sort that paint job right out. For all of your custom BMX frame needs, make sure you get over to Awesome Finishers. As Elsie picks herself up off the floor, she's all right. She'll be back for more later on, I'm sure. Put your hands together for her. Sophia Reese, Erin Dunny, 1 and 2. The 574 in there in 3. That was Ada Porter out of Burnham. Where is Adam? He came up earlier on to tell us that he's the actual king of Derby. He was also trying to farm off his high vis that says that he is the boss. Rich was having none of it though. He said, no, thank you very much. 8-year-olds then on track. Henry Dodd out of lane number 1. What a blinding gate that was. Heading for that first corner. Who's on the outside? Benji Ross Foster doing it for the Merseyside BMX Club crew. His club mates in there as well. Looks like Otis Simmers on the inside. Dodd leads it through though out of that first corner. Where's the 2 Merseyside boys? They're going through in 3 and 4, but they're making moves right round the outside. Looks like that could have been the 100 plate of Soren Rock Hatfield. What a name that is, and what a jersey for the S&M Jump Club and Source team as he picks up that 4th spot heading towards that final turn. Merseyside looking good in 2 and 3. Benji Ross Foster from Otis Simmers, but no one can catch Henry Dodd in race 187 as he picks it up across the stripe. 8-2-1 on the plate. More Merseyside riders in and out of that second corner. Ruben Lamb and Joseph Murphy both in this one. Going through in 1 and 5 at the moment. That looks like Roberts Catkins in there in that 3. Chasing down the fluent bicycle motocross rider Isaac Tomlinson in 2. But it's all about Ruben Lamb down the final straight. Going to pick up the race win in race 188. That looks like it could be Sandy Saunds on track. Oh, pile up on the second straight. 2 riders hit the deck. Sandy Saunds leads it out. Eddie Brown in there in the 2. Just mind how you go down that second straight, gents. Just move over to the side. And that is actually a very good point. The way Andy Whitworth flew across that track then, that had essence of Usain Bolt, that did. That's going to stick, that is. It really is. You're right now, Andy. Do you need a 5-minute break? You okay? He's all right. He'll have a brew in his hand in a minute. Recovering. Charlie Bromelo, though. Charlie Bomber Bromelo picking up that race win. SVT Mongoose, Harry Taylor in there as well. I think the fallen rider might have been Benjamin Sawyer. Just going to make sure Benjamin's all right before we move on to race 191. 8-year-old boys, Thorne, Allett, Yates, Smith, Black, French and Slater all headed for turn number 1. Check out Shelby Yates, ladies and gents, going airborne through that first straight. He's going to pick up the whole shot in this moto. Who's here with him? Crank BMX coaching, picking up that 2 spot. Harrison Slater out of Preston Pirates. The 3 looks like that could be Alexander French. On the 1-3-3, doing it for Pekka BMX. Where's Potato? He's in there in 4. That's Nico Jocelyn Black. Rounding out them top 4 spots as Yates comes under a bit of pressure as the Crank BMX rider Slater looks to apply pressure as they bring it into the final turn. Yates though looking good after jumping the double down the first straight. He's going to pick up this moto win. Slater, French 2 and 3, Potato in there for 4. 9-year-old ladies on track. Maggie Devine, the European number 7. Abigail Henning, BM Racing in there in 2. Bella Henry in there in 3, doing it for the Hackney crew. Kylie Dixon, Freya Critchley and Evie Farrington Bell all in this race as well. That is Freya Critchley in there in 4. But Maggie Devine, no one could catch her in that one. Maybe Factory Team UK picking up another moto win to add to their collection today. BRE Racing, Fast Signatures, that's your 1 and 2 in race 193. Izzy Moore, all a Jewess. All are a former British champion. She's in there in that 2 spot, keeping the 104 of Izzy Moore honest. In and out of that final corner. Flick Brentnall in there as well, doing it for the Allen's Factory crew. That looks like a rider out of the Titans. Madeline Malloy rounding out them top 4 spots as she's under pressure from Robin Wyatt at the line. Didn't quite get close enough. Wyatt will have to settle for 5. Look at this for a scrap. Tilly Hewitt, Mabel Pine, that's your 1 and 2. Race at number 194. Tilly Hewitt just about fending off the attacks from Mabel Pine out of that final corner. The E8 and the 01. Bucket load of accolades between the pair of them. As the 172 picks up that 3 spot, that was the familiar jersey of TNT's Lottie Arnold. Archie Walsgrove on track. Repping the S&P kit. That looks like it could be Cardiff. Oliver Pritchard just getting a bit squirrely in that final turn. Oscar rather fast, so looking to apply pressure through that final straight. Pritchard's going to hang on to the 2. Rather fast in 3. RPF in there in 4. Oh, looks like we are on to race 196, the 334. That's going to be Charlie Crossley. He's changed his kit today. That's a completely different race kit. That's why I didn't recognise him. He's out front though. Who's in there with him? Jack Hale in that 2 spot. Cameron Joseph in there. Rounding out them top 3 spots as they bring it through that final straight. Exeter Eagles picking up a top 4 spot. That was Toby Brook. Race at 197.
Right, race 197, Teddy Gorman out in front, doing it for Pure Bicycles. We've got Pro Starts Rapid, Roman Birdfield chasing him into that final turn. Jude Shearer still putting in some decent rides. Out of Cumbernauld, Alan Wong, Finley Lloyd Harrison, Edward Baldwin and Theo Harries. That was Moto 197, 198, Charlie Keys. Seb Cox, Oliver Appleton, Henry Bragg, Alfred McGarvey, Miles Albie Blight and Mr. Connor Grant. Connor's in there in 2. Chasing down Oliver Appleton. The other Brunty rider, Sebastian Cox, going through inside the top 3, the 984. Charlie Keys out of Ratoath BMX over there in the Irish Republic. Always give the Irish crew a shout out. Seeing as my rider does wear an Irish jersey at international level. Race 199, Stimson, Taylor, Olivier, Quijada, Payne, Underhill and Waddell. And my mate Arlo Payne, Mr. Drum and Bass himself out there in front, coming under a bit of pressure though as they get to the line. Is he going to hold it on? He did just. Oh, hello, Mr. Ogden. Right, so, yeah, that was interesting. That was a nice conversation. Right, back on it, Mr. Logan Aceto. Had a nice chat with Logan this morning and his dad, as per usual. Alfie Fishwick, Ruari Kempsford, Theo Spalding, Joseph Claydon, Max Peets. Max's brother Ben will be watching the live stream yet again, and I know he likes having his name mentioned. So good morning to you, Ben. Tommy Weatherly and Daniel Ball as well. Race 202, Poppy Weatherly, Amelia Brain, Grace Ledgerwood Barr, B. Smith, Autumore, Ella Grant and Emika Gibson. We have another birthday shout out in the 11-year-old boys, reminds me, because I do need to get that done. As we move on to race number 203, as Gibson crosses the line from Grant Moore. Actually 1, 2, 3 in that one. More younger ladies, that's Panonica Castro Latch out there in front. Lauren Snell in 2, the 7 and the 10 is Alice Barron and Tessa Johnson. Layla Dixon in there in 5. Got Madison Stubble and Mabel Kiff as well. Moto 204 heading out of turn number 1. Dominic Zapanos, Thomas Stanakaitis, Sonny Youngs, Felix Zakina, Noah Northcott, Hunter Chambers, Lawson Hitchings and Bodie Holiday. The 12, that is Noah Northcott doing it for Reactive Racing. Zakina in there in 2, Hitchings in 3, Holiday in 4. Going through that final turn. The Nottingham rider trying to get involved, I think. That'll be Hunter Chambers doing it for Team Bunnies. Race 205, Alexander Gilbert. Seb Perry looking very bright this morning, Seb even. Gilbert in there in 2, Challenger in 3, Eli Northcott in 4. Clincross James Diver in there and Zachariah Mauer. That was race number 205, 206. Is Jensen Jessup, Joseph O'Brien, Christian Garbachick, Joel Pritchard for the Hawks, Mollendorf out of Derby, Choi, Colwell and Khan Garan. Khan's in there in 3, chasing down his teammate Joel Pritchard. Colwell out there in front at the moment, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Jensen Jessup doing it for TNT. Looks like a bit of a changing of the guard at the front. Colwell taking it to the line, Pritchard in 2, Garan in 3. 208 is Yamamoto, the E7 of Antec Perebny. Charlie Blakeburn in there in 2, the 01 of Ethan, the Grey White in 3. Oliver Ford in there, Seth Robinson, Leo Britt, Finn Yerbry, Arthur Mason in that 3rd spot. 209 is on track. Harley Laker, Jack Barter, Bodie Cleverly, Elias DeMont, Nathan Franklin, Elliot Mullins and Ned Wills. Oh, hang on, am I one in front? I am, because that's Henry Sullivan. Sorry, gents, turning over my pages too soon. I do apologise. Right. This is moto number 209. 363, that is Elias Demant. Barter in there in that 3rd spot. Franklin going through in about, 6th. Elliot Mullins out of Bournemouth on the 49. Bodie Cleverly Smith on that 645. Doing it for Cardiff BMX Club. Race 210. Freddie Roberts, Callum Wood, Alfie Thorne. The man in black, the mill tray man. Look at him. Alex Vitals. Just missing a box of chocolates under his arm. You don't get that reference, do you, Lewis? You absolutely don't get that reference. TV advert from the 80s. There's about 75% of the people around this track going, Rich, shut up about the 80s and just get on with it. Sorry. Every time I get an opportunity to throw in a reference, I do. Right, girls on track now. 11-year-old girls. Una Svensson, Arabella Denton, Alexandria Wanwell, Molly Tomlinson, Freya Knight, Robin Wyatt, and Gabriella Malloy. It looks like Fluent's Molly Tomlinson taking it to the stripe. Una in there in 3 as we watch Holly Bishop getting stuck in there, battling away with Peckham's River Henderson in the 2nd turn. Here comes the Manchester rider. That's going to be Florence Kay, looking for a top 4, battling with Rosie Geddes to the line. Roxy Rowlands going through in 5. Race 213, Roman James rides. Alexi Carlos in there in 4. Seb Staines, Dougie Johnson, Ethan Kowalski, Oscar Radebate and Seth Kacharik out in front, taking it to the line, as you'd expect on his home track. Right, the birthday mention in 214 is Mr. Rex Ford. He has a birthday coming up very soon. So happy birthday, Rex. Enjoy that one, mate. Jesse Rose, Arthur Donaldson, Albie Dodd, Harris Williams, Jacob Russell, George Spencer and Joseph Jewis, who's out in front. Fast signatures. Taking it to the line, the birthday boy looking for that 2 spot. He's had to settle for the 3. 215, Lewis.
11-year-old boys on track. Yesterday's winner, Aidan Baptiste. Chargers out of turn number 2. Jack Haynes in there in about 3. That looks like it could be Oliver Hawker in a 4. Battling it up with the 16. Arbor Aston John Lee out of Astor Racing. The 2 spot then going to be Tom Giles. Chasing it. Baptiste down to the line, but Baptiste going to pick up his second motor win of the day. Gosport National Race Team back on track. Then Rory Smythe absolutely charging this year. Mac Finley, another rider that's shown us some incredible pace so far this season. He's in there in that 2 spot. But that's not Mac Finley, it's William Arnold. So William Arnold in there in that 2 spot. He's flying as well. So BRE cracking on this season. Who's in there in that 3 spot? Got to be Blake Melia. Being pushed all the way down to the line by Eric Kincaid. Doing it for the Irish contingent. Both of them riders going through in 3 and 4. Reactive Racing on track. That is Jack Belton. Good to see Jack out there. Putting down a solid shift after his crash in yesterday's final. Going to 1 and 2 with Fluence. Jack Kitching aboard that template with Chester Crowcock in at 3. That looked like George Kellerman 4 out of TNT. Right then, Charlie Dowson, your British champion from last year, leads this one through with Ollie Bird in tow. That is Betty Wills, European champion, doing it for the girls and Pro Star BMX inside the top 3. Being chased out of that final turn, that looks like Charlie Sheriff, Derby BMX Club, repping the new purple Derby jersey as he brings it across the line as race 219 gets underway down that second straight. These are your 12-year-old ladies. That is Amelia Rowe chasing down the 4 plate of Freya Harries. No, sorry, Grace Hudak. Decoy, Izzy Underhill inside the top 3. That looks like Bonnie Dudley in there in 4, doing it for the Evolve Collective crew. Darcy Payne in there in 5. Ophelia Shepherd in there in 6. And that is India Bennett in a 7. Freya Montfort, the 8 plate in there in that 2 spot, chasing it down. Ellie Bean with Rachel Pritchard in 3. Jamie Puddock, Spin to Win Race Team in there in that 4 spots. April Wood on track in there in 5. Huge crash yesterday for April, so it's good to see her out there competing again as she brings it down that final straight inside the top 5 spots. Trixie Trays, another European finalist to add to our collection over here in the UK. So far today, she's out there at the front of the pack at the moment. Aria Rose Lee in that 3 spot, doing it for Astar Racing. CGR, Holly Richardson, went a bit high in that final corner, but managed to hang on to the 2 spot as Erin Toogood pushes her bike through for a top 4 finish. E1 then, check him out. Finn Monroe, absolutely flying this season. Allen's Factory Supercross. Watching on from the sidelines, he's out there in front. Going to 1 and 2 with the 15 plate of Isaac Moore, did it for X3 Eagles. 1 on the front of his bike then. Jacob Anderson, absolute bicycle motocross, leads it into turn number 2, a former world finalist. The 54 plate in there with him. Erin Suter out of the Centurions. Pekka BMX Club. That is Noah Grant rounding out the top 3. Bruntwood Park National Race Teams, Finley Hewitt in 4. Power Racing out there then. PNP. Seb Hewitt in there in 2. Lucas Tewald in 3. Heading into that final turn. Preston Newmarsh Powell looking good out of Birmingham BMX Club down that final straight. Aboard that 5 plate as race 225. 12-year-old boys, Teddy Jones leading this one out. Who's in there with him? GY95 jersey, gotta be Hugo Dayton. Under a bit of pressure though from BRE Racing's Mac Finley, putting down an absolute solid lap at the moment. Looking for a way around Dayton into the final turn. Here comes Braintree in there in 4. Looks like that could be Latha Saylor heading towards the stripe. Who's going to get the 2 spot? Finley pushing all the way to the line, not quite close enough. Edward Cordery in that 2 spot, chasing down the 14 plate. Arthur Claydon leading this one out then. Halo Wheels Race Team picking it up as they come on round. Peckham BMX in there in 3. Benjamin Gray on that 33 plate. Smiley's Fly Club's Isaac Jones rounds out the top 4 spots, but Claydon out of PCR and Exeter, he's going to be a race winner in 226. E6 on track. Connor Hemphill sorted race gear. Got a chase bike set up this weekend. So if you want to go and speak to them about anything chase bikes related, they are the guys to speak to as they bring it down the final straight. Hemphill out front. Stay strong in there in 2 with Mr. Rex Beasley. Check out Joey McAvoy. 13 plate, absolutely flying yesterday was Joey. More of the same today. Ronnie, the Landshark Wood, right there behind him, glued to his back wheel as they go into that final turn. Who's picking up that 3? Looks like that could be Dragon Rider Xander Cartledge. But Joey picking up another race win. Samaya Hughes. Astar Racing in there in that one spot. Oh, it got busy in turn number 2. The E8 looking for a move. That was Poppy May Kirby. She's back there in 3 or 4 now. She got stuck in some traffic in that second corner. It was Grace Gerard fending off the attack. Then she's in there in 2. Hughes, Gerard, Rustin Racing's Lily May Gould in there in 3. As the 13-year-old ladies get involved in that second corner. Freya Harris this time round. Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. Iris Hyder crashed in yesterday's final, I believe it was. She's out there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing Harry's right the way down to the wire as race 2-3-1 gets underway through that second straight. Sorted race gear. ELP, European number 3, Elizabeth Lola Poole. Looking fast as, who's there with her? Got to be Elsie Blight on the 8 plate, doing it for Absolute. Mara McCarran. Pretty sure she might have put it on a podium in yesterday's final for Radco Racing. She was absolutely flying. Here on her home track in Derby, the 21 plate in there in 4 is going to be Amelia Martin out of the Irish contingent. National champion then, James Bibby, ODI whole shot winner of yesterday's final. Leads this one in and out of that final corner. James Bibby almost unstoppable this season. Once again, he's going to pick up that race win. Reactive Racing in there in 2 with Lucas Belton.
Right, Moto 233, Leo Rowlands, Mabel Factory Team out there in front, being chased down by the 9 of Ronnie Payne. Moto 1 have got Adrian Galitis in there as well, Theo Davis, Zach Parsons, Sam Knight and Luca Milne, but it's Rowlands and Payne going 1 and 2 to the line. Moto 234, Archie Bell, Jack Laughlin, Kieran Brownson, Archie Malkin, Louis Cheffy, Jacob Jameson and Emil Challenger. And it is Emil leading it into turn 2. Archie in there in that second spot, Reactive Racing. Going through in 3, Jack Laughlin. Louis Cheffy in there in 4, Jacob Jameson. Pushing hard, trying to keep that 5 spot as they go down the final straight. Race 235, Crocker White, Divine, Curtis, Harding, Mullen, Buttery and Jones. Ethan out on track. I know Noah's still recovering from his broken wrist. Suffers at Cardiff, so Noah, if you are watching from the sidelines, get well soon, mate. If you're watching on the live stream, get well soon as well. So, wanted to give him a shout out. Marcus Mullen in there in 2. Ethan just crossing the line there. As we move on to 236, Joe Rook. We've got Finley Murphy, Luis Fancini, Oisin King, Jacob Aston and Harry Swales in there. Swales going through in 3, just trying to pick up the rider in 2. It is the 30 of Finley Murphy out of Sunny Nunny. 237, Scott Toogood Hughes in Isaac the Sender Smith. Not a message off Sam yet, very unusual. She's probably doing yoga somewhere. Harrison Dove doing it for Reactive. But it is Maybo in 1, Rab Racing in 2, Reactive in 3, and Smiley's Flight Club Cody Hughes in 4. Race 238 onto the Grand Vets, Little Knight, Stuart Charlesworth, Martin Oggy Ogden. Seen that bike somewhere before, Martin, I just can't recall where. I'm sure we'll remember soon. Jonathan Charlesworth doing it for Dirt BMX. Stu Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in that 3rd spot. Oh, right, got ya. It does make sense now, absolutely. Right. Have I missed one? I think I missed the Warlock completely. Well, disappointing. Stephen Fortune, Neil Waddington. Yeah, that was 239 the moto. 240. Alan Hill, Fitzroy Bryce, Craig Nelly Nelson, David Knowles. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Paddy Graham in there in 5. Daniel Curry George, I think, getting involved as well. Gosport NRT as we move on to race 241. Now, let's have a look as they come down towards us. Got Zoltan Bude in there. Scott Beaumont now. Chris Evans on a mongoose. We've seen that bike somewhere before, Lewis.
It does look familiar.
It does look familiar.
It's going quite quick, so it can't be Chris's.
It's got that kind of like Bradford vibe going on.
It has got that Bradford vibe, yeah.
I think you've mugged Martin Ogden. He has. He's just not taking us on now, is he?
No, he's blanking us out now. I don't know what that's all about. I'm offended. Offended, Chris.
After all that, I forgot where I'm up to. That'll be John Lillingston out there in front on the 4X. 242 is your moto. Jamie Scrivener in there. That is Dylan Dixon going through. Mark Moore. Now, Mark Moore, runs Source BMX. Super hardcore street dude. He did race in the 90s, and then I saw him rolling around this morning on a tall seat post. I'm like, Mark Moore, you have changed.
It's how the times have changed.
How the times have changed, yeah. He was so street at one time, was Mark. I didn't know his brother Rich had moved to the Philippines. Apparently he has. So, Philippines, Derby. Philippines, Hastings. I can see the attraction. As we move on to Billy Luckhurst. Billy Irwin. Yeah, where's Mr. Issett? He's there in that second spot. Look at him. Fastest school teacher in wherever he lives. Sean Issett.
Race number 245, the 14-year-old ladies on track. A 1 and 2 going to 1 and 2. It's about the fourth time I've said that in this age group this weekend. Ruby Warren, Esme Ward looking good at the moment. Holly Diver rounding out them podium spots in and out of that final turn. Preston's Eleanor Martin rounding out of them top 4 spots. Eva Zuzarek in there in that one spot, doing it on the 17 plate for Jump Club S&M Source. The 14 is Lily Yerbury in 2. SAS Race Team's Allegra True inside the top 3, but she's under pressure. Molly Fumi Carroll is looking for a way through. Oh, Boza banging in the final corner. Anushka Jones ends up in a bit of traffic and is now back at about 5 or 6. Carroll's going to hang on to the 4 as Clara Salmon steals the 5 on the line. Freddie Parkinson, good to see him out front once again. Who's there with him? Harry Donald doing it for BMX Hype. They've gotten rid of the website as BMX Hype. Apparently, according to Sean, no one uses websites anymore. It is true. It is true. I just Google everything. Roland Els out there in front then. More 14-year-old boys action heading in towards turn number 2. Riley Butt, Josh Jepson 2 and 3. The 27 plate is Gilmore Green. Being chased down by Oliver Arnold in there in 5, doing it for Smiley's Fly Club. Oh, it's getting busy for the 6. Look at the gents going at it. That was the rider out of Braintree. I think that was Peterborough, Harvey Wise, and it was Harry Holmes out of Braintree. As we take a look at yesterday's second spot on the podium, that is Max McNulty, Mark Torzidlo in there in 2, Charlie Wilcox in 3, Hunter van der Malion in there in 4. Looks like a retro racing rider in 5, that is going to be Stanley Farmer. But Max McNulty picking up another race win, race 250. More 14-year-old boys going at it. Charlie, Bob Craig, Adam Arnold's in there at about 4 at the moment. Who's the riders on the outside of him, bringing it towards turn number 2. It looks like it is a Centurions rider. Fergus Suter around the outside, making that one stick. Reactive Racing's Ralph Sowerby in there in 3. Check out Max Vass around the outside, goes from 5 to 4. Adam Arnold shuffled back to 5 then, but it's Charlie Craig Crank, BMX coaching, picking up that race win. Race 251 out of turn number 1. Looks like that could be Harley Steele doing it for Ipswich and 01 Racing. Being chased down by Logan Young. I think that is on the 35. No, sorry, Jamie Tablanche out of MK Evolution. Henry Potts getting busy in there in 3. Derby BMX Club in 4. That's going to be Cam Brooks. Good to see Cam on track. Tracking through that final straight, but it is going to be Steele out front with the race win. James Miller, national champion, looking good at the moment. The 29 plate is going to be Sully Collis. The 522, Marcel Radzikowski. Ruben Bishop in there in 4. Lawrence Bojang in 5. Brunty Massive in there in 6. That's going to be Harvey Walsh with Gospel in there in 7. Jacob Scrivener. Emily Eaton on track then. European at number 8. Pro Star BMX. The 2 plate is Rin Giannolino in there in 2. BRE have got a rider in there in 3. That's got to be Ellie Moore on the 8 plate. In and out of that final corner to go. Sidoni Cleave in there in 4. That's going to be Nora Siret in 5. Evie Malkin in there in 6. And Phoebe Blackwell out of Telford Flyers in 7. Next up, more 15-year-old ladies. Katie Millar leading this one out. Who's in there with her? Got to be the 17 plate of Ella Blue Chidley. SVT Mongoose. Looks like Jalala Patel inside the top 3, putting the pressure on. In and out of that final corner they go. Team Air inside there in 5. That looks like Emily Grimm doing the chasing through the final straight. Millar, Chidley. That's how they're going to take it over the stripe. As Newton Hindley goes 1 and 2 with Elvis Lawrence. Stay strong BMX in there in that 2 spot. Max Lawrence in there in 3. Looking up the inside, not quite close enough. Throws a bow anyway. Didn't quite make his stick. Drag race down this final straight. It's gonna be Hindley. Lawrence 1, 2, 3. Ned Guppy on track, European number 5, looking good at the moment. Who's in there behind him? Looks like Zach Childs on that 25 plate. The 22 is Harry Bailey in there in 3. That's Dexter Beerup in 4. Looking to apply some pressure on the squash and pop rider into that final turn. High-low time, can he make his stick? I don't think he can. Looking for a drag race down the final straight. No one's going to catch Ned Guppy though, as he picks up another race win. Evan Bartley on track, looking good. Check him out, rapid into turn number 2. The 54 plate in there with him. Looks like that could have been a 0-1 rider. Tom O'Brien in there in 3. Sam Wood in 4. The 0-1 rider in there in 2. That was Blake Allison. Kobe Rayford, W5, stay strong, going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate of Toby Lynch. Brody Geddes in there in 3. The front 3 gents have checked out from this race. Looking good out of that final corner. Rayford, Lynch, Geddes, 1, 2, 3. Nate Hamilton, Henry Shenton. Henry's having an absolute blinder of a weekend. Keeping Nate Hamilton honest into turn number 2, the 46. In there in 3, that is Alfie Underhill. In and out of that final corner, Hamilton, Shenton 1 and 2. Race 260, who's the lead in this one out? Check him out, Heath the Beef Osborne. Out front looking good, Nathaniel Eames right there with him in the 2 spot, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Roddy Richards in 3, doing it for Fast Signatures. Who's picking up the 4? That's the 61 plate of Oren Hanna out of Bournemouth BMX, along with the rider out of the Titans in this one. That is Daniel Borrachini in about 5, but it's all about the Beef and Eames down to the wire. That's how they're going to take it across as race 261 gets underway. Just 3 ladies in this one. No Summer Glynn. Sorry, no, I've got that wrong. It's no Eliza French. So it is Lottie Brown, Ruby Walford and Summer Glynn in this one. Lottie Brown leading it out. Summer Glynn in there in 2, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. And that looks like Evolve Collective's Ruby Walford in there in 3. As we take a look at Grace Burge, leading out race 262 from another BMX Widow rider. As Suzanne takes some photos on this second turn. Shout out to all of our photographers. Taking all of your Instagram-worthy snaps this weekend. Make sure you check out Roots and Rain once the weekend's over. And make sure you give them credit. They love nothing more than a bit of credit on social media. A pound note means nothing to these lot, so long as they get a shout-out on the gram.
Right, David Opere Meha from the Irish Collective. Don't forget, Belfast City BMX, new track going up at Bangor in Northern Ireland. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a track. Can't wait to get out there, see what it's all about as we watch Freddie Franklin leading out moto number 264. Bradley James right there with him, and Eli Price out of Peckham inside the top 3. Also Ollie Kirby chasing him down in and out of that turn as 265 goes around the first corner. Freddie Entwistle, sorry. Leading out moto 265. Jake Asher, Remy Colquhoun in there as well. Thomas McGovern It is Finlay Cranage in there in 2, McGovern in 3. And the 62 going through in 4 is Max Attry out of Cycler Park. Race 266, Widdowson, Maitland, Furley, Turblanche, Dunkley, Boone and Stan Mason. Stan's already had his birthday shout out for the weekend, but we'll give him another one seeing as he's turning 16. Happy birthday, Stan. Eden Boone doing it for Savage Racing. I should call it Savage, but I prefer it Savage. Brinley, I'm sure he's keeping an eye on proceeding somewhere with his W5. Fantastic job. 6 World Championship finals in a row. That's incredible. Absolutely mint. Race 267. Is that essence of World Championship domination, Lewis? Is that what that is? Seeley, Jamiri, James and McCrum, you 1, 2, 3, 4 in Moto 267. 268, the 17 and 18-year-old ladies. Isla Radcliffe, Daisy Lavin, Bethany Coates, Sophie Kynaston, Lucy Groundwater, and leading it out, Miss Esme Brooke. Esme out front, doing it for the Maybole Massive down there on the first straight. So, yeah, Maybole going well. As we move on to Moto 269. That is Sabina Ashwin in there in 1, Rosie O'Brien in 2, Smiley Maloney in 3, Annabelle Charlton rounding out the 4, Charlotte Stanley in 5, and Carmel Allison in 6, race 270. Sophie Elwood putting down the laps. Amelia Everly, Amelia the real deal Everly, on her home track of Derby in 2. That will be Imogen Cockrell going through in 3 with Eleanor Curtis in 4. No Alexis McCartney, unfortunately, as race 271. Finlay Collis in that second spot. Absolute bicycle motocross. They are all chasing down the man out in front. Crossing that line with a big old jump to the line. He was the 551 of Jake Hart from just down the road, Nottingham BMX Club. John O'Haradine was in there as well. As we look at the 859 of Henry Eyre. Eli Smith in there in about 4th. Nathan Barata, Samson Townsend, Oliver Muhart, Zach Twitchin. Where's Zach? He's in there in 5. Being tracked down by Malachi Price. Race 273, most 17 and 18-year-olds. The 054 of Amos Guppy. That's Goulding in there in 3. Bradley Goulding for Peterborough. Lewis Cook out of Cumbernauld in that second spot. Jack de Jong in there. AJ Pritchard Roberts, Callum Fleming and Joe Nunn. Race 274. Thomas K. Thomas Doran. Alex Mackey. Malachi O'Reilly, who's had a warning apparently. I don't know what that's for. Max Burgess, Jack Clark, Lewis Collins. It's on the sheet there, look, W. It's for warning. Been told off. It's been a very naughty boy. Lewis Collins, Nimmo, and Kai Blaine. Well, that's it. He's probably been up to commentary unofficially. Not told us. Been clocked by the fun police. Oh dear. Jamie Elwood, Amy Willets, Nella Garvey Miles. Izzy Hurry, Megan Kirby, and Megan Gerard. Do you want to carry on from 276? Go on then.
Race number 276 on track. Lucy Monday doing it for TNT, the 3X right there behind her. That's going to be Jetska Hemstock. Ice Bikes UK Pro starting there in 3. That is Hannah Drew. In and out of that final corner. Looks like we've got a BMX Widow photography rider. That is, of course, Tilly McCrum. As TM watches on from turn number 2. It looks like Emily Green leading out the next moto, doing it for Green Machine. She's got the 01 right there with her. Although I do believe Annabelle picked up a W plate over in Brisbane. I want to say W7. Correct me if I'm wrong. So 2 on the bounce now, that is. Green, Townsend, that's your 1 and 2 as they take it across the line. Becca Goll in there for 3. As the 19, 29-year-old men get underway. That looks like Theodore Peterkin, Josh Cates. Loves the last turn into that final corner. Looked underneath Theodore, wasn't close enough though. Josh Wallace, Dan K, that's going to be your 3 and 4. As race number 279 goes in and out of that first corner. Yesterday's 1 and 2, going to 1 and 2. Tyrese Bradshaw, Cal Strickland. They'll be having a right laugh as they go around turn 2. SAS race team in there in 3. Seb Hamling. Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 4. Josh Barsby and Sean Isse's jersey in there in 5. Josh, you know, if you put on your other BMX Hype jersey, then you won't have so much weight going on down that final straight. You'll be much better off. Sean will love that one. More 19, 29-year-old men. 3X on the bike. Che Young. Lamin Akareli in there in that 2 spot. Dexter Gambe. Alex Taylor. Will Good. Another BMX Hype lad. Going well in that final turn. Good to see him back racing this year. He's up to about 3 at the moment. Looking to push all the way down to the wire. Gonna have to settle for 4 as Gambe picks up that 3. Junior Open are on track, heading down towards turn number 1. Kai Bowen, Stay Strong BMX, gonna pick up the whole shot. Who's in there with him? Looks like Noah Everly, working his way right around the outside. So it is Bowen, Everly heading towards turn number 2. Heath Thomas on the outside into the second corner. That's gonna be the 33 of Finn Phillips in there in 4. Ben Larkins in 5, Sean Brown in 6. But Bowen out front slams the door shut in that final turn. Heavily pushing right the way to the stripe. Bowen's going to hang on to it. Superclass men all go heading down the hill and through the first straight. That's Ben Weiss on the inside, heading in for the first corner. Looks like we've got no Gabe Simpson in this one after his crash yesterday. We wish you all the best, Gabe. So it's Casey Markley leading this one through for Savage, racing into that second corner. Ben Weiss in there in 2, Danny Gorman in there in 3. Danny O'Gorman, out of Manchester. Out of the Irish contingent, that's looking like how they're going to bring it out of the final turn. Markley, Weiss, O'Gorman, 1, 2, and 3. Penultimate moto of the second set is a go then, heading down the hill and towards that first corner. Looks like we've had a bit of the old switcheroo, so it is Championship Women heading in and out of that first corner. Freya, the Slayer Chalice, your Junior Women World Champion. And Mabo World Team leads this one out. Fast as you like. Annalise Cadman Carpenter in there in 2. The 2 Moto 1 ladies in there in 3 and 4. That's going to be Megan Roy and Tia Gaynor. Went 2 and 3 in yesterday's final. Maggie Bound, Pure Bikes in there in 5. Lorianne Carruthers in 6. Ruby Moores in 7. And Anya Martin Alonso in 8. Just a brief pause before we get the last moto underway. For the second set, got a mechanical. Whilst I remember, don't forget BMX Race Hub. If you've got anyone back at home that isn't able to make it to racing during these weekends, make sure you send them over to YouTube, BMX Race Hub. Straight in the search bar, should be the first one that comes up. They are looking for some sponsorship for the 2027 season. So make sure you dig deep into your pockets. We love our live stream. It makes UK BMX what it is today, and we would be lost without it. So make sure that you go and speak to John Twitchen if you know anyone that might be wanting to donate kindly to the cause. Moto number 284 then on track. Superclass men's second rack. Heading down the hill and through the first straight. Jimmy Criddle, yesterday's winner, looking to make it stick into that first turn this time round. Yes, he does. So Criddle, BMX winner photography, George Hunt, LCC race team, right there with him, glued to his right-hand shoulder as they're bringing it to turn number 2. It's getting tight. Ben Cornish in there in 3. Looking good down that third straight there. Jared Hill in 4. I'm pretty sure he's about to turn 18 if he hasn't done yet. And it's Bradley Russell in 5, but Criddle down there in that 1 spot. Cornish keeps Hunt honest to the line. Second rack of motos done and dusted.
Right, now it's 12-year-old Cruiser Open Jones, Johnson, Bennett, Bishop, Jewis, Darley, Swales, and Mr. Arlo Steinmetz. Rocking the free rider apparel. Sean down there in Wales does a grand job. Arlo's out there in front. Oh, Joseph Jewis nearly rolled the tyre off the rim going around turn number 2. He's all right, I think. He might have just banged his leg. Arlo taking it to the line. Mr. Swales in there in 2. I don't know if me and Matt are colour coordinated today. I do need to find out. Xavier Darley doing it for North East BMX as well as we move on to race 286. Walsh, Youngs, Jones, Smythe, Dixon, Bean, Parks and Worrell. Worrell out front. Mr. Edward Worrell took a tumble yesterday, but he's up and all right today. That'll be the NRT guys. That's Rory Smythe in there in 2. And the fluent rider coming across the line is Josh Bean. Race 287, Mr. Sigma Riz, Rocco Westwood. Is Sigma Riz still a thing? Do the kids still do that? What is that still in youth speak? All right, okay. We don't know. We need a youth speak update. Is he not? Oh, he had a roll round on the floor. Never mind, Rocco. Are we all right? Yeah. How's your lady friend? Is she okay? Yeah. All right, yeah.
Sharing a few beers
yeah,
with
you didn't
his
know
dad.
I knew about that, did you? Hey? Nothing escapes me.
He's having a rest because he's sharing a few beers with his dad.
Is he?
Yeah.
What does he drink these days? Are we a Carling man, Rocco? Is that what it is? Or do you prefer a Guinness? We don't know. We'll find out later. Anyway, back to the action. I've just totally chucked him under the bus. That's terrible, isn't it? Arthur Mason, Josiah Burge, Benjamin Tanzer, Ronnie Wallwork in this one. Where's King Ron? He's in there in 4. Bradley Grimm, Jackson Chapman Davis, who's had shoe issues this morning, costing his parents a fortune. Ollie Todd and Seth Ritchie as well. Race 289, Harry Swales, Leighton Harding, Benedict Marco, Louis Cheffy, Jet Thompson, Oscar Abbott, Lewis Hughes, and Sheena King. DC Cycles, look at this, 1 and 2 teammates battling to the line. That'll be an interesting conversation in the team tent. Next up is Adam Arnold leading out race 290. Alfie Ford in there as well. Harrison Barker, Jacob Aston, keep it going Jacob, doing well mate. Kieran Brownson, Finley Murphy and Lucas Laurie. Right, next up, 13, 14-year-old cruisers, 291, Ishimoto, Fancini, Markley, Heaver, Duff, Cotton, Lebras, and Hunter van der Maljen. Is that what it is? That is, yeah. In his orange jersey. Look at him, he's practically Dutch. You can see the Stroopwafel running through his veins.
Channeling his inner Neat Kimmen.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Cotton, sorted race gear, in there in that third spot, riding 2 bikes, Charlie. I don't know how he does it. I genuinely could not ride 2 bikes on this track.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, well, I could. I'd ride half the lap on one and then half a lap on the other. That's how it would work.
I'll do one straight on one and then one straight on the other, and that's me.
Yeah.
Half a lap at maximum.
Yeah, half a lap. Right, as we look at Dylan Spence, leading out moto number 292. Joshua Lewis, Max Livingston, Xavi Fox Cooper in there as well. Jacob Scrivener, Huey Hall, Yusuf Al-Mat Fordham, all in the mix as we look at 13, 16-year-old girls cruiser. Watson, Cunnison, Young, Dixon, Stevenson, McSwitty, McFarlane, and Emily Grimm. It is Ailey Watson out there in front, Team in there in that third spot. Emily Grimm, Maddie Dixon, I think, in there in 2. For Fluent, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, she had a roll round on the floor yesterday, but she's back on it today. Asked her if she was all right. She gave us a big beaming smile and said, yes, absolutely. That's what we like. So 15, 16 cruisers. Cooper Westwoods in this one. Cooper McCrum, all the Coopers. Jake McKenna in there in that second position. Daniel Borrachini, good to see Daniel on track. He's in there in 4. And we had Evan Jones, Ben Adams, and Theo Cam in there. Right, where's Freddie Walwork? He's in there in 3, chasing down Newton Hindley. Almost scrapping with him in the corner. That'll be Ronnie Richards out there in front. Ronnie's becoming a bit of a cruiser specialist. He's always out there or thereabouts on his cruiser. Newton going through. Jacob Warren as well. And Mr. McSwitty in there in 5. As we move on to more 15, 16 cruisers. Tom O'Brien in 4, that's going to be Jack Walford from the Evolve Collective out in front. DC Cycles Hadley Harding going through in 2. Sam Wood in 3. Who's that in there in 5? That's going to be the 33, the Oren Hanna. So as we move on to race number 297, Lewis.
15, 16-year-old cruisers. Alfie Sim in there inside the top 3. That looks like Adam Stevenson in 2, but your race leader, Lucas Seeley, double biking this weekend. Looking good for Rab Racing. Down that final straight, Seeley, Stevenson, Sim 1, 2, and 3. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. Aussie jersey leading the way. Gotta be Anya Mata and Alonso, hasn't it? Of course it is on that 9 plate. 3, sorry. It looked like a 9 from here. So Anya leading this one through. Izzy Hurry in there in 2, doing it for Mabo Factory Team UK. Absolutely flying this season is Hurry. Loads of off-season and training, wasn't it, Paula? Loads of off-season training. She's going to pick up that 2 spot. That looked like Hannah Drew and Josie McFall in at 3 and 4. Yetska Hemstock, Charlotte Jackson 1 and 2 in race number 299. That looks like Amy Willits in there in 3. Hannah Hedges in 4. Bristol Jet's got a rider in there in 5. That's got to be Jamie Elwood on the 9 plate. But Yetska going to pick up another race win for Ice Bikes UK across the line. 1729 men's cruiser. Luca Manzi, Connor Blythe. It's Manzi from Blythe at the moment. That looks like Pete Watson in there in 3. Zach Green in there in 4. Picked up a final yesterday, did Zach. Absolutely flying. Picked up his cruiser this weekend. Decided to give it a crack. He was telling me he's done absolutely no training for this one whatsoever. Yeah, but his brother used to say the same, but secretly he'd been down here loads. Yeah. John O'Haradine, Matt McHugh, that's your 1 and 2. Joe Warbridge on the 20 plate in there in 3. Max Henderson in 4. Lloyd Freeman in there as well, picking up a 5. As Jono doing it for all the single ladies out there, sponsored by Tinder. He's going to pick up that top spot across the line. Looked like he was having a right good old laugh over the stripe then. Not sure if that was at us or at someone else. Probably at us. Josh Cates, Stanley Palmer, Retro Racing in there in 3. Looking like that could be Jack Mowat. Rounding out them top 3 spots, Tempo BMX in there in 4. That's going to be James Morrison out of Barnsbury. 30 plus women's crew then on track. Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven. There will be a 30-minute break after motos, ladies and gents. So a 30-minute break post motos before we go quarterfinal racing later on this afternoon. So please bear in mind there is a 30-minute break after motos. Go get yourself dosed up on ice cream and obviously all the food electable goodies. And we'll see you back for quarterfinals after motos have done. But it is Magic Manda picking up the race win, doing it for Ice Bikes, Emily Eilert, Nikki Sitch 2 and 3. Becca Goal on track. Race number 304. Where's Coach Chizzy? She's in there in 4. Chasing down her teammate Marsha Brook. Team Bunnies ladies going well in 3 and 4 at the moment. Rebecca in there in 2. Joe Gray, in there in 5. Doing it for Derby BMX. Chasing Coach Chizzy down that final straight. Marsha Brook with a late charge, nicking that 2 spot on the line. Coach Chizzy and Marsha have been putting in some hours on the old coaching block by the looks of things. Nita Wong on track, your world number 6. I believe, I might be wrong in saying this, but I believe Nita Wong was the only rider that we got to bring back 2 W plates, if I've got that right. I think I might be right in saying that, so congratulations to Anita Wong, Liam Eden, Nicola Wheeler, 2 and 3 in that race as well. 30 to 39-year-old cruisers, Jack Hudson in there in that 2 spot, but John Livingston leading this one out. The 2 Smiley's Flight Club gents in there in 3 and 4. Smiley in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down his teammate, Mitchell Smith, in there in 3, but it's all about Moto 1 out front. John Livingston going to pick up another moto win to add to his collection on both bikes so far this weekend. Race 307. Where's Romney Wildbrow Parker? Almost as fast as his car, in there in about 5 at the moment. Chris Hearn in there in 3, chasing down the CGR rider. That's got to be Ash Richardson. Just shuffled back to that 3 spot as Chris Hearn goes around the outside into 2. Nathan Abbott, though, out front looking up for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Chris Evans on the deck. His bike's just done more mileage than Chris this weekend. Went flying off the side. Hope you're all right, Chris. Tom Stretton out on track. James Moores in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Andrew Lockwood in there in 3. A Preston Pirates rider in there as well. Andy Kennedy. He's going to pick up that 4. Looks like a Bournemouth rider in there in 5. That is Carl Fancini. Here he is, the King of Derby. He's back. Large and in charge.
Yeah, we do have another birthday shout out actually, Mr. Des McCrum.
It's not your birthday, is it, Des?
It's sometime soon. Claire told us. So yeah, Des McCrum, birthday next Friday. We said we'd shout it out. So can blame Claire for that one.
Once again, another shout out for our autograph signing session later on today. I'll get the thumbs up from the gaffer. Straight after motos. So if you would like a signed poster by any one of these professional BMX racers, Emmy Seawood, Lily Chisworth, Freya Chalice, Ellie Featherstone, Noah Everly, Callum Chard, Maple, George Hunt and Tyrese Bradshaw. Them guys will be over behind the tuck shop, adjacent to the Star Hill after motos, to sign the provided posters with the provided pens. And there is also a Mamo giveaway as well whilst we're over there. Put your hands together for Mr. Pint of Pint, though. Chris Evans up to his feet walking off.
We're going to change his nickname to Mr. Pint of Pint and a couple of ibuprofen.
Yeah. We hope Chris is all right. We love Chris.
We do. We like Chris.
Yeah.
He takes all the banter we give him with absolute humour.
And he laughs about it mid-race as well. The gaffer's gone now. We're all right. We're okay. He's walked off. And whilst we've got you poised and ready for some BMX racing, let's mention our famous BMX traders. Can we have a bit of info though, Rich, on the Chase bike stand that's going off at Salted before I get involved in the traders?
Yeah, Chase, obviously they're trying to improve their presence for 2027 onwards. Anybody who quite fancies being a Chase Bicycles rider, you've got to be right up there, top 3 at least in your age group. If you want to be a part of that, then you need to have a chat with Andy at Sorted. He'll accept resumes, shall we say, as the Americans call it. So, if you think you've got what it takes to be a Chase rider, go and speak to Andy at Sorted. All the new bikes are out on display, or some of the new bikes anyway.
I've seen some of them. They look wicked as well, by the way. They do look really, really good. Yeah,
they're right up there.
Yeah, definitely. So alongside Sorted, we've got Steel and Spice, Green Machine, Kebab House Race Team are over there as well. No Dave from B73 this weekend, unfortunately, but congratulations to Dave on becoming a Gramps.
Yeah, Gramps 20 on the website for a 20% discount.
Right, okay. We love a B73 discount as well. Who else we've got over there? We've got Pure Bikes, Crucial. Feel like I've forgotten one of them. Food Electable, of course.
Yeah.
I'll let you get back into racing.
Yeah, that's fine. Just we were talking about Chase. We've got Barry Noble's long-lost brother out on track. Larry Nobles. Coming down the final straight, Kieran McAvoy. Same facial hair, similar head wear, the whole 9 yards. Larry Nobles taking the win. Right, let's have a look where we're up to. Dylan Dixon leading out Moto 310. Nick Lewis, Matthew Eaton, Craig Platt, Chris Coltman and Jake Hemsford. This is Moto number 310, your 40 to 44 cruisers. As we move on to Moto 311, DJ Too Good, Ben Martin, Neil Turblanche. Are you on the chocolate digestives? Look at him. No, I'm all right. I'm going to go get my lunch in a bit. I've never seen Lewis eat a chocolate digestive, ever. Yeah. He's entered another realm, hasn't he? It's like his life's changed. King of biscuits. So if you want to get in Lewis's good books, just bring him a packet of chocolate digestives. All good. Here's a question. Chocolate digestives or milk chocolate hobnobs? No. It's all about the digestives. Right. Okie dokie. Yeah. Absolutely. Anyway. Right. Okay. You're a southerner then, are you? Hey. Too posh for me. Well, we've heard that. Oh, they're not stopped gabbing. Honestly, Injun Bracket. Gary Carver and Stu Little on the way past here in the second turn. Gary Carver, what palaver. Stu Little as well. Having a right old chinwag. Like a bunch of old women, honestly. Race 314 was quite funny, actually. I think they were having a row. They're like an old married couple. Oh, good. That's all right, then. Pete Stanley, Tim Porter, Darren O'Brien, who's not tried to sell me a mobile phone for a while, so that's quite good. Reedy in there in 2, Brett Knight in 3, and Tim Porter out of Bradford in there in 4. Hilly and Hassel, 1 and 2. You might want to drop that in the cooler because it'll melt otherwise. Matt Phillips, Stephen Hassel, Jamie McFarlane, Lee Matthews in there as well, doing it for the Switch. We love the Switch. We want to go to the Switch again for a national. Can somebody arrange that? Trip down the A14 for a national sometime soon. If somebody from the Switch wants to tell me if it's possible, that would be amazing. Stephen Notman, Billy Stupple, going 1 and 2. Madders in 3. Paul Adams in there as well. And Jonathan Charlesworth doing it for Dirt BMX. And Doncaster. Race 317, Tim Drew, Dave Knowles, Brent Featherstone, Stu Campbell, Keith Brown, and Mr. Stephen Keach. One of my longest standing friends in BMX is Keachy. He looks factory even now, over the age of 55. There's nobody more factory than Steve Keach. As we move on to race number 318. No side painting, unfortunately, but here comes Benters. 1980s, giving it the old Mirage factory look. Dave Lindsay and Mick Hood in there as well. The 012 is Graham Davies for the Hawks with his Windstopper number plate, and David Wilcock in there as well. Moving on to the 6 and unders. Sophie Thorpe, Larissa Thoros, Aria Bartlett, Grace Snell, Mia Dix, Ava Towell, and Kaya Gibson. These are our pedaling princesses, and it is Sophie Thorpe out there in front, being pursued by Ava Towell. Right, where's Mia this time? Oh, she's having a stand-up on the pedal. Oh! Max's move of the day right there, Mia Dix. What a swoop in the corner. 6 and under, ladies. Matt Barnard, we need a few more Maxi spits if you've got them, because Mia's just earned them. If Matt Barnard's around, come and see us. We definitely need some Maxi goodies for that. We're going to have to find something for her. She lined it up, spotted where she wanted to be in the corner, and absolutely sent it. Brilliant. We weren't planning on having a Maxi move of the day, but we're having one now. God, that's walking us right up, hasn't it? Joe Garrett, Ellis Hitchens, Edward Morley, Theo Lloyd Harrison, Ellis Dowsing. 320, Motor 321. I'm going for some lunch.
6 and unders on track, then the 198 leads this one through Milo Gehring. Decoy BMX Club, who's in there with him? Gotta be the Irish rider, Diego Quijada. Into that final corner, he goes inside that 2 spot. Looks like Braintree's Ronnie Barnard in there as well. Milo Ryder Bays, also out of the Braintree contingent, going through in 3 and 4, being tracked down the final straight by Theodore Purdue-Hurst on his home track here at Derby. 7-year-old ladies on track. Peony Ford, your British champion, being chased out by Amaria Gibson. Doing it for Ice Bikes UK. Alice Laurie in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that could be Erin Thoros. In and out of that final turn and down the final straight. Ford, Braintree's finest, gonna pick up that moto win. Second rack of the 7-year-old ladies, race 323. Katie Wallworks in this one, yesterday's birthday girl. She's in there in 4 at the moment. Chase it down. The Team Bunnies rider, that is Aubrey Chambers on the 905. But your race leader out of Retro Racing, Noah Kerr, in and out of that final turn. In control of this one. She's going to pick up the race win. Who's in there for that 2 spot? Looks like that could be the 705, that was Evie Steele out of Ipswich. He's back on track. Return of the Mark Ruben McAllister leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Looks like we've got Parker Gray picking up a top 2 spot as they go in and out of that final corner. The 3, that's got to be Jackson May out of Sinead's Reed Academy. Here comes the pressure from the Preston Pirate, Owen Wheater. He's going to round out the top 4 spots as Gray keeps Ruben McAllister honest over the line. Looks like we've got your British champion on track. Jack Byrne, Fluent Bicycle Mode across the 509 in there in the 2 spot. Got to be Luke Barron out of Allen's Factory Supercross. Amari Bamford Burrs in there in 3. The Bronte crew are involved as well. Alfie Baglin on the 707. The Outlaws picking up a top 5 spot. In and out of that final turn, that's Stanley Lockwood. With Merseyside BMX Club's Finley Jones in there as well. But it's all about Byrne down that final straight, going 1 and 2 with Luke Barron over the line. Race 326. Schrader, Mitchellmore, Robinson, Shearing, Edwards, Bond, and Giles. It's the 953, Freddie Mitchellmore. The 166 there in 3 Milo. Fox Bond is chasing down the rider out of the Chesney crew, Aubrey Robinson. Dragon Riders in there as well with Cooper Shearing. In and out of that final turn, Shearing's being tracked down by Sydney Schrader. Doing it for the Braintree Massive. Here comes Schrader. Putting the pressure on at the last. Schrader. Oh! Elbow to elbow. Shearing hits the deck. Schrader nicks it on the line. Check out the next moto coming at them into the final turn. Alejandro Crudo Estevez. Mind how you go, gents. It's Estevez down that last straight. Reggie Rice in there in 2. Ice Bike's going to pick up the 3. As we take a look at the 8-year-old ladies in and out of the second corner. Sophia Reese, Erin Dunny 1 and 2. TNT's Ada Warner in there in 3 on the 366 plate. That looks like it could be Ada Porter out of Burnham BMX Club. There's rumours about a national day next year. So let's hope we are able to make the visit after a good long sabbatical from that track. It'd be good to be back there. But it is Reese picking up that race win as the 8-year-old boys enter and exit turn number 1. Race 329. Sandys Horns leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Merseyside BMX Club picking it up is Benji Ross Foster. That's got to be the 675 in there as well. Nico Jocelyn Black. It is Potato hanging on to a top 3 spot, but it's being chased down by Otis Simmers. So Merseyside going through into 4 and 6 in this one, in and out of that final corner. Sandys Horns, Potatoes getting busy. He's gone from 3 to 2. Benji Ross Foster's not done yet. Oh, it was tight on the line, but Potato hangs on. Ruben Lamb, the other Merseyside rider in this age group, leads this one out. Where's the bomber? Charlie Bromelo in there in that 2 spot, chasing down into that final turn. The 3 spot got to be the rider out of Peckham BMX. Alexander French going to round out them top 3 spots with Will Beckett in there in 4. Race number 331. Harry Merrin in this one, doing it for Moto 1 and Moorcock Race Team. Harrison Slater, Taylor, Jamira, Catkins, Sawyer and Allett. It is Catkins in there in 2, but your race leader Harrison Slater, Crank BMX coaching, looking good at the moment. It looks like we've got Harry Taylor in there in 3. Lewin Jamira ducking and diving, works his way into a top 4 spot for Rab Racing. It looks like the rider out of Blackpool in there is Benjamin Sawyer inside the top 6. Jamira looking to put the pressure on down the final straight. Catkins has been shuffled back a spot. Taylor's picked up the 2 in behind Slater, your race winner. Isaac Tomlinson on track. Shelby Yates is in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? That's got to be Eddie Brown out of Gosport National Race Team, Derby BMX. In 4, that's Ruben Dix. Just seen his little sister throwing a banging move in this second corner. And he's looking good to pick up a top 4 finish of his own. But Tomlinson and Yates going 1 and 2. Race 3. Dexter Stretton in this one on his home track. Derby BMX Club, but it's Henry Dodd. Mid-length leading this one out. Who's in there with him? He's Jasper Grant Smith, the honest Chorkos. Charlie Thorne, Ronnie Hill and Jacob Taylor. Where is Taylor out of the Brunty crew? Speed chased out by Stretton. It's the 665 in there in 2. Ronnie Hill out of Bristol Jazz. Oh, it got busy in the turn. Charlie Thorne looked up the inside of the rider out of Birmingham. That was Jasper Grant Smith. Smith managed to hang on to the 3. That shuffled Hill back a couple of spots, so he's back there at about 5 now. Chasing down the honest Chorkos out of MCR. 9-year-old ladies now out on track. Maggie Devine leads this one out, just about manages to close the door on Orla Jewis in there in 2. The 104 is Izzy Moore. She's rounding out them top 3 spots. Bella Henry's in there in 4. TNT have got a rider in 5. That's going to be Lottie Arnold. In and out of that final turn, European number 7. Maggie Devine going to pick up the race win. Jewis Moore 2 and 3. Race 3, 5. Flick Brentnall in this one. She's in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down Abigail Henning, doing it for BM Racing, but this battle out front, ongoing from the previous moto, and they're scrapping it out once again. Tilly Hewitt, Mabel Pine 1 and 2. European number 8, British champion out front. Here comes Pine, looks underneath in the final turn. Wasn't quite close enough, so it is going to be Hewitt with the advantage into the final straight. Pro Star BMX going to pick up the race win over PCR. BM Racing in there for 3. Madeline Malloy on track at the front of the pack. She's had a couple of things go wrong in her previous 2 motos, but she's showing us what she can do at the moment. Leading it out from Verity K, who's going 2 and 3 with Bradford, Bandit, Sky, Southern Wells. Into that final turn they go and back out again. The Titans going to pick up this race win with Madeline Malloy at the front of the pack. Logan Aceto on track, race number 337. Where is the 767? Oliver Pritchard, Cardiff BMX Club, leading this one out. Rapid Romans in there as well inside the top 3. Doing it for ProStar BMX, but the battle out front, they are scrapping it out. Pritchard, Aceto, that's going to be your 1 and 2 as they take it across the line. Battle on for the 4th spot. Looks like Cameron Joseph is just going to nick it. DMB on track, it is Arlo Payne leading this one through. Who's here with him? Cooper Crowley, Vincent Olivier in there inside the top 3. The 4th spot got to be the rider out of Birmingham. That's Jack Hale on the 530 bike. Into the final turn and back out again. It's Mr. DMB picking up the race win down the final straight. Doing it for Presto Pirates. Sorted race gear on track. That's got to be all Oscar rather fast. He's being put under pressure though by the Centurion. That is Jude Shearer into turn number 2 and back out they go. Augustus Bartolini out of Hayes Hawks leads the race out. The 349 in there as well. Toby Brook doing it for Exeter Eagles. Bath BMX in there in 5. Oliver Appleton in and out of that final corner and down the last straight. Bartolini rather fast in that order. Teddy Gorman, Pure Bikes looking good at the minute. That looks like Connor Grant in there in about 3. Chasing down Ruari Kempsford in 2. Ollie Underhill in there in 4. Retro Racing in 5. That's got to be Finley Kerr on the 284 plate. But Gorman, Pure Bicycles taking it to him through the final straight. Gorman, Kempsford, Grant. That's the order as they take it over the line. As we take a look at JD33 on the back of the jersey of the 453 plate. Joey Clayton in that new Kenny race gear, looking good. Look at that for a race lead, ladies and gents. The 700 is Albie Blight in there in that 2 spot. Looks like we've got Hunter Glackin in there as well, rounding out the top 3 spots. Where is Vlad Leopard R2, the Viking, rounds out them top 4 spots as you bring it down to the wire. Glackin under pressure from the Viking. The Viking's not quite going to get close enough. He'll have to set up for 4. RPF on track. It is Rudy Pleasance 4, looking good at the moment. Who's in there with him? Out of CGR, Alfie Fishwick doing it on the 260 plate. 0-1 Racing have got a rider inside the top 3. Jonah Taylor out of that final corner. It's RPF down the final straight. He's going to pick up that race win. S&P race gear on track. Archie Walsgrove, Telford Flyers looking good at the moment. 1 rider goes airborne into turn number 2. Got to be Charlie Crossley on that 334 plate. The 844 in there as well. Finley Waddle, Adam Merton Saints. He rounds out them top 4 spots. As the rider out of Merseyside, Max Pete gets involved in the top 2 action. So it is Walsgrove, Pete down the final straight. Tiverton going to pick up that top 3 finish with Crossley. On to the ladies then, the 10-year-old girls into that second corner. Panonica Castro Lack in there in that 2 spot. Retro Racing's Tessa Johnson in there in 3. Oh, Boza flying down that 3rd straight. Looks like Fluid Bicycle Motocross just getting the edge. That is Lauren Snell aboard that 3 bike. Alton Moore out front. Castro Lack in 2. Tessa Johnson 3. Snell in there in 4. And it was Alice Barron in 5. Ella Grant going 1 and 2 with one of the Gibson gang. That's got to be Amika Gibson doing it for Ice Bikes, chasing down the Absolute Rider as they bring it in towards that final turn. Layla Dixon in there in 4, doing it for the Hot Shot crew. Looks like we could have Amelia Brain out of Climphy BMX inside the top 3 on that 690 plate. Grando, your race winner. Gibson keeping her honest to the stripe. Conquering is on track in race 346. He's being chased down by the 23 plate of Oliver Ford, doing it for the Hawks. It looks like Leo Brits out of MK Evolution is in there in 4, but your race leader on the 10 plate got to be Callum Wood, Green Machine Tribe, in and out of that final corner and down the last straight. Wood fast as you like. He's going to pick up another race win. Guran under pressure at the stripe, going to lose out as the 23 of Oliver Ford nicks it on the wire. Yeah, check it out. European number 7. Evolve Collective, Antec Perebni. 783, Jack Colwell, Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there in that 2 spots. That's going to be a 1 and 2, but no one can ask any questions of Antec in that one. Absolutely laid down the law. Ethan the Great White is on track, going 1 and 2 with Joel Pritchard. Oscar Marco's in there in 3. Dominic Zapanos in there in 4. Here comes Lucas Towaldi in 5. Has he got enough left for Zapanos into the final turn? Looking good at the moment for your British champion. Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. He's going to pick up the race win. Marco keeping Pritchard honest to the line. Alex Vitols is on track, in and out of that second corner. Big Hen Sullivan, European champion and national champion. He's retained that 1 plate for this season. He'll take that 2 spots. Seb Perry in 3. Alfie Thorne leading out the next race, going 1 and 2 with a 15 plate out of the Evolve, the Flower Bicycle Motocross crew. That is Alexander Gilbert. Hunter Chambers out of Team Bunnies in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like it's Hackney's James Todd on the 682 plate, bringing it through that final straight. That's going to be your top 4. The rider in 5 looks like the 363 of Elias Demont. 6 on the front of his bike. LCC's Oakley Hill going 1 and 2 with the Reactive Racing. Arthur Mason's in there in 3. That's going to be Noah Northcott in there in that 2 spot. The 323 in there as well. That's Connor Oliver Mollendorf doing it for Derby BMX. Mason, they're rounding out them top 3 spots. Race 352. Charlie Blakeburn leads this one out. We've lost 1 rider on the first straight. That might have been Erin Choi. Jensen Mee getting busy in the turn. That's Erin Choi, in there in that 2 spot, working his way around the outside of Jensen Mee. Here comes Edwin Calburn doing it for the Outlaws. Massive, working his way into a 2 spot, but Choi serves a move back up in that final turn. Choi, Calburn, Mee. That's your 2, 3, 4. Thomas Stanikaitis was the fallen rider. Put your hands together for Thomas as he makes his way off track, ladies and gents. Race number 353 hits the track. You are looking at the 11-year-old girls heading for turn number 1. Check out that for a start from Molly Tomlinson. Shuts the door through that first straight. Bishop's not done yet though. Looks underneath. Essence of Accelerate Bike School coming on through in that first turn. So it is Bishop leading it out. Tomlinson in there in 2. Who's picking up the 3 and 4? It looks like Pekka BMX in that 4 spot. That's going to be River Henderson. The 11 in there in 3. That is Arabella Denton. But the move in the second corner. Henderson trying to make it stick. Denton back out of though. Gonna hang on to that top 3 spot. Doing it for Brixton BMX. Bishop, Tomlinson, Denton, Henderson. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Race 354, where is Robin Wyatt? She's in there in 5 at the moment, chasing down Roxy Rowlands in 4. MCR have got a rider in 3, that's the 14 plate of Florence K. The 8 in there in 2, that is Rosie Geddes out of Astor Racing. For your race leader, Una Svensson, in and out of that final corner. MCR going 1 and 3 in this one through the final straight. Svensson, Geddes, K, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to take it across the stripe. Rowlands rounding out them top 4 spots. Betty Wills on track, your European champion, going through in that 2 spot in behind. Seth Kacharik out of Radco Racing. Jack Haynes in there in 3, doing it for LCC. That's Reactive Racing in there as well. Looks like that could be George Spencer rounding out them top 4 spots in behind Haynes, doing it for LCC. Ollie Bird on track, Allen's Factory. The 14 in there with him. Got to be Roman James Wright on his home track here at Derby. Jesse Rose getting busy on the exit of turn number 2, trying to find a way around Roman James Wright as they bring it through that third straight, but Wright hanging on to that 2 spot. Who's the BRE rider in there as well? Looks like William Arnold trying to put a shift in through the final straight. Can't quite get close enough. Rose in 3, Wright in 2. Green Machine on track. Arthur Donaldson, Thomas Giles, Jack Belton, that's your 1, 2, 3. MCR in there in 4 with Dougie Johnson out of Manchester. Derby BMX Club's Charlie Sheriff on track. The 24 and the 28 battling it out into turn number 2. That's going to be Jacob Russell and George Kellum. Kellum with the upper hand on the exit of turn number 2. Russell in there in 3. Smallest Flight Club's Jacob Dent in there in 4. Oh, looks like we've got one of the Irish contingent in there as well. That is Timmy McLaughlin. Rounding out them top 5 spots with Charlie Sheriff, your race winner. Race 359. Astar Racing's Aston John Lee at the front of the pack in this one. Team Ayres, Oakley Lewis Field in there in that 2 spots. Fast signatures on the 14 plate in there in that 3 is going to be Joseph Dewis. Race number 360, Jack Kitching in this one in that 2 spot. Oh, it's getting busy. Rex Ford, Seb Staines. Oh, there's banging bows. Alexi Carlis received a portion of bow from Rex Ford. Seb Staines takes advantage and works his way to a top 4 spot. In and out of that final corner, Hayden Baptiste, no one could catch him. Yesterday's winner picks it up. Kitching, Ford, Staines, that's going to be your 2, 3, 4. Dowsing in 5, Carlos in 6. What a stacked moto that was. 12-year-old girls, Trixie Trey's European number 8 leads this one through. Who's in there with him? Gotta be Izzy Underhill out of Decoy BMX, Milne, Hudak. Too Good, Wood, Surtees and Shepherd all in there as well. It's Hudak in that 2. Underhill in 3, Too Good in there for 4. Freya Montfort, Amelia Rowe go 1 and 2 in motor number 362. Rachel Pritchard, RE Rose League 3 and 4. CGR in there in 5. That's got to be Holly Richardson. In and out of that final corner, it's all about sorted race gear at the moment. Freya Montfort, she's going to be a race winner. Amelia Rowe in that 2 spots. Bonnie Dudley, Ellie Beats in this 12-year-old girls category. Darcy Payne in there in 3. Jamie Puddocks in 4. But Bonnie Dudley above collective, looking good through that final straight beat, putting the pressure on right the way down to the wire. Moto 364, Joey McAvoy, Arthur Clayton, Hugo Dayton in there as well, making moves on Teddy Jones in that final turn. Jones just shuffled back to 5 as Ollie Warner gets involved, works his way into a top 4 spot, putting the pressure on the GY95 rider Hugo Dayton in 3.
Right, let's have a look at this Preston Newmarsh Pow out there in front of the moment, being tracked by the 33. That belongs to Benjamin Gray. Laith Salah of Braintree in there in that 3rd spot. Look at him working his way around. Stealing the 2, blows the foot off the pedal. Is he going to hold it to the line? Yes, he does. Brunwood getting in there as well with Will Lougheed. Race 366, Connor Hemphill, Ollie Todd, Freddie Ray Orland in this one. Orland in there in 2, Noah Grant, Edward Worrell. Edward in there in 5. Oscar Hall from Manchester going through in 6. Hemphill came within 10 feet of winning yesterday. He's going to have to go 10 feet further today if he wants to get it done. And the man who stole the victory away from him is in the next moto. That is Finn Munro, Allen's Factory Supercross. The Landshark, Ronnie Wood in there in 2. Mac Finley in 3. Snell going through in 4. Got a feeling that's Zach Jones in there in 5, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. But it's Monroe to the line. Wood, is he going to pick up the 2? Yes, he is. Mac Finley in 3. Race 368, Isaac Moore, Rex Beasley. Lucas Tewalde, Reggie Palmer. Well, talking of Palmers, I found out what happened to Tom Palmer 2.0. he went off to ride road bikes. So a good luck to Tom. But BMX is way cooler. But don't tell anybody I said that out loud. As we move on to race 369. Sebastian Hewitt. And a 95 jersey there. Looked like a Barry Nobles one to me. Not sure who's got it on. But don't forget, we've got Larry Nobles here. The 820. That'll belong to Jaden O'Connell. As we watch the W8 of Mr. Jacob Anderson go past. Stanley Duffy's under cartilage. Murray Watson. Ed Cordery in there as well. Edwards on that Halo Wheels team on the bright yellow bike. He has to ride yellow bikes now for the rest of time, otherwise I'll never spot him. As we look at the E3 of Elizabeth Lola Poole. Doing it for Salted Race Gear, being chased down by Miss Grace Gerard from Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. They are 1 and 2 at the minute. Rider in 3 doing it for Team Mind is Millie Ross. Sarah Pritchard in there in 4. And Bosch Racing's Amelia Martin going through in 5. More girls action. Beth Hewitt, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Elsie Blight. It is Freya Harries out there in front, Blight in 2. Samia Hughes going through in 3. The E8 in there in 4. That was Poppy May Kirby. And we also had Lexi Adams, Olivia Webb in there as well. Iris Hyder doing it for Pure Bicycles on that E4. Heading to the line, Mara McCarran in 2, Bishop in 3. That'll be 0-1 Racing, Winnie Andrews, I think, in there as well. Race 374, Jones, Doe, Laughlin, Pancini, Belton, Milne, and Heaver. Jack Laughlin doing it for Reactive Racing. Got a feeling he's their rider out in front. The 2 Reactive boys are together. Harrison Doe, Lucas Belton. So there's 3 of them in that one. Trying to work out the order is the hard bit. Archie Crocker White. What was that? Might have been. Here, just jump. As James B goes past us. Race 376. Got Zach Everly to deal with as well. And Jack Devine. So the 2 Mabel boys chasing Pro Start down that final straight. Vernell Challenger Emil Challenger, making his move. On the 12 of Adrian Galitis. Race 377, Marcus Mullen and Harry Swales. Out there in front. Kean Linehan going well as well. He's there in that 3rd spot. Kieran Brownson rounding out the 4. The riders coming through, including the 64 and the 48. That was Freddie Toogood and Finley Shaw. I think it was a battery, yeah. Isaac the Sender Smith just crossing the line as well. That was 378. 379, Leo Rowlands, Joe Rook. These 2 guys will be battling. Got Archie Phillips in there as well. Doing it for Nottingham in those rally colours. Little nod to the rally factory. There was a big part of Nottingham's heritage. Ethan Buttery going through in the 5. He's pushing for the 4. Oh, couldn't quite get it at the line. Jacob Aston in there as well. As we move on to the Grand Vets. 613, Matt Haywood, Brett Knight, Craig Nelly Nelson. 1, 2, and 3. Matt Knight in there, Craig Bryan, Basil Hull. And Matt Haywood crossing the line in the Grand Vets. As we move on, Alan Hill, Leading out Stephen Fortune, the Warlock. In there in that 3, Ian Milne in 4. Me, Warlock and Ian Milne raced each other in the mid-90s. In 17 plus, when that was the oldest class there was. Insanity time. I think me and Warlock and Ian Milne are about as fast as we were in the 90s as well. Daniel Kerry George coming through. And Patrick Graham. Meanwhile, here comes Martin Ogden. Being pursued by Fitzroy's Bryce and Stu Little. Christos Chalkos in there in 4. Neil Waddington in 5. Martin Blake in there in 6 as Oggy brings it to the stripe. Mosul 383. Scott Beaumont, Luke Sheriff. John Lillingston in there as well. Danny T. Danny's been quiet this weekend. We haven't really heard much from Danny, have we? You know, he was out in Brisbane hanging out with the Dead Fast Racing guys. And it's a very nice frame if you get to look at it up close. As we move on to see Zoltan Bude and Mark Moore. Mark the Pro Moore. Look at the speed he's going. Grant Yerbury in there as well. Dylan Dixon, that is your top 4. Matt Eaton in 5. Romney in there in 6. Jamie in 7. But Mark Moore, it's a secret ninja training comeback. That's what it is. Next up, the Masters, Tom Palmer, Matt Bourne. The Mabo / Crucial Duo. Going in and out of the turn. Billy Irwin in there as well. Just getting in between them. Next up, Hudson and Luckhurst. Sean Issy having a look to see who's behind him. I think it was George Higley. And Connor Ashley Chew as well. Not seen anything from Ashley on the old YouTube for a while. Does occasionally pop up in my feed. As the young ladies take to the track, I've got a feeling that is Esme Ward out in front. Got the Source BMX girls in there as well. That'll be Ava Sursek and Anushka Jones. So the Source girls going 2 and 3. Miss Gerard in there in 4. And the 15 rounding out the top 5 was Nora Syrett. Team Mind. Dad John, big part of BMX Race Hub, making the likes of me, Lewis and John Twitching look halfway decent, which is a challenge in anybody's book. Ruby Warren, crossing the line in 3.88. As we go to the 14-year-olds, where is Charlie Bob Craig? He's in there in 2. James Miller out in front, doing it for Crucial. Fergus Souters having an absolutely great weekend. He's in there in 3. He's looking for the 2. Oh, couldn't quite make it stick though. Race 390, Nathan Bourne, Corey Stone, Harry Donald out in front. Josh Jepson doing it for Sorted Race Gear. In there in 2, Riley Butts in 3. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Stanley Farmer. He's in there in that 4 spot for Retro Racing. And we've got Marcel Razikowski in there as well. As we move on to Moto 391, Roland Els, Freddie Parkinson, 1 and 2. Team Minds, Charlie Wilcox, good to see him back on track. He's in there in 3. And that'll be Henry Potts from Birmingham NRT, battling away with MK Evolution's Jamie Turblanche. Race 392, McNulty, Bishop, Green, Holmes, Jude Hoff. Jude the dude. Getting stuck in there now. Love seeing Jude on track. That's Adam Arnold going through as well. 393, Lewis.
14-year-olds on track. Mark Twazzadler coming 1 and 2 with Max Bass out of Savage Racing. Looks like Oliver Arnold Inside the top 3, being put under pressure by Lawrence Bojang into the final turn. Vass, high-low on towards Idler. Last straight drag race. Who's going to pick up the 1 spot on the line? Looks like Vass might have just nicked it. Next up, 0-1 Racing leading this one out. Gotta be Harley Steele, Louis Kacharik in there in 2. Hunter van der Malian goes past us. In there in 5, looking to put the pressure on Sully Collis and Ralph Sowerby. Collis in there in 3, Sowerby's in there in 4, but it's all about Harvey Steele at the front of the pack. 15-year-old girls on track. Emily Eaton going 1 and 2. With Ellie Moore. Pro Start BRE looks like stay strong in there in 3. That is Sidoni Cleve, Jalala Patel. In there inside the top 4. What's going on? Ella Blue Chidley in there in 5. Anastasia Muhar in 6. Second record, the 15-year-old ladies. Rin Gianolino, Katie Millar 1 and 2. Emily Grimm in there in 3. Maddie the Baddies in 4. Evie Malkin in 5. Heading towards that final turn. Sophie Coulson in there in 6. And that is Phoebe Blackwell in 7. But Rin Gianolino picking up a moto win. 15-year-old boys on track. Brody Geddes leading this one out. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. The template absolutely taking charge of this one. The 16 there in 2. That's Callum Howe out of Birmingham BMX. He's being chased out of that second corner. Dominic Challoner out of CGR's in this one. Putting in a shift with Spencer Lenge in there inside the top 3. Bringing it down to the wire. But it's all about Geddes in that one. Toby Lynch, Elvis Lawrence, Heath Osborne, that's your 1, 2, 3. Dexter Beerups in 4. That looks like Mr. Warwork in there in 5 as they bring it into the final turn. But it's all about the 8 plate of Toby Lynch through the final straight. Sorted race gear picking up that race win. Braintree BMX on track. Looks like that is Maxwell Lawrence heading towards turn number 2. Ronnie Richards in there in that 2 spot. Looks like Sir 01's Blake Callison in there in 3. Sam Wood in 4. Henry Shenton in 5. Logan Young in 6. Jacob Nesbitt in 7. But it's all about Braintree down the final straight. Gonna be Lawrence picking up that race win. Race 400 on track. Tom O'Brien's in this one on about 4. Chasing down the Peterborough rider. That is Caden Thompson. The 2 spot occupied by the 44 of Eddie Millington. Doing it for Rustin Racing with your race leader, Zach Childs. Doing it for Braintree BMX. Heading towards that final turn. In and out he goes. Childs leads this one out. Looking good. In and out of turn number 1 then for race 401. Evan Barley in front. Who's here with him? Nate Hamilton and Nathaniel Eames picking up the 2 and 3. Looks like we got Squash and Pops. Harry Bailey in there in 4, but he's worked his way around the outside of Eames to go from 4 to 3. Eames in there in 4. Dexter Moore's in there in 5. Thomas Westmore in 6. Last turn action. Hamilton chasing Barley through the final straight. Barley, Hamilton, that's going to be how they're going to take it across the line. Bailey, Eames in that order. Ned Guppy, Kobe Rayford on track. These 2 gents are up for the title this weekend. E5W5. Newton Hindley in there in 3. The 2 RS BMX coaching riders down the final straight. That's how they're going to bring it. Guppy from Rayford. 16-year-old ladies. Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. Ailey Watson. Ruby Watford. Summer Glynn. And the 10 plates of Lottie McFarlane. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. But your national champion, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading this one out. Lottie Brown going to pick up this moto win. Watson under a bit of pressure. She brings it down to the line. Walford not quite going to get close enough. Steel and Spice on track, ladies and gents. Jessie Leasley in there in 3. Atana Price in 2. Grace Burge, though, out front leading the pack into that final corner. Green Machine Tribe going to pick up this moto win as things stand. Atana Price out of Peckham BMX. Team Bunnies, Jessie Leasley rounding out them top 3 spots. 16-year-old boys. Freddie Franklin. Freddie Entwistle, sorry. Reactive Racing's Bradley James in there in 2. MCR in 3 with Ewan Beats. David Opre Mayer and Logan Woodison at 4 and 5. Race 406, where's Logan Murphy, has a cracking first straight on him. He's battling it out at the moment with the 0-1 rider of Malachi Lloyd. But it is Franklin out front, going 1 and 2 with Cooper McCrum. Looks like we've got an RTR rider. That is Stan Mason. Yesterday, he had a birthday and he's looking to give himself a late birthday present down this final straight, picking up a top 3 spot just in front of the 213 plate of Henry Shear. Race 407, Lucas Seeley, your national champion for this year, leads this one out for Rab Racing. Who's it going 1 and 2 with? Pekka BMX's Eli Price picks it up as they come on round. Looks like we've got the 17 plate of BMX with a photography in there in 3. Got to be Eric McSwitty. Dylan Jones is in there in 4. Got a different kit this weekend, almost didn't recognise him. He's chasing McSwitty though on the exit of turn number 3. Here comes Jones putting the pressure on through the final straight. McSwitty, Jones, that's going to be the 3 and 4. Check out Finn Cranage, Team Bunny's on track. Absolutely flying this weekend. Cranage out front, James in 2. That looks like Alex Dunkley and Josh Bradford in 3 and 4. Last turn action, James around the outside as we lose one rider in the next race. James, Cranage, Dunkley 1, 2, 3. Not quite sure who the fallen rider was. 23 plate though. Ollie Turblanche, Eliza Jamira from Rab Racing and Food Electable. It's going to be Turblanche down this final straight. MK Evolution picking up that race win. Green Machine in there in 3. That's Ollie Kirby. 17 to 18-year-old ladies hit the track out of the outside. It looks like Isla Radcliffe has had a blinding first straight. She's going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Oh, here is Carmel Allison doing it for 0-1 Racing. She's in there at about 4 at the moment. Bethany Coates, Smiley Maloney, and Daisy Lavin in there as well. It's Radcliffe leading it. Maloney in there in 2 for Retro Racing. The 17X is Bethany Coates in there in 3. Daisy Lavin in there in 4, and that is 0-1's Carmel Allison in 5. But in and out of the final turn, Isla Radcliffe starts to finish. Gonna pick up this motor win down the final straight.
Right, moving on. 411 Ishimoto, Cockrell, Ashman, Elwood, O'Brien, Everly, and Kynaston. In and out of the turn we go. Sophie Elwood and Amelia Everly leading it into the turn. Sabina Ashman in 3. So these 3 ladies absolutely on fire. That is Jetska Hemstock in there in 4. Kynaston in 5. Rosie O'Brien in 6. Next up, that'll be Esme Brooke leading Eleanor Curtis. Annabelle Charlton and Charlotte Stanley. No Lucy Groundwater in this one. But Lucy's all right. Member of the Irish Connection. In race 412, Esme Brooke taking it to the stripe. Oh my word. Good Lord. It's 2014 all over again. How you doing, mate? Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, in and out of the turn we go. No idea where we're up to, but never mind. Henry Eyre, I think it was. Or might be. Well, he's one of the Absolute riders. And he said Amazon riders then. Here we go, looking at the 054. That is Mr. Guppy, I think. Yep, it is. Oliver Muhar in there. Kai Blaine in that second spot. Thomas Kay out of Manchester, rounding out the top 5, chasing down John O'Harradine. As we move to 415, Henry Burgess, Reynolds, Mackie Price, Nunn and Goulding. Malachi Price. Whoops! Eli Smith blowing a pedal. That sounded a little bit hectic. Oh, 1, 2 down on the final straight. Oh my word, Max Burgess being one of them. Threw it away on the last straight. See if we can get Max out of the way before everybody else comes charging around. They've red flagged it. Sorry, guys. Max has done a bit of a number on himself. So some extra fitness training for the guys in 416, Hart, Clark, Smith, Nimmo, Barata, Doran and De Jong. You guys will rerun probably right at the end of motos, I would think. Sorry lads, just one of them things. Eli Smith's breathing a sigh of relief after that first straight. Just make sure Max is okay. Who was the other faller? Yeah, it was. It was Malachi Price. Right. Lewis has just said he might do a few regionals next year. It's out there in public now. All in, yeah, God, Dancemeter as well. Yeah. Very late to the gates by about, what, 10 years? Yeah. So, anyway, don't forget the sign-in session after the motos. What? You said it out loud. So, done you there? Yeah, absolutely. So, Lewis Locker, regional BMX king. So that's it. If you see him, just say, Lewis, when's your regional comeback coming on? I'm just rubbing it in now, absolutely. Of course I am. I don't read my bike in a year. Yeah. Izzy Hurry, Hannah Drew, Anita Wong, Emily Green. Sorry, we're just literally throwing Lewis under the bus. Jamie Elwood, Annie Yetska, Hemstock, and it's Emily Green taking it to the line. As we move. Aaron Keary's coming up with all kinds of reasons to not race the Brits. Anyway, on track, Lucy Monday, part-time Northerner. Is she still powered by special pies? That was the quote from the few years ago. I watched Lucy literally grow up beside a BMX track. It's good to have her back as we look at Tyrese Bradshaw riding as Lewis wished he could. Oh, being chased down by Che Young and Daniel K. I have mentioned Daniel's YouTube channel. You really do need to go and give it a watch. One of the BMX hype boys, faster than Sean Issett. That was Josh Barsby. Watched him grow up at the side of a BMX track as well. Him and Will Good when they were little boys. Moto 421, Brown, Sparrow, Phillips, Kaiser, Smith, Gambe and Fitzsimmons. This one's pretty even as they go into turn number one. Kenny Phillips on the inside. Sorted race gear. Replaced his old forks that snapped at one of the earlier races in the year. I asked him what they were and he told me, I'm like, oh my God, those forks should have had a pension by now. The 29 is Sam Smith from BRE. Josh Sparrow right there behind him. But as they go in and out of the turn. Oh, two riders over the turn. Kenny Phillips and Kean Brown. Oh my word. Easy in the moto, lads. People slapping brakes on, going around the second turn. That'll be an interesting conversation at the finish line. Tell ya. Berm action in 19 to 29 boys. They need danger money standing behind that fence on the final turn. Sure, Kenny Phillips will be laughing it off when he gets back to the gazebo. There we go. All right, let's have a look. Oh, we're on juniors now, are we? Got a bit lost. Have we had a... Oh, yeah, we have a rerun, don't we? Right. Kai Bowen, Noah Everly, Ben Larkins, that is your 1, 2, 3 as they go in and out of the turn. It is Finn Phillips rounding out the 4 at the moment. Heath Thomas in at 5. And Sean Brown in 6.
First rack of Superclass men for the third set of motos is go. George Hunt looking to pick up a whole shot. LCC lead this one out. Bradley Russell in there in 2, who's picking up 3 and 4. That looks like Hill in 4 being chased down by Vice. In there in 5, Danny O'Gorman. In there in 3 then. But George Hunt out front looking good. Russell, can he get close enough into the final turn? George Hunt, Bradley Russell. That's how they're going to bring it through this final straight. Danny O'Gorman, Jared Hill, Ben Vice. That's going to be your 3, 4, 5.
Right, second rack of Superclass. Cornish, Simpson, Criddle and Markley. 1, 2, 3 riders. Criddle and Cornish in and out of that turn. No Gabe Simpson in this one, so it's Casey Markley in there in 3. Jimmy Criddle back in a BMX Widow photography jersey. It's like we've gone back in time 5 years. Cornish in there in 2, Markley in 3. But Jimmy Criddle took his first Superclass win yesterday. Round 9 of the series. You'll be looking for more today.
Championship women all go full gate of 8 heading towards that first turn. Your junior women world champion Freya the Slayer Chalice picks up the whole shot in and out of that first turn. Who's in there with her Annalise Cadman-Copter, slots into that 3 spot in behind her. Megan Roy in 2. Who's picking up the 4 then? That is Tia Gaynor. The 5 spot looks like the 803. That is Elizabeth Bound doing it for Pure Bikes. Lorianne Carruthers in 6. That is Ruby Moore 7 and Anya Martin Alonso in 8. But it's all about Freya Chalice down to the wire, start to finish. Last moto of the weekend then, heading through the first straight. These year 17 to 18-year-olds, the rerun of race 416. I believe Jake Hart on the inside picks up the whole shot. Eli Smith made up for the first straight conundrum that went off in his original race into turn number 2. Hart, Smith, Barata, Doran, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lewis Collins, Nemo in there in 5. 0-1 racing in 6. But it's Jake Hart down the final straight. He's going to pick up the race win. Eli Smith, Nathan Barata round out the top 3 spots. 30 minutes then, ladies and gents. We are going to go quarterfinal racing at 1:55. 30-minute break until we go at quarterfinal racing.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Quarterfinal number 1 then up on the gate, the 8-year-old boys. Dix, Grant, Barker, Beckett, Jamira, Brown, Taylor and Lamb. We are straight into the swing of things with quarterfinals, ladies and gents. Check out Ruben Lamb out of the inside. He wants to pick up another semi-final to add to his tally this year. Lamb's going to lead it into that first corner and over the whole shot line. Who's there with him? It looks like we could have Eddie Brown out of Gosport National Race Team. Lou and Jamira in there in about 3 at the moment. Where is the SVT rider? That is Harry Taylor. He's working his way around the outside of Will Beckett. In there in 5. It's getting busy. Oh! Beckett threw a bow and made it stick. He's gone into that 3 spot just in front of Jamira. Oh, he closes the door on Jamira. Here comes Harry Taylor round the outside. It's going to be Lamb, Brown, Beckett, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot on the line? I think Jamira might have just stolen it.
Right, here we go. These are the quarterfinals for the 8-year-old boys as they head into the turn. Slater, French, Dodd, that is your 1, 2, 3, the 6, 6, 5 in there in 4. That belongs to Ronnie Hill, but he's under pressure from Isaac Perry Allett. Allett in 5 now, he needs the 4. I think he's left himself too much to do. So it's going to be Slater, French, Dodd, 1, 2, 3, Ronnie Hill in 4.
Shelby Yates chasing down Sandys Horns in quarterfinal number 3 for the 8-year-olds. That looks like Merseyside BMX Club going well at the moment inside the top 3. Got to be Benji Ross Foster. Where's his club mate back there in about 5 at the moment on the 954 plate? That is Otis Summers. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up that final qualifying spot. I think that might have been John Joe Blundell in a qualifying spot in and out of that final turn. Yates, Horns, 1 and 2. Benji Ross Foster rounds out the top 3 spots. The final qualifying spot, it is going to be the 393 of John Joe Blundell.
Sorry, I was looking at the gate and seeing who was on there. Charlie Bromelo pursuing Isaac Tomlinson into the turn. The 8, who was that? Is that Roberts Cactins? I think it might be. Yes, it is. And Nico Jocelyn Black, the potato. He's peeling himself a new batch of chips out of that final turn. Bringing it down the straight, qualifying. That one was just for you, Lewis.
9-year-old boys on track for their quarterfinals. Teddy Gorman leads them away by a country mile. He's going 1 and 2 with Oscar rather fast. He's got all sorts of motivation to pick up a final later on today. As they go in and out of turn number 2, the 260 of Alfie Fishwick is inside the top 3. Being hunted down though by Jack Hale in there in 4. The pressure's on Hale. Last turn action. The bows are flying. Oh! Hale hits the deck. 0-1 races. Jonah Taylor made it stick. Hale picks himself up off the floor.
Right, Sandys out. Hang on a minute. Arlo Payne. Where is he? In there into the 767. Leading it out is Oliver Pritchard. Augustus Bartolini in there in 3. Cooper Crowley in 4, but he's under pressure into the final turn. He's giving it up. It's going to be a drag race down the final straight. Crowley, is he going to get it at the line? I don't think he is. Charlie Crossley stealing that 4th.
S&P race, we're on track. Archie Walsgrove leads our quarterfinal number 7 in the 9-year-old boys. Who's there with him? Looks like it is the rider out of the Brunswick crew, Connor Grant, heading in towards that second turn. RPF's in there in 3. Ruari Kempsford on the bubble in 4. The Centurions are going well in 5. Is Jude Shearer looking for the final qualifying spot. Last turn action. Kempsford looking good in 4. Has Shearer got enough left in the tank? I think he might run out of time and room. RPF's come unstuck, just going to hang on to it though.
Quarterfinal number 8, Logan Aceto. I think he fell asleep out of the gate, but he's managed to work himself into a top 3 position, now into 2, chasing down the 4-5-3 of Joseph Clayton. Rapid Roman Birdfield in there in 3. There's a big battle going on between Oliver Appleton and Atlas Lewisfield for that final spot in the semi. Who's going to get it as they come down the straight? Lewisfield, Appleton to the line. Appleton steals the 4.
Alex Vito's on his home track, leads out quarterfinal number 9 in the 10-year-old boys. The first one for this age category. Going 1 and 2 with Seb Perry. Perry's putting the pressure on Vitos as they're bringing it to the final turn. That's Callum Wood inside the top 3, going 3 and 4 with your British. Oh, Perry round the outside of Vitos. 8th and the Great White in there in 4. White, Wood, Vitos, Perry, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Right, Ansek Peremni out in front in quarterfinal number 2 for the 10-year-olds, already starting to open a gap over Noah Northcott. Where is Jack Colwell? He's back there in the moment in about 7. He's got it all to do in a minute. I don't know what's gone on there. Oscar Marco is the man in there in 4. Mason in 5. We've got MK's Leo Brits in there in 3. Brits is going to make it in. Look at the ball! 2 of them down on the final straight. Dominic Serpanos, his birthday's in August, he's just unwrapped the present.
10-year-old boys on track then for their quarterfinals. Big Hen Sullivan, your European champion, leads it out from Alfie Thorne. Look at the scrap for 3, 4 and 5. Carl Guran bangs blows with Joel Pritchard. The 2 club mates are going at it, but they're occupying spots 3 and 4. They're being tracked down the final straight. Who's the rider in 5? It's the 363 of Elias Demand. Not quite close enough. Hayes Hawks pick up 3 and 4.
Right, quarterfinal 4 for the 10-year-olds. Charlie Blakeburn, Oakley Hill being the first 2 to show. And Alexander Gilbert's in there as well. They're going to go 1, 2, 3 into the turn. And Edwin Calburn's working his way across as well. He slipped into that 4 spot but got high in the turn, which has allowed Bristol's Felix Sakina to dive underneath. So Hill in 1, Blakeburn in 2, Gilbert in 3. 18, that belongs to Felix Sakina. He's in that 4th spot with Oliver Ford chasing him down. Ford's really got to put it in down that final straight. He might run out of time, he might run out of room. He's coming up on the back of Zucchina. I don't think it's going to be enough. Zucchina through in 4.
Rex Ford's in there in that 2 spot, battling it out with Charlie Sheriff on his home track here at Derby. But yesterday's winner, Aidan Baptiste, is having a blinding lap once again. Betty Wills, your European champion in the 11-year-old girls, is out there inside the top 4, looking to send it through to a semi-final. Last straight action, Baptiste, Ford, Sheriff, Wills, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, moving on. This is quarterfinal number 14, the second one for the 11-year-olds. Arthur Donaldson. Into the turn we go with Jack Haynes as well. The 3 and 4 is the 10. That belongs to Jack Kitchen, who's in that spot but being chased down by Charlie Dowsing into the final turn. Dowsing's lining it up. Look at the drag race down the straight. Jesse Rose is getting caught up in it. Dowsing might be out. You're out in 5.
Seth Kacharik's on track. Quarterfinal number 15 is heading towards turn number 2, and it's Reactive Racing's Jack Belton on his first weekend back in racing after a massive crash at the start of the year. He leads out this quarterfinal from Seth Kacharik. Seb Staines is in there in 3. The final qualifying spot is occupied by Joseph Jewis, and he's separating himself up from Roman James Wright, who's back there in 5. Wright looking to chase down to the wire, but it's going to be Jewis in 4.
Alexi Carlis went well wide in that first turn, and it's absolutely cost him. From 4th to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Aston John Lee is the rider in there in 4, chasing down Ollie Bird, George Spencer and Thomas Giles into that final corner. Sorted Race Gear are going to take this quarter-final. Reactive in there in 2. Allen's BMX in 3. Astar Racing in 4.
12-year-old quarter-final action is on track, and it is Finley Munro, your European champion, going 1 and 2 with the 18 plate of Maria Watson on the BMX winner photography. Edward Cordery out of Halo Wheels is in there in 3. BRE Racing have got a rider inside the top 4. Mark Finley rounds out them qualifying spots, but he's being chased by Arthur Clayton into the final straight. Clayton's pulled on the ripcord and turned it in for the day. Not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Finley.
Jacob Anderson leading out quarter-final number 2 for the 12-year-old Sebastian Hewitt. Where is he? He's in there in 4. Ronnie Wood in that second spot, being tracked down by Lucas Tuwalde. Lucas had a roll round on the floor yesterday, but he's looking to make up for it today. So Hewitt on the bubble, being pursued by the rider out of Wales. That's Sander Carledge. Carledge is pushing into the line. Gets it slightly wrong. Hewitt in 4, Wood in 2.
The other European finalists in the 12-year-old boys leads out quarter-final number 19. Connor Hemhill going 1 and 2 with the 15 plate of Isaac Moore. Out of that second turn, stay strong. I've got Rex Beasley in there inside the top 3. Hugo Dayton, GY95 inside there in 4. Who's the rider in 5? Got it all to do out of the final corner. I think that might have been Laith Saleh bringing it to the line, but it's going to be Dayton in there for that top 4 finish.
Right, as they head towards me, this is Preston Newmarsh Pow heading into the turn with Teddy Jones and Joseph McAvoy. 1, 2 and 3. Freddie Ray Orland in there in 4. Benjamin Gray doing it for Peckham in 5. I just think he's not going to have enough in the tank to pick up on Freddie Ray Orland down the final straight. So it's Pow going through Jones, McAvoy and Orland.
James Bibby on track for the first of the 13-year-old quarterfinals. He is your national champion, going 1 and 2 with the Big Berth. In and out of that second corner, so Sonny Nunny crew in a qualifying spot at the moment. Looks like we've got up to Zach Parsons out of Braintree. BMX Club, he rounds out the top 3. Here comes the sender round the outside, looking to make his stick. He's being tracked down by Harrison Dodo's going to run out of time as the sender into the semis.
Quarter-final number 22, Leo Rowlands, Marcus Mullen. 1 and 4 at the moment. The riders in the middle, that's Harry Swales in there in 3. Leighton Harding going through in 2. There is a big gap to Team Mines. Louis Cheffy, he's in there in 5. So it's going to be Rowlands, Harding, Swales, Mullen all making it in.
Quarterfinal number 23 goes in and out of that first corner, and it is Mabo Factory Team UK leading this one through in the form of Zach Everly. He's going 1 and 2 with the 3 plate of Archie Croker White. The 21 is in there inside the top 3. That is Emil Challenger being chased down by Charlie Cotter, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Reactive Racing in there in 5 is Jack Laughlin. Got it all to do on the exit of the final turn. Laughlin putting the pressure on Cotton right the way down to the wire. Here comes Laughlin. Cotton's going to hang on.
Right, Joe Rook, Ronnie Payne, 1 and 2 in the last quarter-final for the 13-year-olds. Archie Bell's in there as well with Jack Devine. They are out front and clear in the minute, but the man chasing him down is Adrian Galitis. Moto 1 muck off into the final corner. Looks for the move, couldn't make it stick. Drag race down the final straight. He's going round the outside. Bell and Galitis to the line. Bell taking it.
James Miller, 2025 national champion, looking good for Crucial, racing into turn number 2. Mark towards Idlow, going 2 and 3 with Josh Jepson. That's Adam Arnold in there in 4. Louis Kucharik and Lawrence Bojang in 5 and 6. They've got it all to do into the final corner. But check him out, Miller down the final straight. Arnold comes under pressure. Kucharik's not done yet. On his home track here at Derby, pushes into the wire and nicks that final qualifying spot.
Wow. Quarterfinals, 14 years old, already hot and heavy. Vass and McNulty in and out of the turn. That looks like Gilmore Green in there in that 3rd spot. Team Mind have got the 4 at the minute. That is Charlie Wilcox. Wilcox in that final qualifying position. Fergus Sauter, I think, is going to be disappointed in 5.
2 podium sitters from yesterday's final are at the front of this quarterfinal, and it's Roland Ells working his way around the outside of yesterday's winner, Freddie Parkinson, to pick up the lead in quarterfinal number 27. Where's Hunter van der Malien? He's under pressure as he gets caught up in traffic behind Charlie Bob Craig, who's in there in 3. Malien throws it under in the final 2. Wasn't quite close enough. It's going to be Jamie Terblanche in there for 4 with Charlie Craig in 3.
Last quarter-final for the 14-year-olds, Harley Steele and Harry Donald. In and out the turn we go. Ethan Crooks-Martin in there in 3. So those 3 looking good right now. Sullivan Collis, he's really going to have to find a way round the reactive rider. That's going to be Ralph Sowerby. Sowerby wants the semi-final. Sullivan's looking for a spot. It might be disappointment for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Reactive Racing through in 4.
E5 on the front of his bike, and his Ned Guppy going 1 and 2 with the 23 plate of Max Lawrence, who's the rider picking up the 3. That is Tom Westmore, chased down by Zach Childs on the 25. In and out of that final corner they go, and down the last straight, the front 4 looking safe and clear. Guppy, Lawrence, Childs nicks the 3 from Westmore on the wire.
Quarter-final number 30, Evan Bartley, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leading it out. We've got Elvis Lawrence in there and Brody Geddes as well. Who's got that 4th spot? Looks like Sam Wood at the minute. He's got Ronnie Richards on the back wheel. Wood looking like he's going to hold on to it as they go down into that final corner. Richards is going to go out in 5.
Sorted race gear in and out of turn number 1, led out by Toby Lynch. His teammates inside the top 4 as well. It's Lynch, Rom Osborne, Hastings Stunt, G195 have got the 21 of Dexter Beer up in there in 3. Nathaniel Eames on the bubble in 4. He's been chased down by Rustin on Racing. That is Eddie Millington. Millington's got it all to do as the 0-1 rider throws it under in the final turn. Eames in it for 4, Beer up for 3. It's Osborne and Lynch out front though.
Right, here we go, heading down towards us. This is Kobe Rayford and Ned Hamilton. 1 and 2 into the turn. Newton Hindley in there in 3. The 22 going through in that 4th spot. That belongs to Harry Bailey, keeping it stealth. But it's going to be Rayford to the line. Rayford, Hamilton, Hindley and Bailey.
16-year-old boys on track. Freddie Entwistle leads them out. Who's in there with him? Check out Team Bunny's Finn Cranich. He's separated himself out from the rest of the pack, and his teammate has just taken advantage of the time and room to go right around the outside of birthday boy Stan Mason, who's now shuffled back to 5. So it is Entwistle out front going 1 and 2 with Eli Price, Cranich, Widowson 3 and 4. That's how they're going to take it over the line.
Seeley, McCrum, Turblanche, 1, 2, 3, out of the turn. Ewan beats on an absolute charge in there in 4. He's clearly been putting in the work and had a bit of a growth spurt to go with it. He's in that 4th spot right now. Looks like he's going to make his way into the semi-finals. Seeley, McCrum, Turblanche beats.
Penultimate quarter-final in and out of that first corner. It's Elijah Jamira in that 2 spot doing it for Rab Racer, looking for a way round Freddie Franklin out of Rustin and Racing. It's bringing it to turn number 2, the 14 plate. It's Alex Dunkley in there in 3. Who's the Green Machine rider in 4? Got to be Ollie Kirby heading towards that final corner. The rider in 5 is the 144 of Harry Taylor out of Birmingham. Got it all to do. He's going to run out of time and room as Jamira picks up the race win. Franklin in there for that 2.
Last of the quarterfinals heading towards us. That is Bradley James Reactive Racing out in front. Oliver James is in there as well. Eden Boone doing it for Savage Racing. Oh! David Opremeja over the turn and out. His day is done. Who's going to get that 4th spot then as they come down towards the line? It is 273 Harry Shear Tiverton going through in 4. Right, how many minutes till semis? Probably 10. We'll go with 10 unless somebody tells us otherwise. Andy, 10 minutes. Right, can we have Chris Evans to admin, please? Chris Evans, Rab Racing to race admin. The Rab guys down there, if you can hear me, if Chris is with you, can you send him over to admin, please? Chris Evans. Right, I'll run with 10 minutes till your semis, people. 10 minutes, because nobody's told me otherwise. And that's what it usually is.
dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Basic. Shameless. Get dangerous. That's right. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Basic. Shameless. Get dangerous. Shameless. Shameless. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous.
Du-du-du-du. Ladies and gents, we need semi-finalists in the pens, please. Semi-finalists to the pens. We are ready and waiting to go racing. Semi-finalists to the pens, please, ladies and gents. Semi-finalists to the pens. What's up? Commissaires on track. We are ready to go semi-final racing at the last round of the 2026 National Series. Before we get into any races, we've had some Oakley prescription clear framed glasses handed in up at commentary. If you can't see, and you usually wear some clear framed Oakley prescription sort of glasses, can't get the words out, then chances are we've got them up at commentary.
Right, semi-finals are go. The business end of the 2026 National Series. We are looking at Arlo Steinmetz and Arthur Mason heading towards turn number 1 and 2 into the turn. The 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open semi-finals. Mr. Arlo Steinmetz, free rider apparel clad, heading towards turn number 2. The rider in 3 is out of Hackney BMX. That is Sammy Stack, who's got the 4. Looks like the Fast Signatures rider, that's going to be Jack Swales, but he has got Miss Holly Bishop on his back wheel, and we know Holly can throw a move in the turns, because she made it happen yesterday for the Maxis move of the day. Not quite today, though, on the Cruiser, out in 5.
More 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser semi-final action coming your way, ladies and gents, and it is Harley Todd leading them away. That looks like it could be Rory Smythe in that 2 spot, looking to take it to the final. Gotta be Team Erin there in 3, Edward Worrell, and the top 4 spot is rounded out by Fast Signatures. Joseph Dewis. Moves are being made for 5 and 6, but it doesn't matter as it is going to be Dewis picking up that final qualifying spot.
Right, Hunter van der Malgen in there in that second spot, chasing down Benedict Marco in towards that final turn. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? Looks like the rider out of Team Bunnies in there in 3. 4th spot going to the 22, and that was Zavi Fox Cooper.
13-14-year-old second semi-final on their Cruisers. It's Adam Arnold leading it out from the 1X plate of Leighton Harding. The 3 spot is the 881 of Big Murph. Finley Murphy out of the Sunny Nunny crew. He's being chased down by Charlie Cotton out of sorted race gear, in and out of that final corner and down the final straight. Cotton rounds out the final qualifying spot. Murph, Harding and Arnold.
Right, 15, 16-year-old semi-final number 1. Alfie Sim on the inside into the turn. Newton Hindley right there with him. Had to go hard on the brakes and getting together with Cooper McCrum. The BMX Widow boys are all over the back of Alfie Sim into the final corner. Moves being made. Sim still there in 3. It's going to be Hindley, McCrum, Sim and Stevenson going through.
More 15-16 Cruiser action on track. Lucas Seeley leads them out. Double biking this weekend for the Rab Racing guys. He's being chased down by the Evolve Collective rider Jack Walford. In and out of turn number 2. The 461 in there in 3 is going to be Ronnie Richards. That last sounded like Sam Wood's back wheel. Just about managing to keep him upright as he's in there in 5, trying to battle for the final qualifying spot. Hadley Harding hangs on to it at the moment. Here comes Wood. Last straight action. Harding, Wood gets it to the line.
Semi-final number 1, 17 to 29 Cruiser. This class was all action yesterday in round number 9 of the series. In and out we go. Zach Green's in there in 3. Luca Manzi, GG Giraffe getting in there. Stanley Palmer in there in that second spot. Watson's in there for 4. He's going to make it in. Walbridge is out in 5.
Josh Cates on track aboard his big wheel bike, going 1 and 2 with Connor Blythe as they bring it towards turn number 2. Who's picking up the 3? Kean Brown's in there. John O'Harrodean's on the bubble in 4, repping the Tinder colours as he brings it towards the final turn. But there's traffic behind him. Matt McHugh throws it under, trying to work his way into a top 4 spot. He's drag racing with Palmer, but it's going to be Harrodean taking it on the line.
30 plus Cruiser ladies, none of them are over the age of 21. Becca Goldrow, Beckett, Marsha Brook, Nicola Wheeler, Nicola Sitch, Karen Evans, Joe Gray and Claire Mardell. It's Becca Goal in 1 row, Beckett in 2, Marsha Brook in 3, Nikki Sitch in 4, but Nicola Wheeler's trying to get down the inside into the final turn. Oh, couldn't quite make it happen. Nikki Sitch is going to go through in 4, but it wasn't for the lack of effort from Nicola Wheeler.
Semi-final number 10 is on track. The second rack of the 30-plus ladies heading into turn number 2. Your world number 6 leads the pack, going 1 and 2 with the 6th plate of Liam Eden. That's Emily Arlett in the final qualifying spot at the moment. And Magic Manda and her healing hands of heaven are looking to put that ice bike into a final. In and out of that final corner they go. It's Neens picking up the win. Meenan, Islet and Hemstock picking up that final quality spot.
Here we go, out in front, sorted race skier, Larry Nobles, the can of spammer slammer, in and out of the turn, in there in 1, Stretton in 2. Who's got that 4th spot right now? Looks like Jake Hemsford. I think he's going to go 1 better than yesterday because he ended up in the B. Taking it down to the line, Smythe is in there as well, I think. 966.
More 40 to 44-year-old cruisers on track. Dylan Dixon, Matt Eaton, that's your 1 and 2 Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there as well. Rob Harris rounds out the top 3 as they separate themselves from the rest of the pack. It looks like we have got, I think I might have been Nick Lewis inside the top 4, looking to take it through in and out of that final corner. Lewis, he's on the bubble in there in 4, taking it right the way down to the wire aboard that 19 plate.
50 to 54 cruiser, Kevin Bacon out in front, Stevie Hassel in there in 2. Sorted race gears, Pete Butler going through in 3 with Stu Little in 4, but Stu's under pressure from Brett Knight. They are elbow to elbow into the turn. No quarter asked or given. Knight steals it away. It's going to be Bacon, Butler, Hassel, Knight, all making it in. Stu Little out in 5.
Semi-final number 14 is Hilly and Reedy at the front of the pack. Augie's in there as well. So it's Pure, Sorted and RTR. Check out Gaz Carver, what a palaver. He's inside the top 4. The Beast from the northeast looking to pick up the final qualifying spot for Mabo Factory Team UK, and he's going to pick it up down to the wire.
55 plus cruiser. You can hear the disappointments as the 50-54 guys cross the line. That is Stuart Campbell, Astar Racing out in front. John Bentley doing it for Mirage Allen's BMX in there in 2, Drew in 3, Featherstone in 4. Featherstone, the man under pressure because he's got David Wilcock chasing him down. In and out the final turn we go. Campbell and Benters are in, Drew's in, Featherstone's under pressure. Who's going to get the 4? Transponders of Truth, do your thing.
More 55 plus cruiser, Bruiser's on track. Dave Law rider down on the first straight, not quite sure who that was, but it's Bill Stubble, Dave Lindsay. That's your 1 and 2, bringing it back through the second straight. Madron's up there in about 4. Oh, he's cutting across the second straight to hang on to that final quality spot. In behind the 16 of Steve Nobman. Mick Hood's in there in 5. Got it all to do is it bringing it to the final turn. Madron, Hood, who's going to get it out of the final corner? Stubble, Lindsay, Notman, that's your top 3. It's going to be Chris Matters on the line. Put your hands together for Keith Brown, ladies and gents. He's up and walking away, finishing his lap.
Right, here we go, 7-year-olds, semi-final number 1. We have got Jack Bean, Parker Gray in this one. It's all getting heavy. Everybody's made it through the death roller. Parker Gray's already gone down there twice this weekend. Amari Bamford, Burt, Owen Wheater, Ruben McAllister, all in there. Oliver Savage, Isaac Buck, and Milo Fox Bond. It is McAllister out there in front at the moment. Jack Beans in there in 2. Amari Bamford, Burr in 3. But look at the queue behind him. Parker Gray's trying to get in there. He's in the 4. He's under pressure from Savage. He's giving it up. Been shuffled back to 5. So can Climpy BMX get that rider in the final? Savage is looking good for the 4. McAllister, Bean, Burr, Savage, Parker out in 5.
Second rack of the 7-year-old semi-finals are on track, and it's a Luke Barron rep in the Allen's factory colours, going 1 and 2 with the 953 plate out of a green machine. That is Freddie Mitchell-Moore. Front two gents running away at the moment. That is Jackson May inside the top three. Alejandro Crudo Estevez is in the 4, but there's a queue behind him. One rider here's the deck. I think that might have been Reggie Rice. The Arch Bikes rider in 5 is Patrick Dempsey. He's not going to get close enough. Crudo Estevez into the final.
Right, Ruben Lamb, Charlie Bromelo, Harrison Slater, 1, 2 and 3. Where is the potato? He's in there in 6. French looking like the rider in 4. In and out the turn we go. Cactins might be the unlucky man in 5. It's going to be Lamb, Bromelo, Slater and Burr.
More 8-year-old semi-final action coming your way. Shelby Yates in this one, the YouTube sensation, but it's looking like Sanders Horns out of the outside is going to pick it up into turn number 1. Horns leads it out. Isaac Tomlinson is slots into that 2 spot, chasing him back through the second straight. Yates in 3, who's picking up the 4. Lua Jamira's working his way in for Rab Racing. The 5 spot looks like Merseyside BMX. That's going to be Benji Ross Foster with all the work to do in and out of that second corner. Jamira's under pressure. Foster's right there with him. Tomlinson and Horns are throwing bows in the final turn. Horns, Tomlinson, Yates, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the final spot on the line? Looking like Jamira's just going to hang on.
9-year-old girls semi-final number 1. Let's have a look. Ola Jewis and the birthday girl Maggie Devine going 1 and 2. Abigail Henning in 3. All left a gap and almost let Malloy underneath. Who's the rider in 5? It's Susie Wyatt out of Reactive Racing. Is she going to be able to make a move on Malloy down the final straight? Jewis, Devine, Henning, all in. Malloy hanging on by half a bike. Think our faller was Lottie Arnolds. She's walking away. That's nice to see. Hope you're all right, Lottie.
Second rack of the 9-year-old ladies semi-final, heading for that first corner. That's going to be Brent Knoll on the inside, doing it for Allen's factory. But it's the European number 8. Tilly Hewitt into turn number 1. Hewitt leads it out. Where's Mabel Pine, your British champion? She slots into that 2 spot as she works her way underneath in that first corner. Looks like the hanging rider. Bella Henry's in there in about 3 or 4, swapping and changing positions with BRE's Izzy Moore. Brent Nuss shuffled back to 5. Critchley's in 6. But it is Bella Henry hanging on to that final qualifying spot as things stand. The battle is out front though. Tilly Hewitt, Mabel Pye, she looks up the inside, wasn't quite close enough. It's going to be more in there for 3 to round out their podium spots in this semi-final. Bella Henry picks up that 4 spot on the line.
Right, Teddy Gorman, Oscar Rather Daft 1 and 2 at the moment. The 767 that belongs to Oliver Pritchard. He's in there in 3, and my mate Logan Aceto hanging on for the 4 at the minute, but being chased down by Oliver Appleton out of Bath BMX Club. Gorman, he's going to make it in. Rutherford's going to get in there as well. 767 Pritchard, Logan Aceto with a little nose wheelie. Oh, rider down on the last straight, Oliver Appleton.
On track, we are looking at the 9-year-old semi-final led out by Walsgrove and JD33. That is Joseph Claydon heading towards the final turn. In and out they go. Walsgrove leads it out. It's going to be Grant in there for that 2 spot. Claydon in 3. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Payne, RPF on the line. Payne nicks it.
I'll take Perebny, Alfie Thorne, Oakley Hill, 1, 2 and 3 down the straight. Oakley in there in that second spot, chasing Perebny, doing it for the Evolve Collective. Leo Britz is in there as well. He's in about 5 at the minute. He needs to move himself up to get himself into the main events. Hawks Rider, Khan Guren, he's been absolutely putting in the laps and just being consistent. And he's being chased down by the 0-1 of Ethan, the Great White. So it is Moto 1 versus the Hawks for the final spot in that main event. Perebny, Hill, both going to get in. Third place going to the 14 and the Guren going through in that 4th spot.
Big Hens and Alex Vitols one neck and neck down the first straight, but it's a European champion leading this one through. Noah Northcott's works his way into a top 3 spot. Oh, here is Dominic Zapanos. He's back there in 5 with it all to do. That's Callum Wood in there in 4. Here comes Zapanos with a last-ditch charge. Can he get close enough? Wood's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Semi-final number 27, the first one for the 11-year-old boys. Arthur Donaldson into the turn. Reactive Racing in there in 2. That's going to be Jack Belton. That is Jack Haynes in there in 3. Ollie Bird in 4. Now Seth Kacharik is in there in 5. He's not going to want to go out in the semis at this stage. On his home track, on the back of Ollie Bird to the line. Oh, I think Bird just nicked it.
Aidan Baptiste, Tom Giles here, 1 and 2 in the next semi-final. 2 riders down in that first corner. I think one of them might have been Ashton John Lee, and the other looks like Charlie Sheriff. That's Rex Ford in there in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? Got to be Jack Kitching out of Fluent Basco Motocross as they go wild on the first straight. Kitching down the final straight. He's going to pick it up right the way down to the wire. The battle out front. Baptiste, Giles, Ford, 1, 2, 3. Put your hands together for Charlie Sheriff and Aston John Lee. Charlie's up to his feet, finishing his lap.
Jack give you a heart attack then, Ed? Was he worried? I think he was.
Put your hands together for Aston John Lee, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet.
Twelve-year-old girl semi-final number 1, Amelia Rowe right there on the inside with Trixie Trays right next to her. Bonnie Dudley getting involved as well. And the rider out of the Hawks is Rachel Pritchard, who I think is going to just nip into that 4th spot in turn number 1. No, shuffle back to 5, so the Hawks rider's got it all to do with a minute. Trixie Trays out in front, Evolve Collective. Fluent have got Amelia Rowe in there in 2. It's the decoy rider on the 10. That is Izzy Underhill working her way up into 3. But Pritchard isn't done yet as they go into the final turn. Pritchard going underneath, making the move. Oh! Rachel Pritchard went for the move. The elbows tangled, down she went. And the 12 made it in, and it was Bonnie Dudley.
We are on to semi-final number 30. Red flag, ladies, red flag, red flag. We will rerun semi-final number 30. Put your hands together for Rachel Pritchard. She's up to her feet. Left it literally all out there on the track.
Right, first semi-final for the 12-year-olds. Finn Munro and Ronnie Wood on the inside. Mac Finley in there as well. Isaac Moore on the 15. Mac Finley on that 667 as they head into turn number 1. Let's have a look at the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the minute. It looks like Finn Munro out there in front. Jacob Anderson in there in 2. That is Moore in 3. Where is Ronnie Wood? The land shark, he's in there in 5. He's got some work to do to catch Edward Cordery as they go down into the final corner. It might be disappointment for the rider from LCC. Munro, Anderson, Moore, Cordery all making it in. Ronnie Wood out in 5.
Joey McAvoy's just thrown a move for the ages and worked his way to a top 4 spot as Maybo go wild on the first straight. It's the E6 of Connor Hemhill going 1 and 2 with Teddy Jones, Preston Newmarsh Pals in 3. That is Joey McAvoy in 4. Who's in 5? It looks like moves are being made. Oh, they come together. Oh, Dayton hits the deck, but it's going to be McAvoy picking up that final qualifying spot.
13-year-old girls semi-final number 1. Freya Harris out in front. That looks like Elsie Blight in there in 3. Just making the move now on the 10 of Millie Ross as they go in and out of the turn. Halo Wheels are in there. Poppy Bishop. Mara McCarran on the home track in there in 5. She wants the 4. She's got Bishop in her sights coming down the straight. She might just have too much to do. Gets it wrong on the final straight. B final for Mara.
13-year-old girls second semi-final is a go. It's the ELP. Elizabeth Lola, Paul Sorted Race Gear, your European number 3. Stuck it on the box in the European Championships not so long ago. She's currently going 1 and 2 with the E4 plate of Iris Hyder. Heading into turn number 2. The 3 played in there as well. Grace Gerard rounds out them top 3 spots at the moment for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Who's got that final qualifying spot? Looks like Sarah Pritchard is on the bubble for Evolve Collective, but they're queuing up behind her. Paige Cathcart, Gunnison's in 5. It's going to be Pritchard and Gunnison down to the line. Pritchard's going to hang on.
Right, James Bibby out front and in control. That looks like Archie Crocker-White in there in 2. Where is the sender? He's back there in 7. Archie Bell in there in 3. And the Maypole rider in 4. That belongs to Jack Divine. Oh! Archie Bell down in the turn. Leighton Harding picks up the 4th spot. The sender's going out in 5.
Semi-final number 36 on track. Check out Joe Rugg leading them out. Where are the 2 Mayberg boys? Roland's here. Oh! Moves are being made. Evelyn receives a bow. Marcus Mullen says thank you very much. An early birthday present. Works his way into 4. Roland's in 3. Payne's in 2. Joe Rugg, your race winner.
You got no time to sweat because here come the Grand Vets heading down the hill. Fitzroy Bryce, Martin Ogden, Stuart Little, 1, 2, 3 in a row into the turn. Bryce has been pushed back that little bit. The Warlock absolutely on it. Is it going to be another A final? Oh, it might be a trip to Nottingham via the 3rd straight. But he's in there at the minute. Come on, Warlock, keep it going. Stu Lill in 3. Fitzroy Bryce making it in. Craig Nelly Nelson all over the back of the Warlock into the turn. High-low move coming. Drag race by the Icon down the straight. Craig's in. Warlock's out. Oh, disaster.
Haley leads out the second of the Grand Vet semis by an absolute mile, going 1 and 2 with Matt Hayward out of Royal Air Force. Steve Fortune's in there in 4, chasing down Brett Knight in 3. Haley looking safe and clear. Hayward, Knight, pile up with the 14-year-olds. Hayward, Knight, Fortune, that's your 2, 3, 4.
Right, I don't know what's gone on there. There's been some carnage in the 14-year-old semi-final. McNulty, Charlie Bob, Louis Kacharik. That is your 1, 2, 3. Milton Keynes getting the 4. That's going to be Jamie Turblanche, but whatever's gone off on straight number 1, it's been a big one. Roland Ells, I think, going down. Twas Adilo up and okay. as is Ethan Crooks Martin. We're looking after Roland Els at the moment. Right, Max Vass is up. I'm just looking after Roland now. sunglasses, they're actual glasses. Clear lens, clear frame,
Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Chasing. Shameless. Get dangerous. Shameless. Shameless. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous.
No, I wasn't in duty free. Not after that flight. 14 hours, no, all I did was go to the lounge and eat and have a shower, that was it. So yeah, Oakley prescription glasses with clear frames. If you've lost them, they're up here.
Get dangerous. Shameless. Chasing. Shameless. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Chasing. Shameless. Get dangerous. Shameless. Get dangerous.
All right, well, I've got the opportunity. Don't forget, School Games will be here in September. Here at Derby BMX, the race day. If you got the opportunity to be a part of School Games, you are very, very lucky. It's an amazing event. Day one at Loughborough University. If you want to go and watch at Loughborough as well, there'll be competition under the lights Saturday night on Shirley Pierce Square at Loughborough University. It's an absolutely banging event. It's really good. It's an amazing one for the kids. You'll really enjoy it. If you got the opportunity to go to School Games, you can watch for free at Loughborough University on Saturday. There's a ticket for here on Sunday, but the ticket is like £4. It's nothing. So yeah, School Games, get involved if you can, either as a spectator or a competitor. It's mega.
Looks like we are ready to jump back into a racing. Semi-final number 40, the 14-year-olds. Raf Sowerby, Gilmore Green, Charlie Wilcox, Josh Jepson, Holly Steele, Freddie Parkinson, Harry Donald and James Miller. Here we go then, second of the 14-year-old semi-finals. Here's the track. James Miller out of lane number one, looking good, heading for that first corner. Where is Josh Jepson? He's in the middle of the pack, works his way into four. Looks like that could be Harry Donald in there in three. Freddie Parkinson in 2, but Miller out front looking good. Who's picking up the 5 spot as he going in and out of turn number 2? That's a 33 plate of Harley, still doing it for 0-1 Racing. He wants to pick up the final qualifying spot as he puts the pressure on Jepson into the final turn. Miller, Parkinson, Donald, they're safe and clear. Jepson looking like he's going to hang on to it down to the wire.
Right, 15-year-old semi-finals. Colby Rayford, Heath Osborne, 1 and 2 at the minute. Evan Partly shopping for a position. He's up there in 3. Got Newton Hindley with him. Elvis Lawrence on the outside, looking in as they go down towards that final turn. It's going to be Rayford bringing it out of the final corner. Rayford, Osborne. Who's going to get that 4th? It's going to be Hindley.
Second of the 15-year-old semi-finals are on track. Ned Guppy leads it out. Who's there with him? The 2 Salted Race Gear boys picking it up. One of them is Lynch, the other is Eames. Headed for turn number 2. That's Nate Hamilton back there in 5. Max Lawrence has worked his way into 3. Last turn action. Here we go. Hamilton. Oh, wasn't close enough. It's going to be Guppy, Lynch, Lawrence, Eames. 1, 2, 3, and 4. First of the 16-year-old semi-finals hits the track. Elijah Jamira going 1 and 2 with Bradley James into turn number 2. Cooper McCrum, Freddie Franklin. That's your 3 and 4. Has Eli Price got enough left for them into the final turn? I don't think it's going to get close enough. Jamira, James, McCrum. 1, 2, 3.
Right, let's have a look. Lucas Seeley, where is he? Out there in front at the moment. My heart has not stopped pounding from the 15-year-old semi-finals. James Entwistle, 1, 2, 3. That looks like Eden Boone in there in 4. Savage Racing. Ollie Turblanche diving underneath, looking for a spot. Turblanche is on him. Is he going to get in at the line? Turblanche.
17 to 18-year-old girls are on track. Elwood going 1 and 2 with Sabina Ashman. Heading into turn number 2, the Ice Bikes rider in there in 3 is Imogen Cockrell going 3 and 4 with the 18X of Isla Radcliffe out of Hot Shot Racing, but it's looking good for Elwood into that final corner. In and out she goes, going to pick up this semi-final win. Elwood, Ashman, Cockrell, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be Radcliffe in 4.
Right, this is the rerun of the 13-year-old girls as they head down the hill. Oh! Freya Monforte's dropped it on the first straight. Game over for her as they go in and out of that first turn. Here we go. Who's going to bring it down towards us? It's going to be Moto 1. Is it Freya Harris? I've got a feeling it is. Which one am I looking at? Not just 13-year-old girls. Right, okay, Darcy Payne's in there as well. As they come down towards the final corner, Darcy took a tumble in that first one. She's not going to make it in this time around, unfortunately. Ellie Beat's going to make it in. Who's going to take that final spot? Oh, too close to call.
Second of the 17 to 18-year-old ladies semi-final is on track. The real deal. Amelia Everly is charging for that first corner for the whole shot. Her teammates back there in 3. In and out of that first turn they go. Everly leads it. Carniston in there in 2. Brooks in 3. Eleanor Curtis has worked her way into 4. Looking to separate herself out from the rider in 5. That is Smiley Maloney, who's got a bucket load of work to do. She wants to pick up the final in the final round of the National Series 2026. Everly absolutely charging through the final straight. Her teammate Brooks going to get 3. Carniston for 2 and Curtis in 4.
Semi-final 47, the first one for the 17 and 18-year-olds. And Amos Guppy is absolutely on fire this weekend. In and out of the turn we go. That looks like Thomas Doran in 2, Barata in 3, Kai Blaine in 4. That is Lewis Cook in 5, who's looking for the move. Blaine's hanging on to it. Cook's on the back of him. Guppy takes it. Guppy, Doran, Barata, and Kai Blaine.
Where's Jake Hart in semi-final number 48? He's right there in the 2 spot, chasing down Henry here through the second straight. Looks like Samson Townsend's worked his way into 3. Eli Smith and Malachi O'Reilly into that second corner. It's going to be Smith. Smith's hanging on. Here comes Twitcher getting involved in the top 5 action. In and out of the final corner. Is going to pick it up. Hart Townsend, Smith, 2, 3, 4.
Right, part-time Northerner Lucy Mondays in there in that third spot, looking to make the main. Emily Green is out in front. Hannah Drew in the 2, Lucy in 3. The 8 that belongs to Esme Brooke, I think, in there. It's Izzy Hurry going through in 4. Looks like these are going to be the 4 riders making it in. Izzy in 4, Lucy in 3, Hannah in 2, Emily taking the win.
0-1 on the front of the bike, and it's Annabelle Townsend doing it for Savage Racing, leader now semi-final number 50, as they're bringing it towards turn number 2. Mega Gerard are racing on the 1X, is in there in that 2 spot, it's the 3X in there in 3. Yetska Hemstock picking it up and towards her final turn. Tilly McCrum is under pressure, looks like Megan Kirby's in 5, McCrum's in 4, last straight track race, McCrum, Kirby, it's going to be Tilly McCrum for BMX with her photography.
Tyrese Bradshaw leading out the first of the 19 to 29 semi-finals. The 10X of Lamin Akaleli in there in that 4th spot. Is he going to be able to hold off the riders behind as they go in and out of the turn? Wallace in 3, Chi Young in 2. Lamin taking that 4th position.
Josh Kay's just shuffled back to 3 after an absolutely blinding start hill. So is Strickland and Kay. It's almost like it's a mirror image of yesterday's semi-final. Kate's is in there in 3. Gambay's in 4. Ben Fitzsimmons in 5. The 2 BMX Hype Boys are going 6 and 7. Brown's in 8. But it's Kay keeping Strickland honest down this final straight. Kate's Gambay looking safe and clear and through. 10 minutes, ladies and gents. 3:30 for your finals. Please make sure you are in the pens ready and waiting for finals time.
Fastest lap today, and I think he probably would have had a very fast lap yesterday, going from 3rd to nearly taking the win in the final yesterday.
Yeah, Antec's been absolutely on fire this weekend, and the thing I like about Antec is he does not give up. He does not quit, and he's got that kind of in front of him, he's just got Henry Sullivan, and he's chasing him and chasing. You can see how much he wants it. So, it's going to be an absolute banger of a final between those two boys today, and, the future's bright.
It is, isn't it? And we've got Jimmy Criddle back.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy's flying. I love watching Jimmy race. It's always exciting. He's so quick. And to see him back yesterday, first ever national elite win, I believe it was. That was insane. Yeah. The way he came out the gate, he just left. He left. Everyone else was just doing what they were doing. He was gone, crossed the line, and that was it. It was just an insane lap. Yeah, it was brilliant to see, and especially in his BMX Twitter photography kit. Yeah, love to see that.
Did look good, didn't it? He's so efficient. There's no wasted movement on any bit of the track, is there? Shout out for the girls, Ella Blue Chidley into corner 1 yesterday in the final.
Yeah, Ella had an absolute stormer of a lap yesterday, and it's just unlucky that she got out of shape in that final turn. Lost all her momentum, ended up like 6th or something. But if she keeps putting in performances like that, she's going to come through pretty fast.
Yeah, it was a real step for Ella. Good to see. And finally, penultimate actually, Nathaniel Eames. I'll talk to you about that.
Yeah, he's been incredible. He's been so impressive this year. We've watched him sort of over the last 3 or 4 years. Obviously, I've been watching him with Rich. I've seen him go from strength to strength. And every year I've been saying it just needs that little bit of luck to start the year and then he'll be flying. He started this year incredibly. And then obviously his injury a couple of weeks back at Cardiff. And to come back here today after no time on the bike, get the all clear on Thursday, and to turn up and make a final today is insane. He's starting to look like a professional rider, which is exactly what you want to see from these guys at that sort of age. And he really has done really well this weekend. Yeah, definitely.
Getting very efficient on the bike, I must say. It's a northern thing, isn't it?
If you can get him to tidy his bedroom, so much the better.
Oh, good luck with that. I had no luck with that. Anyway, and then just to mention Tyrese. Actually, I know local track and all that, but tripling into the last corner. It's lovely to see my vision for a pro line on every track rather than a pro straight necessarily, especially where you haven't got room. Yeah. It's really important to have those big jumps, isn't it? That even if it's not the ultimate racing line, it's still a good fun line to practice for the bigger tracks. But and then very, very last but not least at all, Brits at Plattfields. What are you both looking forward to?
Just the whole weekend. It's going to be amazing. That's such a kind of compact venue as well. You can imagine everybody stood around the side of that track, finals time, going absolutely berserk. There's so much that can happen on that track in such a short space of time. I predict a lot of moves in that final corner. I predict people sliding out in turn number 2, but also I predict some winners that you didn't see coming.
I agree. In fact, I know there's a few riders that haven't done many, if any, nationals who are going to be there. And it's a bit like in the 80s, you used to get regional riders turn up and they'd smash it because no one had seen them coming.
Callum Chard Maple, when he was 8 years old, turned up, goalkeeper jersey and gloves, took the win. Nobody knew who he was.
There we go. What are you looking forward to?
I love Plattfields track. I'm a big fan of these sort of old school tracks where it's tight, compact, really close racing. The last time we had a Brits there was like 2015, so we're like 11 years on. To go back there and to be able to see the racing, how it's sort of progressed over the last 10 years or so, it's going to be insane to watch how close that racing is. And yeah, I just love Plattfields anyway. I love the club, love the venue, love the track. So yeah, it's going to be great.
Looking forward to it. All right, well, we've got finals to go on the last round 10 of the Lloyds BMX National Series. Can't wait. So stay tuned.
volunteers. We've got our medics. We've got our riders. And we've got our spectators. We are ready to go racing, ladies and gents. Final number 1, lining up on the gate, 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser B final. Final number 1 here at round number 10 of the 2026 BMX National Series. Check out the Bristol Jets rider coming airborne down that first straight, Rocco Jenkins. But your race leader into the turn is going to be Huey Hall. No, it's not, sorry. It is the 19 of Thomas Barnard. Barnard leads this one out. RTR in there in 3. That is going to be Freddie Walsh, with Rocco Jenkins working his way inside the top 2. Rocco Beer on the back of his jersey. He's looking at the inside of Barnard into that final turn. Looks like he's going to make that one stick. Barnard back to about 4 now. Then his riders take advantage. It's going to be Bradley Grimm working his way into that 2 spot on the wire with Bishop in 3. 13-14 Cruiser B final. Looks like Tempo BMX UK. Oh, it's getting busy into the turn. Oh, one rider off the track. Yusuf Almas Fordham. He is making moves in that second turn. It was Harrison Barker that went over the corner. Your race winner though on the 4 plate. Looks like that is going to be Huey Hall. Next up on track, 15-16 Cruiser B final. That looks, oh, it all got squirrely in the turn. That sounded like Jacob Warren. That just about managed to keep it upright in and out of that final corner. It is Lucas Smith, I believe, picking up that race win. And next up on track, 29-year-old Cruiser B final. Matt McHugh leading the way down towards turn number 1. Niall Moss is in there as well. On the inside is Moss, McHugh in that order. Looks like Lloyd Freeman's getting busy in the turn. Doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. He's up there in about 3 now. Being chased out by one of the LeBras brothers. That is Jack LeBras. Jack Fast LeBras in and out of that second turn they go. Tempo BMX in there as well. That's going to be James Morrison rounding out the top 6 spots. Oh, moves being made in the turn. Fast LeBras goes from 4 to 3. McHugh in 2. It's not Moss out front for the win. 30 plus women's Cruiser B final. Looks like that could be Nicola Wheeler. MK Evolution leading this one out. Where's Coach Chizzy? She's in there in that 2 spot. She'll answer all of your school games questions whilst racing her bike round the track. Karen Evans out of Cornwall BMX in there in 3. Abby Hill in 4. Joe Gray in 5. Army Cycling Union's Ornella McGarvey. Miles on the inside into the final turn. Oh, the bows were flying. Miles picks up the 5. Gray back in 6 now, but it is Nicola Wheeler picking up the race win. 40 to 44-year-old Cruiser B final. 14 on the bike. James Moores leads it out from Andy Lockwood. Rider out of the northeast is Michael Parks on the 470 plate. Brunty Crew in there as well. Craig Platt on the 735 looking for a high low in that final turn, trying to make it stick. Who's going to pick it up down the final straight? Platt's here and there in 4. And it is a rider out of the northeast, Michael Parks in 3.
Right, 50 to 54 Cruiser the B final. Stu Little Evolved Bicycle Motocross out in front. That looks like Porter in there in 2. The move being made in the turn by the 465. That belongs to David Bishop out of Bournemouth. Moving himself up into that second place. So, Little, Bishop, Porter, McFarlane. That is your 1, 2, 3, and 4.
55 plus Cruiser Bruisers in and out of that first turn. Just interrupting Mr. Perkins' track watering skills. It is Featherstone leading this one out. Keith Brown in there in that 2 spot. Looks like Mick Hood in 3. David Knowles in 4. The 14 plate in 5 is going to be Jonathan Charlesworth out of Dirt BMX and Doncaster. Steve Keach in there as well. Looks like we've got Paul Adams and Graham Davies on track, but down the final straight, Brent Featherstone, Evolve Collective, going to be your race winner.
Right, first up of the A finals on Cruiser, we have the 9 to 12-year-old open class. Joseph Jewish, Jack Swales, Edward Worrell, Rory Smythe, Sammy Stack, Ollie Todd, Arthur Mason and Arlo Steinmetz. Here we go, Cruiser A finals are underway. Steinmetz in the middle, shot out of the cannon. Oh, we've lost one on the right hand side on straight number one. Picking himself up, he's okay. In and out of the turn, it is Steinmetz leading it out. Looking for the rider in there in two. We've got Ollie Todd, Sammy Stack, Rory Smythe. Smythe it is in the two. Arthur Mason in the three. Moves being made. Ollie Todd in there in four. But Arlo Steinmetz, Burnham BMX Club, bringing it down to the line. Steinmetz taking the win. Last round of the National Series.
Just before we get into the 13-14 cruisers, if you've hired any transponders this weekend for your racing, please make sure you hand them back into admin as soon as you finish your racing to avoid mass queues at the end of the day. Thank you. 13-14 cruisers, A final. Xavier Fox, Cooper, Charlie Cotton, Dylan Spence, Hunter Mallion, Finn Murphy, Benedict Marco, Leighton Harding and Adam Arnold. Second of our A finals hits the track here around number 10. Day 2 at Derby. Check out the DC Cycles riders on the inside. Benny Marco shot out of the cannon into turn number 1. Big move around the outside. Sonny Nunny crew leading it through. Hunter van der Mallion's getting involved in the action down that second straight. Murph, Mallion, Marco, 1, 2, 3. Arnold's in 4. Harding's in 5. Spence 6. Cotton 7. And that is looking like Cooper in 8. Last turn action. Oh! Here comes Hunter Mallion. Makes his stick. Your new race leader, Hunter van der Mallien, gonna be a race winner. Adam Arnold came out of nowhere for 2.
Right, I think Arlo Steinmetz has picked up a whole shot prize in 9 to 12 cruiser, a BMX bounty voucher. That's for Arlo Steinmetz. So we are moving on to 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. Ailey Watson, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Isla Young, Maddie Dixon, Lucy Stevenson, Sadie McSwitty, Lottie McFarlane and Emily Grimm. Girls are go fourth moto for these young ladies. It's coming down to total points. Emily Grimm on the inside, but Ailey Watson moving away over for BMX Widow Photography into the turn. I've got a feeling she's going to wrap this one up today with this win as they go in and out of turn number 1. Sadie McSweety doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Maddie Dixon fluent in there as well. Battling away with Emily Grimm into the corner. Paige Cathcart Cunnison getting involved for Savage Racing, having to deal with Lottie McFarlane as they go down that third straight, but there is no doubt who is going to take the win in this one. BMX Widow Photography, Ailey Watson to the line, taking the win. Grimm for 2, Dixon for 3. Next up, 15, 16-year-old cruiser, the final. Adam Stevenson, Sam Wood, Alfie Sim, Cooper McCrum, Newton Hindley, Ronnie Richards, Jack Walford and Lucas Seeley. "15, 16-year-old cruisers are go. This is an absolutely stacked class. Let's have a look who's going to lead it into the turn. Lucas Seeley. Seeley, Hindley, McCrum, that is your 1, 2, 3. Alfie Sim in there in 5, making moves, looking for the 4. He's got to work his way past Jack Walford to get it done. Stevenson in there in 6, Richards in 7, Wood in 8. Here we go, down the straight. Lucas Seeley's going to take the win. Seeley, Hindley, McCrum, Walford and Sim. Right, next up, ladies cruiser. 17 to 29. Trinity Cam, Amy Willets, Charlotte Jackson, Hannah Drew, Josie McFall, Yetska Hempstock, Izzy Hurry, and Anya Matern Alonso. The Cruisers, 17 to 29-year-old ladies. Look at the elbows flying already as they go down the straight. Josie McFall getting involved in it, being pushed to the inside, going round the turn. Anya Matern Alonso picking up the whole shot, heading down towards turn number 2. Hannah Drew in that second spot. Yetska in 3, Izzy Hurry in 4. Charlotte Jackson rounding out the top 5. Josie in 6, Amy in 7, Trinity in 8. But 17 to 29, female cruiser. The win is going to Anya Matern Alonso. It's Drew, Hempstock, Hurry, and Jackson.
17, 29-year-old men's cruiser up on the go. We've got John O'Harrody, Pete Watson, Kian Brown, Zach Green, Connor Blythe, Luca Manzi, Stan Palmer, and Josh Cates. This final had it all yesterday, and we are looking at day number 2 now. Josh Cates has been shot out of the cannon, heading for turn number 1. DC Cycles got 2 riders occupying 2 and 3. That's Blythe and Manzi getting involved. Where is Zach Green? He's in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment, chopping and changing positions. It's looking like Blythe's worked his way into 2, Watson 3, Manzi 4, and that is Palmer in 5. It's getting busy in turn 2, but Josh Cates has run away with this one, in and out of that final corner. Cates is going to pick it up through the final straight. Who's going to get 2? Watson on the line, nicks it from Blythe as things look.
30 plus female cruiser. There is a whole shot award in this one. It's a goodie bag from Derby BMX Club. So your riders are Amanda Hempstock, Nikki Sitch, Marcia Brook, Emily Eilert, Ro Beckett, Leah Meaden, Nita Wong, and Rebecca Goal. +30 female cruiser leaving the gate. Becca Gold getting out early doors. Nita Wong right there next to her. Roll Beckett just working her way into that 3rd position. Magic Manda on the inside. The whole shot award goes to Rebecca Gold of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading this one out, looking for another win. Joe Gray looking for a way through as well as they head towards the 2nd turn. Sorry, it was Leah Meaden, do apologise. So, Gold, Neats, Rowan, 1, 2, 3, Meaden 4, Magic Manda in there in 5. Marsha in 6, Emily in 7, Nikki in 8, but Becca Goal taking another national win on the cruiser for Absolute Bicycle Motocross.
30 to 39-year-old cruisers up on the gate. We've got Kieran Wood, Ash Richardson, Martin Brown, Chris Hearn, Mitchell Smith, Nathan Abbott, Jack Hudson, and John Lillingston. 39-year-old cruisers on track. Lillingston out of lane number 1. He's absolutely blowing towards that first corner. Who's there with him? It's got to be Jack Hudson. Lillingston, though, leads this one through. Where's the Smiley's Flight Club boys? That is Martin Smiley Brown in 3. Smith gets it all wrong, ends up at about 6 or 7. But Lillingston, Brown's worked his way into 2. Abbott's back there in 4. Hearn's in 5. But John Lillingston, can anyone catch him? Here comes Martin Smiley Brown, last turn action, looking for a way round, drag racing down the final straight. Has he got enough lift in the tank? Lillingston takes it. Brown, Hudson 2 and 3. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Nick Lewis, Rob Harris, Jay Kempsford, Matt Eaton, Ian Smythe, Dylan Dixon, Tom Stratton and Kira McAvoy. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers are on track. Where's Larry Nobles? He's on the outside, headed for turn number 1. It's going to be McAvoy leading it into the corner. Sorted race gear out front. Hotshot racing in there behind him with Dylan Dixon. That's your British champion. Aboard that 0-1 bike. Tom Stratton's in there in about 4. Chasing Matt Eaton out of BRE Racing. Smud's in there in about 5 or 6. Second turn action, McAvoy. He's ran away with this final once again this year. In and out of that final turn. Sorted race gear's finest. He's going to have a 1 on the front of his bike next year. McAvoy, Larry Nobles takes it. Dixon for 2. Ty on the line for 3. Straight will have to settle for 4 as Eaton nicks that top 3 finish.
Final number 18. These are the 45 to 49-year-olds. Andy Todd, Neil Turblanche, Kev Merrin, Jamie Rose, Big Nige Smith, Tony Labras, Simon Toogood and Matthew Trinkard. Okie dokie, here we go. DJ Toogood got an absolute flyer on his home track in front of the home fans. Is this going to be the win he was after? But Trinkart has stolen it away, taken that lead. Toogood on him like a stray dog on an abandoned kebab, heading towards turn number 2. Lebras in there in 3. Big Nige Smith. He might grit his teeth for the first time since 1978 going into that final turn. It's going to be Trinkart to the line. Toogood, not quite good enough, but second is solid. Lebras, 3. Big Nige, 4.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers up on the gate. We've got Steve Hassel, Brett Knight, Gaz Carver, Pete Butler, Martin Ogden, Daz O'Brien, Darren Reedy and Alan Hill. Old enough to know better, young enough to not care. The 50 to 54-year-old cruisers are waging war. Oh! Baller hits the deck as Healy leads it into the turn. Check out Reedy and Kev Bacon. They're banging bows in the first corner. Has O'Brien got enough left? 4 Reedy is bringing it to turn 2. Oggy's in there in 4. Gaz Carver, what a palaver. Has had a move stuck on him in that second corner. That's Hassel working his way in. But can anyone catch Healy? Looking for 3 out of 3 so far this weekend. Healy for Pure Bikes. Reedy for Sorted. It's Kevin Baker for Crucial. 1, 2, 3. Gaz Carver.
What a palaver.
Has a bit of a palaver on the line, but he's up. He's going to walk away. Put your hands together for Gaz Carver, ladies and gents. And put your hands together for Pete Butler as well. He's up and finishing his lap.
Right, next up. Oh, hang on. Oh, are we on 55 plus cruiser now? Sorry, I missed it. Chris Madron, Stephen Notman, David Wilcock, Tim Drew, Dave Lindsay, Billy Stupple, John Bentley and Stu Campbell. All right, 55 plus cruiser. Lewis said old enough to know better, young enough not to care. These guys don't give a monkeys either way as they head into turn number 1. Stuart Campbell, Astar Racing. John Bentley in there in 2. Stupple in the mix somewhere. That looks like Pure Bicycles. Chris Madron in there in 3. Drew in 4. Dave Lindsay in 5. Battling with Billy Stupple. Notman in there in 7. And David Wilcock in 8. As they head down towards the line, it's going to be Stuart Campbell, John Bentley. Going 1 and 2, Chris Madron in 3.
2 riders down in the 7-year-old B final. One of them was Reggie Rice, and I think the other might have been Milo Foxbond. Both the lads up and finishing their lap. Put your hands together for them. We are looking at Parker Gray in there. In about that 3 or 4 spot at the moment, swapping and changing positions. It's Owen Wheater leading them out. Brunty crew in there as well. Alfred Baglin being chased down by the 267 plate over Isaac Book out of Bristol Jets. Ref in the Southwest jersey. Ice Bikes in there in 4. That's going to be Patrick Dempsey. He's put down the stethoscope for the weekend and picked up his bike. He's looking to pick up a top 3 spot in this 7-year-old B final through the final straight. Wheater's going to take it right the way down to the wall. Rider down right at the wire. Alfie Baglin. Let's hope that he's all right.
As we move on, these are the 8-year-olds, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've got Nico Jocelyn Black in there, a.k.a. the Potato. He's slicing and dicing and gone in the air fryer at 200 degrees for 12 minutes. Coming through in 5. Oh, Reggie Rice. What sportsmanship. Well done, Reggie.
Give it up for
Looking after
Reggie,
his
ladies and
mate.
gents.
Legend, Reggie. Good lad. Oh, Flick. Gee whiz. Flick Brentnall. These are the 8-year-old girls B final. Susie Wyatt, Freya Critchley, Verity Kay, Sky Sound and Wells in this. Kylie Dixon, Maisie Edwards, and Lottie Arnold. And we're going in and out of that turn, and it is Flick Brentnall doing it for allensbmx.com Factory Supercross. In there in 1, where is Susie Wyatt? She's going through in 2. That is Verity Kay out of Manchester National Race Team in 3. The 937, that belongs to Freya Critchley, Birmingham BMX Club. And rounding out the top 5 is Lottie Arnold from TNT. Sky's in there in 6. 2 riders down on that first straight. But meanwhile, in the 9-year-old girls B final, Flick Brentnall under pressure at the line. Oh! Transponders of truth, do your thing.
Rudy Pleasance Ford just hit the deck, and I think he got swallowed up with Ruari Kempsford. RPF did a full 720 as he went down, but he's back up and on his bike. We're just going to make sure that Ruari's okay. That looks like Augustus Bartolini doing it for Hayes Hawks out there in the 1 spot, going 1 and 2 with Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton. Down that final straight, CGR in there as well. Alfie Fishwick rounds out the top 3. Rapid, Roman Birdfield in there for 4. Put your hands together for RPF, ladies and gents. Just going to make sure that Mr. Kempsford's okay.
Right, okay, we just look after Rory. Don't forget as well, BMX Race Hub, you can still, if you're watching on the live stream, you want to make a donation to BMX Race Hub, you can actually do that. Every penny goes towards keeping the live stream rolling. And if anybody's got a very, very large corporate company and wants some great marketing, they could actually sponsor the BMX Race Hub. It'll cost you a few quid, but the BMX family will be forever grateful. So all donations gratefully received, and massive sponsors as well.
And also just another reminder about transponders. If you have hired a transponder this weekend, please make sure you hand it back into our race admin team as soon as you've finished your racing, just to avoid mass queues at the end of the day. These guys want to get home just as much as yourselves, so please, please, please hand in your transponders as soon as you have finished your racing. Thank you.
There was a joke in there about robots in disguise, wasn't there? Again, Lewis is lost. He don't know Transformers, does he? He was not a kid in the 80s.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't need this much stick for being young.
We're just going to put Lewis in a time machine and take him back to 1984, just so he can understand what life was like with no mobile phones and no internet. He's baffled.
It's almost like it's my fault.
It is. Yeah, all right, even I'm not that old, Casey. Flipping heck. I tell you what, though, mind you, that's probably because you're little. Yeah, 5Ps were massive. Also, as well, the team tents, the kind of gazebo village. I know you've all been very, very good and put your rubbish in the bin bags. If you could tie your bin bags up and just leave them for collection, please. The more rubbish that you can gather up, the easier it is for Derby Club and the lovely volunteers. They've got to stay late to clean everything up. The more rubbish you can have put to one side and nicely packed up in bin bags, the better. We would really appreciate that for the host club. Thank you very much. Got anything else, Lewis, that we need to talk about?
Not got a clue.
Apart from your lack of 80s knowledge, obviously.
My lack of 80s knowledge, yeah. That seems to be at the forefront of everyone's mind at the moment.
Well, yeah. You're still the apprentice. We can give you as much stick as we need to.
Penalised for being young. Not a clue. Not a clue.
Casey
This is, by the way, right, you guys only hear a snippet of this. This is all weekend. Every time we come racing, Casey's behind me talking about 80s stuff. Richie's next to me talking about 80s stuff. I ain't got a clue. I haven't got a clue.
Casey just said to him, did you ever watch Blockbusters? He went, I have no idea.
Not a clue.
Oh.
Put your hands together for
No, I don't
Rory
remember that one
Kempsford.
either. All right. No, you were a proper geek, you were, Casey. He watched all the tragic 80s computer stuff.
Tragic 80s computer stuff.
Oh. It's a nightmare reminiscing about it, I'll tell you that much.
That was quite quick.
Dun-dun-dun. I'm here all week, try the food delectable beef curry. Right, looks like we're ready to go anyway.
Oh, we're back on.
Do you know where we are? Apart from Derby, obviously.
We are in Derby. That was Mr. Kempsford that went down. 10-year-old boys, is that me, is it? Looks like it.
Right, B final for the 10-year-old boys. Ethan White and Dominic Zapanos, gates 1 and 3 at the moment. Charlie Blakeburn in there as well. So for a B final, this one's pretty stacked. Ethan White in and out of that first turn, picking up the hole shot. There's no hole shot awards for the B finalists, unfortunately. Charlie Blakeburn working his way into 2. Dominic Zapanos, the fastest Romanian you'll ever meet. He's in there in 4. Just had the moves put on him by Alexander Gilbert. Is that Seb Perry in there as well? I think it is. As they go in and out of the final turn, it is looking like Ethan the Great White is going to take the B final win. But Charlie Blakeburn had a right good go.
Seth Kacharik on track here at Derby. This is his home soil. He's leading out this B final in the 11-year-olds. European champion Betty Wills in there behind him, doing it for Pro Start and the girls. Keeping him honest as they're bringing it towards the final turn. That looks like Seb Staines in there in 3. Smooth as you like round here. Another rider on his home turf. He's going to pick it up as they bring it down the final straight. Jesse Rose in there in 4. Reactive Racing in 5 with Mr. George Spencer.
Right, Freya Monforte leading out the B final. She was unlucky to take a tumble in that semi. She's certainly looking to make up for it now. Out there in front and leading by some distance into turn number 2, Holly Richardson. Working her way into that second spot, the 113, the brightly coloured April Wood out of Bournemouth BMX Club. Jamie Puddock in there in 4, Darcy Payne rounding out the 5. We've got Rachel Pritchard, Jessica Cox, India Bennett in there as well. But it's going to be Monforte to the line from Richardson.
The Land Sharks on track in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the rider out of BMX Wood Photography. That is Murray Watson. Wood, Archie 1 and 2. The 6 players, Freddie Ray Orland in there in 3. Lucas Tewolds in 4. Seb Hewitt's in 5. Hugo Dayton's in 6. And that looks like Rex Beasley in 7. In and out of that final corner. They're going down the final straights. Oh, it's getting all sorts of busy. Freddie Ray Orland makes his move. Ends up sticking the Land Shark over on the grass. He'll recover and pick himself up a 7 spot across the line.
Right, moving on. This is the 13-year-old girls, Mara McCarran. Out in front, the 19 in there in 2 is Lily May Gould. I don't think we've got any Samia Hughes in this one, unfortunately. Got a feeling she's heading off to catch a boat or a plane, whichever one it is. But it's McCarran, Lily May Gould, 1 and 2. Who's going to pick up the 3? It was Poppy May Kirby.
13 open class on track. That looks like Zach Everly in there in that 2 spot, looking for a way around Big Murph. It was Sol, couple of riders down. The sender, Archie Bell. That looks like Mr. Parsons as well. Is that Zach Parsons? Yes, it is. All hitting the deck. Archie Bell's back up to his feet. So are the other gents. Put your hands together for them.
Oh, right, okay, all action here for a minute. You had loads of time. We suddenly the Grand Vet's heading towards us. Yeah, we're all good. Neil Waddington and Neil Warlock. It's all the Neils in this one. Ian Milne in there as well. Patrick Graham, all going through. Matthew Knight, Craig Bryan, Dave Knowles. So we've got Dave Knowles in this one. I don't think we have but it's Waddington taking it to the line. The Warlock in there in 2, Ian Milne in 3. Back in the time machine and away from 1996.
Still before I was born. Vets on track. Matt Eaton heading towards that first corner, doing it for BRE Racing. That looks like a rider out over Team A. George Salmond out of Andover BMX Club. Big Nige Smith, rider down in turn number 1. Not quite sure who that was. Might have been the rider out of Jump Club. Jack Hatfield, let's hope that he's okay. The 182 in there as well. That is Ben Martin out of Preston Pirates. Headed towards that final corner. Big Nige Smith in there in 3, George Salmon in 2, but it is Matt Eaton, your race leader, picking up the Vets B final win across the line. Put your hands together for Archie Bell as he makes his way off track. And of course, Jack Hatfield's picked himself up as well.
All right, 14-year-old boys, the B final minus Roland Els. We hope he's fit and well soon. Sending him our best wishes as we go into turn number 1. Let's see who's going to pick up the whole shot. Looks like Charlie Wilcox out of Team Mind in there in 1. Mark Tuzzadillo in there as well in 2. Picking up that 3 spot, I've got a feeling it's Ethan Crooks Martin. It is in that 3rd position. Ralph Sowerby trying to get involved as well as they go in and out of the turn. Wilcox, Tuzzadillo, Crooks Martin. 1, 2, 3, Max Vass in there in 4, but it's going to be Wilcox to the line for the B final win.
15's B final on track, couple of riders. Pile up at turn number 1. Elvis Lawrence ended up, no, that was Sam Wood actually, ended up completely battering the fence at the top of the corner. Brody Geddes, one of the fallen riders. Let's hope that them gents are all right. Nate Hamilton, Elvis Lawrence, Harry Bailey, Tom Westmore, 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we've got Zach Childs in there. That's Sam Woods picking himself up. Dexter Beer up as well. Nate Hamilton, Elvis Lawrence, Harry Bailey. That was so stacked. It could have been an 8 final on any given day in this class. Put your hands together for the fallen riders. Dexter Beer up, Sam Wood, and Brody Geddes.
Right, let's have a look as they head down the hill. The 16-year-old B final. Boone, Price, Dunkley, Shear, Cranage, Widdowson, Kirby, and a Ewan Beat. Into the turn we go. That is Savage Racing. Eden Boone leading it down this second straight. Ewan Beat in there inside the top 4 right now. Chasing down the rider out of Peckham, which is Eli Price. Cranage trying to get involved as well. He's in there in 5. Alex Dunkley making moves as well as they go into the final corner. So it's going to be Eden Boone to the line, taking the win.
17, 18-year-olds B final. Zach Twitchett in there. Hit about 5 or 6 at the moment, but it is Lewis Cook leading it out. Going 1 and 2 with Malachi O'Reilly. That looks like he covered the 9 plate of Finn Collis. Out of Absolute, John O'Haradine. Repping the MK and Tinder colours. Heading in towards that final corner. Doing it for all of the single ladies out there. Get your resumes into Jono as he brings it through that final straight for a top 4 spot with Zach Twitching in 5.
19 to 29-year-old girls. The B final, Megan Kirby, Alaya Akalele, Amy Willets, Rebecca Gold, Jamie Elwood, Ella Lamb, Anita Wong, and Anella McGarvey Miles. And it is the 9 plate that belongs to Megan Kirby in and out of the turn. Amy Willets in 2. Peckham's Alaya Akalele in there in 3 with Amy Willets rounding out the 4. Becca Gold going through in 5. Elwood in 6. Neats in 7. And Ornella McGarvey Miles in 8. Megan Kirby taking the win.
Last of the B finals then for 2026 National Series. That's Will Good in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 0-2-0 of Theodore Peterkin. Doing it for Pekka BMX. Will's teammate Josh Barsby in there. Got the weight of the world on his shoulders. Wearing Sean Issett's jersey, but it is going to be Will in there for that 2 spot. Kian Brown in 3.
Right, moving on, we are going to start with the A finals, the 6 and under girls. This is moto number 4 for Lenny Holiday, Aria Bartlett, Ava Towell, Kai Gibson, Larissa Thoros, Grace Snell, Sophie Thorpe, and Mia Dix. There is a whole shot award for this one, and it is a BMX Bounty voucher. Right, 6 and under young ladies. These girls have been absolutely awesome all year long. And when you look up awesome in the 6 and under girls class, we are looking at Sophie Thorpe out of Derby BMX Club on the home track in front of the home fans. Mia Dix is in there as well, who pulled off the unofficial Maxis move of the day in her semi-final right here in front of us at commentary. Grace Snell's in there for Fluent, Larissa Thoros. For the Hawks, Kaya Gibson, Ava Towell, Aria Bartlett. It is the 7:01 that belongs to Ava Towell. She's in there in 2. Kaya's going through in 3. Miss Grace Snell in there in 4. Aria Bartlett rounding out the 5. But no doubt who is out in front in this one, bringing it down towards the finish line. It is going to be Sophie Thorpe of Derby BMX Club. And the Derby Massive are going to cheer their riders on. Big finish there between Kaya and Grace Snell. Six and under boys, the final. Hold on to your hats, people. This one's going to be rad. Ellis Hitchens, Ronnie Barnard, Milo Ryder Bays, Edward Morley, Joe Garrett, Diego Quijada, Ellis Dowson, and Milo Gehring. Six and unders are bringing the thunder down that first straight, heading towards the turn. Let's have a look. Ellis Dowson on the inside. I think he's in there in 2 right now. I've got a feeling it's Milo Gehring who's going to pick up the whole shot. In and out we go. Where is Diego Quijada? He's in there in about 3rd or 4th, I think, at the moment. 4th at the moment for the Irish rider. But Gehring out front, looking good. Joe Garrett in there in 3. Ellis Dowson in 2. Diego in 4. Edward in 5. Milo in 6. Ronnie in 7. Ellis in 8. But it's going to be Milo Gehring to the line, taking the win. Ellis couldn't quite get near him. Joe and Diego rounding out the 4.
7-year-old ladies lining up on the gate. This is another one of our whole shot classes. We've got Aubrey Chambers, Billy Sawyer, Erin Thoros, Evie Steele, Alice Laurie, Amaria Gibson, Noah Kerr, and Peony Ford. One of these 8 little ladies is going to walk away with a goodie bag courtesy of Derby BMX in a few seconds time as you head towards that first corner. Peony Ford's on the inside, but check out Noah Kerr. She wants his goodie bag. In she goes to the turn. She picks it up over the whole shot line. Peony Ford, your British champion, in there in 2. Gibson's in there in 3. Looks like Alice Laurie's battling it out with her in 4. Looking to go round the outside. Peony Ford's not done yet either. Oh, gets it a little bit wrong into the turn. Kerr looks up the inside, wasn't quite close enough. Ford, Kerr, Gibson, Laurie. Here comes Gibson round the outside of Kerr into the final corner. Peony Ford has run away with it, your British champion. Out of Braintree BMX. Gibson gets it a bit wrong. The pressure comes from Kerr at the line. Oh, that one was close. 7-year-old boys up on the start for their final. We've got Alejandro Crudo Estevez, Jackson May, Oliver Savage, Amari Bamford, Burr, Freddie Mitchellmore, Luke Barron, Jack Byrne, and Ruben McAllister. Seven-year-old boys are a go. Where is McAllister? He's on the inside. It looks like Barron's had a... Oh! Barron explodes through the rollers on the first straight. Ends up on the deck in a heap. Straight back up to his feet though. He wants to get back in the action. But out on track. Who's leading it out? We've got a big old scrap on our hands. Jack Byrne, your British champion, leads it through. That looks like Mitchell Moore in 2. Amari Bamford Burt in 3. And the 4th spot is the return of the Mac. Ruben McAllister looking to track down a podium spot. Last turn action they go in. And back out is Byrne. Out front has Mitchell Moore got enough left in the tank to pick him off down the final straight. Burr's pushing hard. Byrne, Mitchellmore, Bamford, Byrne, McAllister. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right, moving on. 4th at Moto for the 8-year-old girls. Erin Doney, Ada Porter, Sophia Rees, Ada Warner, Elsie McAvoy, and Elsie Hopkins. Okay. All right, there's a whole shot prize for this one. It's a BMX bounty voucher. You can collect that from the Derby Club Tuck Shop by the first straight as soon as you finish racing. It looks like Sophia Rees is going to be a rider who's picking up this BMX bounty voucher as a whole shot prize. She's in there in 1, chasing her down. I've got a feeling that might be Erin Doney in there in 2. Out of Ches Vegas BMX. It certainly is. TNT's Ada Warner's in there in 3. The 574 is Ada Porter in 4. Elsie McAvoy in 5. Elsie Hopkins in there in 6. But there is no stopping Sophia Rees as she heads down the straight. But I'll tell you what, Erin Doney's having a good go. Erin's going to get the 2. Ada for the 3. 8-year-old boys up next. We have got Lewin Jamira, Isaac Tomlinson, Shelby Yates, Alexander French, Sandis Ounds, Harrison Slater, Charlie Bromelo, and Ruben Lamb. Eight-year-old boys, this is going to be an absolute banger of a final, and it's Ruben Lamb who's turned on the turbochargers. Early doors, Charlie Bromelo's in there as well, and Sandy Sounds. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 into the turn, but it looks like Ruben Lamb is already extending his lead. Merseyside BMX Club absolutely unstoppable here in Derby. Shelby Yates is there in 4, Tomlinson in 5, Slater in there in 6, Jamira in 7, Alexander French in 8. As they round the final turn, it is going to be Ruben Lamb, Merseyside BMX, taking the 8-year-old boys win. Bromelo for the 2, Sandy Sounds rounding out the 3.
9-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Madeline Malloy, Isabella Henry, Abigail Henning, Izzy Moore, Mabel Pine, Tilly Hewitt, Maggie Devine, and Orla Jewis. Nine-year-old girls hit the track in final number 45. Mabel Pines in this one, your British champion. A couple of European finalists to go with her. Heading towards the first turn. Orla Jewis on the inside, but it's going to be Tilly Hewitt. Pro Stop BMX in and out of that first corner. Your European number 8 leads it out. Weezy E7, she's in there at about 3 at the moment. That's Maggie Devine out of Team Mabo UK. That looks like all the Jewish then, splitting up the 2 European finalists from earlier in the year. Your British champion getting involved. That's Mabel Pine in there in 4. That's got to be more in there in 5. Abigail Henning in 6. Henry in 7 and Malloy in 8. Last turn action. Hewitt leads it. Here comes Devine looking for a way into a top 2 spot. Last straight drag race. Hewitt looking like she's wrapped up this win. Jewish Devine to the line for 2 and 3. Mabel Pine rounds out the top 4. 9-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We've got Logan Acito, Oliver Pritchard, Arlo Payne, Joey Claydon, Connor Grant, Oscar Rutherford, Archie Walsgrove and Teddy Gorman. There's a BMX bounty voucher up for grabs. There's a whole shot prize in this final. And we are looking at Teddy Gorman, who's the favourite to pick it up as it stands into turn number 1. It's Teddy Gorman. Make sure you head over to the tuck shop after racing me. You picked yourself up a BMX bounty voucher, but he doesn't care. He wants to win as well. Who's there with him in the 2 spot? It's the 767 of Oliver Pritchard being chased out by GD33. That is, of course, Joey Claydon. Oscar rather fast is in there in 4. Logan Acito in 5. Payne's in 6. Grant 7. Walsgrove in 8. But Teddy Gorman absolutely flying. Look at that for a final lap, ladies and gents. As smooth as you like. Takes it over the line. Pritchard, Claydon round out the podium spots.
Oh, Oscar Rutherford's made it all the way around. I'm going to have to cancel the order now for the cage. Terrible. He's managed it. Anyway, let's move on. That's just a private joke. 10-year-old girls are up next. We have got Layla Dixon, Lauren Snell, Tessa Johnson, Amelia Brain, Autumn Moore, Panonica Castro Latch, Emeka Gibson, and Ella Grant. 10-year-old girls, look at these young ladies go. That is Ella Grant and Emeka Gibson, elbow to elbow, heading for turn number 1 and absolutely flying. Emeka in there first, Ella going through in 2, Autumn Moore in there in 3, Amelia Brain doing it for Climpy BMX, trying to get involved as well. And there is Panonica Castro Latch in the Irish jersey. Fluent in there in 5 is Lauren Snell. Oh, absolute bicycle motocross have stolen the lead on the 3rd straight. Ella Grant's about to pass her teammates to take the win, unless Autumn Moore's got anything to say about it. Grant, Moore, Gibson. 1, 2, 3, Snell in 4. Right, hold on to your hats for this one. The 10-year-old boys final. Khan Guren, Callum Wood, Noah Northcott, Alfie Thorne, Oakley Hill, Alex Vitals, Henry Sullivan, and Antek Perebny. And there's a whole shot award. Right, here we go. These are the Antek Perebny got squeezed like a bag of oranges going down that 1st straight. Henry Sullivan's into the turn. Vitals as well. Sullivan picking up the whole shot award of the skate park voucher. Might want to give it to Alex Vitals. He's the only one close enough to use it. He's in that 2 spot. The 14 in there in 3 is Alfie Thorne. Oh! Complete carnage. Antek Perebny went down, got collected by Callum Woods. Literally whipped his legs from under him. Henry Sullivan takes the win. Vitals in 2, Thorne in 3.
Do. 11-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Roxy Rowlands, Florence Kay, River Henderson, Rosie Geddes, Una Svensson, Arabella Denton, Molly Tomlinson, and Holly Bishop. Final 49 is a go. Your 11-year-old girls. Bishop's had a great start, but Tomlinson out of lane number 1, looking to pick it up into the first corner. Tomlinson leads it out. Bishop on the inside makes it stick. Essence of accelerating that first corner. Bishop, Tomlinson, that's the 1 and 2. Arabella Denton's in there in 3. That looks like Svensson in 4. It looks like an Astar Racing rider in 5. That's Rosie Geddes, but they are queuing up behind her like a chippy on a Friday evening, heading into the final turn. Tomlinson looked up the inside, wasn't quite close enough, so it's going to be Bishop, Tomlinson, Denton. That's going to be your podium positions. Una Svensson for 4. 11-year-old boys on the gate for their final. We've got Jack Kitching, Ollie Bird, Jack Haynes, Rex Ford, Tom Giles, Jack Belton, Aidan Baptiste and Arthur Donaldson. Whole shot award for the 11-year-olds is a Steel and Spice t-shirt, and check them all out, scrapping it out for it. Aidan Baptiste on the inside looking like he's going to pick it up around the outside. Check out Arthur Donaldson making it stick. He's going to pick himself up a Steel and Spice tee. Who's there with him? It is Aidan Baptiste. Tom Giles in 3. It looks like we've got the 3 plate in 4. That's Jack Belton in and out of turn number 2. Belton wants to pick it up for a podium spot. He was looking for it yesterday, didn't quite make it happen after a crash in turn 2. But it's Donaldson, Baptiste, here comes Belton down to the line. Can he nick it off of Giles? Giles hangs on to the top 3.
12-year-old girls up on the gate. We've got Bonnie Dudley, Aria Rose Lee, Erin Toogood, Ellie Beats, Izzy Underhill, Grace Hudak, Amelia Rowe and Trixie Trays. This one is for the Bunnies Bikes voucher. Whole shot award on the line for the 12-year-old girls. The Bunnies Bikes voucher could come in very handy when you're looking for parts as they're heading towards turn number 1. Grace Hudak, is she going to get it? No, she isn't, because Trixie Trays is going to steal it away. She picks up the whole shot award. Grace will just settle for a win if she can work her way past. Here comes Amelia Rowe as well. That's Izzy Underhill in there in 4. Ellie Beats in 5, but the European number 8, Trixie Trays, aboard that Evolved bicycle into the final turn. Out she comes, brings it down the final straight. Is she going to hold off Hudak to the line? Yes, she is. Amelia Rowe. Bit of a finish with Izzy Underhill. 12-year-old boys battling for a whole shot award, which is a BMX bounty voucher. Joseph McAvoy, Edward Corderay, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Teddy Jones, Isaac Moore, Jacob Anderson, Connor Hemphill, and Finley Monroe.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, this one was between Finley Monroe and Connor Hemphill. Yesterday it came down to the last 10 feet of track, but Jacob Anderson's got something to say about it because he's got himself right into the middle of the two combatants. These guys have been absolutely flying all weekend long. Anderson wants a bit more. He's trying to get on the back of Finn Monroe. Hemphill in 3, Preston Newmarsh Pow in 4, Moore's in there in 5. But it looks like your European number 1, Finley Monroe, allensbmx.com and Supercross to the line. Monroe takes it. Anderson 4-2, Connor Hemphill 3.
13-year-old girls up on the gate for the final. Sarah Pritchard, Grace Gerard, Poppy Bishop, Millie Ross, Elsie Blight, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Iris Hyder and Freya Harries. Final number 53, here's the track. Freya Harris out of lane number 1, looking to pick it up as they bring it towards turn number 1. 2 riders airborne over the rollers, and it's going to be Harris into that first corner. ELP's right there behind her, so it's Harris, ELP, Hyder, 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up the 4? It looks like that could be Sarah Pritchard doing it for Evolve Collective, but Freya Harris, look at her go in the Moto 1 and muck off colours as she brings it towards the final turn. Has Hyder got enough left to say as she tracks ELP out of the final turn? Harris, Hyder, ELP, that's going to be a 1, 2, 3 across the line. It's close for the 4. Looks like Gerard might have just nicked it. 13-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We have got Jack Devine, Leighton Harding, Archie Croker White, Marcus Mullen, Leo Rowlands, Ronnie Payne, Joe Rook and James Bibby. 13-year-old boys are go. Where's Leo Rowlands? He's on the outside, headed for that first corner. But Bibby out of lane number 1, looking to pick it up into the turn. Rook on the inside makes his stick. Oh! The 2 Mayo boys hit the deck. Rowlands in there in 3. Chasing Rook in there in 2. Bibby's out front. Mullins picked up a 4 spot. Payne's in there in 5. Last turn action. Rook's not done yet. Looks to tee it up, but Bibby carves the corner superbly. Looking to hang on down the final straight. Bibby, Rook, Rowlands 1, 2 and 3. Jack Devine, Archie Croker White, Leighton Harding, all 3 chaps have picked themselves up off of the floor.
As we move on to the Grand Veterans, lining up on the gate, Craig Nelson, Fitzroy Bryce, Stephen Fortune, Brett Knight, Matt Haywood, Stu Little, Martin Ogden and Alan Hill. Don't sweat, it's time for the Grand Vets. Let's have a look. Oh, Hilly and Oggy getting very, very close together going down that first straight. And Fitzroy Bryce is having some of it as well. Stu Little on the inside. But Hilly picking up his now familiar hole shot. Martin Ogden chasing him down though. RTR racing into this second turn. Has Oggy got any of those old skill wiles left to try and steal it away? Matt Haywood in 3, Stu Little in 4, Knights in 5, Bryce coming to a halt in 7. But it looks like Hilly's going to take it to the line. Hilly, Oggy, Haywood, Little, Knights, your top 5.
Vets up on the gate. We've got Grant Yerbury, Dylan Dixon, Mark Rees, Danny Taylor, Mark Moore, Zoltan Boudet, Scott Beaumont and John Lillingston. Vets on track. Mark Moore's on the inside, but Lillingston has an absolute blinder. Heading for that first corner. It looks like he's going to hold shot. Who's there with him? It's Boom Boom. Yesterday's 1 and 2, going 1 and 2 at the moment. Moore is in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That looks like Boudet, with Reese in there in about 5. Heading in towards the second turn. Has Boom Boom Beaumont and the 96 podcast got enough left for Lillingston into the final corner? John Lillingston, it's getting busy. Boudet and Moores looked on the inside of Beaumont, but he went right around the outside of the pair of them. Moores for 3, Boudet 4. Masters up on the gate. We have got George Higley, Dave James, Sean Issett, Matt Bourne, Billy Irwin, Tom Palmer, Connor Hudson and Billy Luckhurst. Masters all go. It's looking like a cracking start from Connor Hudson. Headed for the first corner. Who's there with it? Billy Luckhurst on the outside of his left shoulder. Tom Palmer. Throw! Chaos in the first corner. Palmer threw it under. Couldn't quite make his stick. Connor Hudson has gone. Who's in there in 2? Matt Bourne's picked it up. It's in 3. Palmer's 4. Irwin's in there in 5. Higley's in 6. But Connor, Sean Issett had essence of the Brits a few years ago. Threw it under in the final turn. Ended up back in 4th. Wee-wah. These lads shake hands at the end of the lap. Left it all out there on the track. Billy Lucas picks himself up. Wow, oh,
wow. I can't wait for Sean Issett to discuss that last turn on Late to the Game podcast. That'll be fun. Here we go. Right, female 14-year-olds lining up for the final. Eleanor Martin, Lily Yerbury, Anushka Jones, Allegra True, Holly Diver, Eva Zerzek, Esme Ward and Ruby Warren. Right, let's have a look as they head down the straight. We have got the two girls from Source BMX, Anushka Jones and Eva Zerzek, right next to each other. But it looks like we've got Scottish riders heading for the whole shot. But no, it says May Ward and Ruby Warren battling away. That looks like Holly Diver in there in 3. Ruby Warren gets past and works her way into that lead position. So Esme Ward of Stay Strong has got to try and steal it back down the final straight. Bath BMX in 5. That's going to be Lily Yerbury. But it is Ruby Warren, Pure Bicycles, taking the win. Esme Ward in 2. Holly Diver in 3. And the 7 of Anushka Jones in 4. 14-year-old boys at the final. We have got Jamie Turblanche, Louis Kacharik, Charlie Bob Craig, Josh Jepson, Harry Donald, Freddie Parkinson, James Miller and Max McNulty. Big final, this one. The 14-year-olds, James Miller, Freddie Parkinson heading for the turn. Jepson on the inside for Sorted Race Gear, working his way into 3. But it's crucial BMX out front at the moment. James Miller got the one on his plate for a reason. Freddie in there in 2. McNulty's worked his way into 3. Jepson still holding on for that top 4 position. Charlie Bob Craig in there in 6. Oh! Elbows flying in the final corner. Miller looking like he's going to hold on to it. Freddie for 2. Wow. Couldn't make it stick. McNulty for the 3.
15-year-old girls are lining up on the start. We've got Ella Blue Chidley, Jalala Patel, Emily Grimm, Sidoni Cleve, Ellie Moore, Katie Millar, Rin Gianolino and Emily Eaton. 15-year-old girls hit the track. Emily Eaton out of lane number 6, headed for the first corner. Who's there with her? It looks like Rin Gianolino is glued to her back wheel as they bring it into the turn. Look at that, in and out of the first corner for your Pro Start BMX rider. It is the E8 of Emily Eaton. Gianolino's in 2. That looks like Sidoni Cleve in there in 3. Bringing it into the second corner. That's the 8 plate of Moore in there in 4. Who's picking up the 5? That's the 1 of Katie Millar. Rin Gianolino hunting Eaton like she's prey as they bring it in and out of the final turn and drag racing through the final straight. Eaton, Gianolino, Cleve. 1, 2 and 3. 15-year-old boys lining up on the gate. We've got Nathaniel Eames, Newton Hindley, Max Lawrence, Evan Bartley, Heath Osborne, Toby Lynch, Ned Guppy and Kobe Rayford. Long old pause for final number 61. Heading down the hill, Guppy and Rayford trading bows, heading for the turn. Rayford leads it. Who's in there with him? It's getting busy. So Rayford, 2 riders down. Rayford, Lynch, where's Guppy? He's back there in about 4, looking for a way round Osborne. Into turn number 2. Barley's in 5, Hindley's in 6. Kobe Rayford though, out front looking good. I think this might just hand him the title. So stay strong. Your world number 5 is going to pick it up to the line. Kobe Rayford, Toby Lynch, Heath Osborne rounds out the podium spots. Huge crash in turn number 1. Max Lawrence He's put in a shift this weekend. Braintree, give it up for your rider, Max Lawrence. Ladies and gents, he crashed 4 weeks ago in Cardiff. We didn't think he was going to race this weekend, but he's picked himself up, put it back into an A final. Put your hands together for Nathaniel Eames. We are looking at the 16-year-old girls lining up on the gates. We've got Lottie McFarlane, Jessie Leasley, Ruby Walford, Summer Glynn, Ailey Watson, Atana Price, Grace Burge and Lottie Brown.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
16 girls on track. 2 riders out of BMX with a photography going out to the inside, heading for the first corner. Watson looking to make it stick, but Brown leads it in and out of the first corner. Lottie can't stop, won't stop Brown. Ailey Watson in there in 2. Grace Burge in 3, Atana Price in 4, but Lottie Brown, last year's national champion, absolute bicycle motocross, has left the pack as she brings it into the final turn. She's going to take it through the final straight. Here comes the pressure on Watson for the 2. Burge is going to take the 3. Watson hangs onto that 2 spot. Price in 4. 16-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We have got Freddie Franklin, Ollie Terblanche, Cooper McCrum, Freddie Entwistle, Oliver James, Bradley James, Elijah Jamira and Lucas Seeley.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
16 boys are go. 2 Ram Racing riders in this one. Seeley's on the inside, pretty sure he's wrapped up the title. Look at Franklin all the way from lane A round the outside. Oh, Bradley James tried to make it stick. Couldn't keep it, rubber side down. Seeley leads it. Who's in there with him? That's Entwistle. Here comes Jamir around the outside. 2 Ram Racing boys into the top 3. Franklin's in there in 4. James is in 5. Last turn action. Jamira's winding it up. Lucas Seeley leads it. Here comes Entwistle. Down to the wire. Ram Racing go 1 and 2. Wow, wow, wow. Ram Racing are buzzing with that one. 17 to 18-year-old ladies up on the gates. We've got Eleanor Curtis, Isla Radcliffe, Esme Brooke, Imogen Cockrell, Sophie Carniston, Sabina Ashman, Amelia Everly and Sophie Elwood.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
17 to 18-year-old lady Sabina Ashman with an absolute bullet gate heading for that first corner. Here comes Elwood though. It's battles. Oh! Explosions on the first straight. Elwood hit the deck. Brooke ended up exiting stage on the right hand side, but Amelia Everly, she leads it out. Yesterday's winner, Everly Ashman, who's picking up the 3. That looks like the 16X of Imogen Cockrell. She's being chased down by Sophie Carniston. LVG NRT, last straight action. Amelia Everly, 2 for 2 on her home track. Mabo Factory Team UK. Put your hands together for Sophie Elwood, ladies and gents. Went for it down the first straight, couldn't make it stick. 17 to 18-year-old boys up on the gates. We have got Eli Smith, Samson Townsend, Kai Blaine, Nathan Barata, Jake Hart, Tom Doran, Henry Eyre and Amos Guppy.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
17 to 18-year-olds are a go. Nathan Barata looks like he means business on the inside, but the absolute boys are getting busy, banging bows. Who's going to lead it into the turn? Looks like he's out front. Where's Guppy's back there at about 4 or 5. Swapping and changing positions as Jake Hart gets busy through the second straight. Oh! Townsend hits the deck. Smith, Guppy, Hart, 1, 2, 3, 4, Doran's in there in 5. Last third action. Can anyone catch Henry here? I don't think they can. Absolute go 1 and 3. Ram Racing in 2 with Eli Smith.
Right, next up, 19 to 29-year-old females lining up on the gates. We have Tilly McCrum, Izzy Hurry, Lucy Monday, the part-time northerner, Hannah Drew, Jetska Hemstock, Emily Green, Megan Gerard, and Annabelle Townsend.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Girls are go 19 to 29. Who's going to get the whole shot? It looks like Emily Green is going to head into that turn first. Yes, it is, but look who's right there behind her. I've got a feeling it's Annabelle Townsend working her way up the inside and trying to get across the elbows and touching. Oh! Both of them have gone. That leaves Megan Gerard out in front. Lucy Monday in there in 2. Pro Start going through in 3. All the action on that second straight. Bringing it to the line on the 1X. That belongs to Megan Gerard taking the win. Let's hope Emily and Annabelle are all right. They were absolutely going at it. The elbows touched. Everybody got out of shape. Both riders ending up on the deck. Right. Both riders up, Annabelle Townsend and Emily Green. Made out of tough stuff, these girls. Absolute respect for these two young ladies going for it like you would not believe. Right, we're just holding for 1 minute. Next up are the 19 to 29-year-old males. Oh. All right, here we go. 19 to 29-year-old final. Dexter Gambay, Joshua Cates, Laminakalele, Daniel Kay, Josh Wallace, Cal Strickland, Che Young, and Ty Reese Bradshaw.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The 19 to 29-year-old Open is going. It's going to be an absolute flyer. And the man flying faster than anybody else is Tyrese Bradshaw, picking up the whole shot. But look who's right there on the back wheel. Callum Strickland from Stay Strong. And if there's somebody you don't want behind you in the final, it's Cal. Oh! Daniel K, Che Young, Labin Akalele, all going down. Meanwhile, Tyrese Bradshaw is going to hold it to the line. Tyrese for the win. Cal Strickland in there in 2. The 7 of Joshua Cates in 3. Meanwhile, Dan Kay and Che Young are breakdancing in the second turn. Meaty crash there for Daniel Kay. That one will end up on his YouTube channel, I'm sure. Che Young up and all right. We're just looking after Dan. He's getting ready to pick himself up. It's no fun when you collect, a bite to the guts, which is what he's just done. Daniel K up and walking away. Let's hear it for the Mayball rider. Right. I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for Junior Open.
Right. The first of 3 finals remaining for this year's national racing. Lining up in the junior class, out of stage strong, Kai Bowen. For Maybo Factory Team UK, Noah Everly. Out of Pro Star, Heath Thomas. Oh, we're waiting. Okay. I'll carry on, and then we'll do it again if we need be. Out of Birmingham, Sean Brown. For Moto 1 and Muckoff, Finn Phillips. And out of Pure Bikes, Ben Larkins. We're just going to hold very, very briefly while we get some medics on track. Don't forget, if you've had a transponder, please make sure you've returned it as soon as you've finished racing. Thank you. This class has been tasty all season long. It looks like Bowen's had a great start out of the inside, but Noah Everly is right there glued to him into the turn. Larkins on the outside. Everly threads the needle, works his way into that 2 spot. Bowen, Everly, that's your 1 or 2 wearies. Finn Phillips is up to about 3. Sean Brown's working his way into 4. Everly's not done yet though. Hunting Bowen down like prey. Third straight action. Here he comes. Phillips, Brown, Larkins, Thomas in and out of the final corner. Here we go. Drag racing to the line. Bowen's going to take it. Everly for 2. Finn Phillips rounds out the top 3.
Right, we've got 2 finals left, the championship finals. I think I'll do the thank yous now while we've got the opportunity. First up, the guys and the girls in the black polo shirts, green trousers. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, send you off to A&E when absolutely necessary. We've kept them very, very busy this weekend. They've done a fantastic job, not only today, but all season long. Please make some noise, give it up for our medical team. Next up, the guys and the girls in the blue polo shirts. It's been unseasonably sunny weather, considering we're in August. We're at the end of a heat wave, and I never thought I'd say that either. But yeah, the guys and the girls in the blue polo shirts, the hats. Sometimes they wear stealth glasses so you can't see where they're looking. But they do an amazing job, amazing job. Not only on the domestic scene, internationally as well. You can't run a BMX race without them. Please make some noise for our commissaires and our admin team. And last but not least, we always give props to the home club. We've been here multiple times for the Brit, multiple times for nationals. They never fail to put on an absolute show. Please give it up. Make some noise for Derby BMX Club. And now we will move into our championship finals. First up, we have the super class. On the 53 out of Pure Bicycles, he's got a birthday upcoming. He's Jared Hill. For LCC on the 845, Benjamin Weiss. On the 85 out of Ireland, it's Daniel Gorman. On the 546 for BM Racing, Bradley Russell. On the 139 for Savage Racing, Casey Markley. For Absolute Bicycle Motocross on the 51, Ben Cornish. For LCC on the 141, George Hunt. And on the 134 for BMX Widow Photography took his first Superclass win yesterday. Can he make it too? It's Jimmy Criddle. Silence for the start, please. Thank you. The Superclass are going fast. Criddle's got himself out there early doors. Russell, Cornish and Hunter in there as well. Expect some fireworks in turn number 1. In and out we go. Criddle, it's like we've gone back 5 years. He's got the BMX Widow Photography jersey on. In and out of the second turn. There's only Ben Cornish and George Hunt close enough to make a difference. Criddle still holding on. Cornish isn't done. Jimmy Criddle to the line. 2 from 2. Cornish and Hunt 2 and 3. But someone ring 999 because Jimmy Criddle is absolutely on fire. Right, the final, not only of the weekend, but of the 2026 Lloyds BMX National Series. These are the championship women. Anya, Mata and Alonso on the 974. On the 646, your junior women world champion, Freya Chalice. On the W7, it's Ruby Moores. For Moto 1 Muck-Off on the 800, Megan Roy. On the 22, Lorianne Carruthers. For Moto 1 Muck-Off on 061, Taya Gaynor. On the 803 for Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bound. And for Halo Wheels on the 147, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Silence for the start, please. Thank you.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, it all comes down to total points and who's going to get it. But I have a sneaking suspicion that it's already in the bag for Freya Chalice. Picking up the whole shot. Absolute bicycle motocross, the Mabel Continental team. Your junior women world champion. Slicing and dicing the competition like a slayer should. In and out the final turn. Freya's going to get it. Annalise Cadman Carpenter in 2. That looks like Taya Gaynor in 3. Maggie for the 4. Lorianne for the 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up your Lloyds BMX National Series for 2026. We have one more huge race to go. The British Championships. August Bank Holiday Weekend. Platt Fields, the Field of Dreams in Manchester. Be there or be a square, four-sided object. Wherever you're headed, have a safe journey home. We will see you in Manchester.